sausage curbs as they rejoined the circuit at turn number 11. The early phase of the race saw plenty of teams moving up and down the order, with some superb overtakes and some silly unforced errors, accumulating in the likes of GTWR Go setups and GTWR Esports 2 and the sister Audi battling out on the circuit. The only Porsche on the grid saw Kramer Racing in the 977 make some moves in the mirrors of certain Audis surrounding it, gaining some significant ground through the first half of the race. BMW G2 Esports would find the going tough at Circuit of the Americas, tussling with the likes of the number 6 STL Esports car in the mid-pack for large phases of the race that durated over 6 hours. The battles would help them out, having initially qualified in 33rd on the grid and take home a couple of points in P14. The sun would begin to set and drivers coming to the end of their stints. We found that Veloce would be battling hard with GTWR and the Team 919 car, and it would end in a nudge and a spin for Veloce into turn 1. But fine display of sportsmanship from Jaroslav Honzik meant the Czech Republic driver would let the of the action. As the light shows began in Texas, GTWR and Carbon SimSport were keeping their attention firmly on the wheel in front of them. Track space was shared, but 2 moments for GTWR's Andrea Capoccia meant that the crowds had something to cheer on over the corners. Eamon Murphy put in a fine display in the number 66 Veloce Audi in the closing stages of the race. Recovering some ground from earlier incidents that the team had lost, they would come home in P5 after great duels for Murphy versus the likes of Rocket SimSport's Alaric Enslin and GTWR's Darren King. Florent Bonjour took advantage of the overspeed in the virtual drivers by TX3 Audi to gain 14th position from the 977 Porsche of Kramer Racing, with the number 72 Audi coming home with a solid run to the checkered flag in 10th place. Kramer, however, would fall further down the order and finish outside of the points in 19th. It was not all singing and dancing, however, because Team 888 suffered technical problems in the last hour, which would take them out of the running for any solid result here in the opening round, with the Audi pulling over to the side and returning to garage. Vipperman Racing allowed faster cars to come on by as they went off the racing line at turn 12. It was a solid first run for the number 11 Audi crew in the professional trophy, as they brought the car home in 21st position, battling through track limit violations and incidents earlier on in the race. Cabana Gaming in the number 7 had a bit of a scare with Geeks Energy Black in the number 17 as darkness set its imposing figure on the race, with the latter ending up spinning in the first sector and the car came to rest on the curbing. Beaver Grease Racing in the number 68, one of our qualifier entrants, fought tooth and nail for points with the BMW G2 machine, with the both cars taking the last 2 points paying positions in 14th and 15th. Time was running out and concentration reaching its limits. The number 71 Audi of Ranvelten cut it fine with West Competition Racing, virtual drivers by TX3 in the closing laps, narrowly avoiding a massive accident. But after 6 hours, it was the checkered flag that everyone was looking forward to seeing. Williams Esports with Tinker van der Velde, Igor Rodriguez and Fidel Morera taking the final step of the rostrum. On the other hand, second place went to Yaz Heat with George Boothby, Magic Malinovsky and Mikhail Statsenko. However, there was no stopping the dominant Unicorns of Love, with Dennis Schoeninger, Tobias Pfeffer and Michael Tauscher taking the Triple Crown and a race win by 44 seconds here at COTA. Join us on the 20th of August for live coverage of round 2 of the ADAC SimRacing Expo, Simracing.GP Professional Trophy from the all-conquering Mount Panorama. We'll be live over both ADAC YouTube and Twitch channels. Follow our social medias for the latest updates. Well, we'd like to also welcome back our viewers on YouTube as well, because qualifying is just about to get underway. Paul, we've been keenly keeping our eyes on the practice times, and both Mikhail Statsenko and James Baldwin have brought the Hondas to the masses. I think the next one was Dara McCormack from Williams Esports down in 11th place. We're getting into that territory of where we could be dipping under a 1 minute 59.8, couldn't we?
We could, yeah, and it's extremely close at the top, between the top 2 Hondas there during the practice session. Incredible, and as you rightly pointed out, I mean, the top 20 are spread in less than a second, and it goes back to my point before we watch the highlights. You know, at this level, it's so compact, it's so close, And that's why it's important, really, sometimes just to keep the race clean, right, and keep your nose out of trouble. And you can, because people can get that consistency, they can make those gains over what is a decent length of race.
Yeah, well, actually, we had one particular driver that was very, very helpful in giving us an idea on what it takes to get round Mount Panorama. We're going to hand over to a hot lap with G2 Esports, Isaac Price.
Hi guys, and welcome to this onboard lap of Bathurst. We're looking for the 100-metre board on the right. We brake just after that, down to second gear, as close as possible to the curb on the left without running over it as it'll unsettle the car, and then use the road on the exit, as it's important to get a good exit here as it carries us all the way down this straight. Now we're preparing for the next corner, looking for a patch of tarmac on the left hand side, brake just at that, down to third gear, as close as possible to the curb on the right, and then use all the road on the exit. Now we move the car back over to the right, brake, down to second gear, as close as possible to the wall on the left, get the cars straight as early as we can, as that it's really important to get a good exit because it will carry us all the way up this hill. Now flat out through here, really important to get the line right, otherwise you'll hit the wall on the right. Up to fifth gear, small lift through here, use all the road. Now we're threading the needle down to fourth gear, third, second, as close to the wall as possible on the left so that it opens up the corner on the right. Now quickly up to fourth, down to second, down to first. Really important there is not to carry too much mid-corner speed, otherwise you'll understeer into the wall on the right. Now finally we have some time to relax after a pretty intense section as we prepare for the chase. We're going to be looking for the 150-metre board on the right, brake just after that, down to second gear, as close as possible to the curb on the left to open up the right. Now just bracing ourselves for this last corner. We brake at the 100-metre board, down to second gear, as close as possible to the curb on the left, use all the road on the exit, and that's the lap of Bathurst.
So we now head into qualifying. 26 minutes and 20 to go here at the infamous Mount Panorama circuit, Bathurst. We're on with Mikhail Statsenko, who was top of the timesheets in free practice just a couple of moments ago. Good to see that the Honda NSX here, Paul, doesn't tend to get a lot of love on the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform, but here the likes of Statsenko, Baldwin, McCormack have decided, well, our teams are going to use it, we're going to see what's going to happen.
Well, yeah, I hope it wasn't just those individuals that make that decision, but it was a team one. But, you know, as you rightly said a few minutes ago, they've had quite a bit of time between round one and round two. So I'm guessing each driver has had a chance to try different setups on different cars, and they've decided to go with the Honda. And it's good for us as viewers because it means that, and commentators, of course, because you don't just have one brand of car. And I know certain drivers who are big fans of the Honda. I'll be honest, I've never driven it myself.
No, indeed. Good to see Andrea Capoccia, one of the GTWR drivers, in the chat. Quite recently, there's been some success for GTWR in the Mobiline GT World Challenge Americas season finale at Laguna Seca, where Luke Whitehead picked up the pro title and Chris Hartfelt, running in the sister team, is picked up the silver title. So we have got some champions, including two-time SRO esports champion, the man, the myth, the legend himself, world's fastest gamer, James Baldwin, now partners with Jardier and Eamon Murphy in the number 66 Veloce car for today's festivities. But Statsenko, coming out of the final corner, goes top of the timesheets, 1 minute 59.865.
So that is what we saw Mr. Baldwin kind of set around in during practice. So already kind of heading back towards the low 158s or high 158s. So yeah, mate, I mean, and the other thing around here is getting a clean lap, isn't it, with the traffic, especially if you catch someone in the mountain section. I know it's not like a league on a Sunday with your mates, is it? So you're not all going to be on different pace, but it's still it's all about trying to utilise the track, trying to find that space as we look at Robbie Stapleford. for the BMW G2 Esports, and coming around to complete a lap at the moment.
Yeah, but the Merc power is very much in effect, because Unicorns of Love's Tobias Koenwald top the timesheets. Get this, Paul, 1 minute 59.595. Stapleford comes out of Murray's and uses the exit curbing. Let's see what the BMW does. Goes P3, 1 minute 59.857. Dara McCormack for Williams Esports has gone P2 and is less than 0.2 of a second behind the car that you see on your screens.
Yeah, the Unicorns of Love setting the pace in the AMG, and again, you know, not really a car that I've driven much in ACC. I go for the safe options, you know, the Aston Martin. I tend to go for the Audi myself as well, even though a lot of people don't tend to like it. But it seems, you know, it's a steady car in my hands, but not exactly the quickest. The AMG I've given a try, but I'll be honest, it's a bit of a beast, isn't it? I don't know, have you driven the Mercedes, Alex?
Yes, I did quite recently drive it a little while ago, just after the Evo, the newer Evo came out, and my God, fellas, around a track like here, you need that combination of stability and also grunt, and that's what the Mercedes has in spades. But the Honda, you know, mid-engine rear-wheel drive. There's Dara McCormack. You can see how much input he's having to put in. I think that might have been the Corvana gaming car, the number 7 BMW. That's had a change in.
Out of the way.
Yeah, they quickly got out of the way, going through the dipper, and through the S's. But yeah, McCormack's really stretching the legs on this Honda NSX. I mean, it's seen some, you know, what was it? One of my friends, Nico Hilbrand, who's been running with HPD Jazz in the European division. I know that they have an American crew as well. That have been racing quite recently, but yeah, so I'm just looking at how close it is. Top 20, less than 9.5 of a second, as that is the number 7 Corvana car, Dennis Latz, rounding out the top 20, as McCormack's going to come across the line very shortly. And he doesn't improve on time, but still the 124 from Williams Esports keeping.
Oh, P2, look how close that is.
What, Dominic Bly's just absolutely pulled that one out of the bag with the BMW M4 GT3. 1 minute 59.605. There has been a competition on the social media platforms of the ADAC SimRacing Expo that the person that guesses the pole lap time gets a ticket to this year's Expo, December the 1st to the 4th at the Nuremberg Messe, the Nuremberg Halls, where we're going to have over 15,000 square meters, including the main arena that will be where the professional trophy, the digital GT 500 and the community trophy finales will take place. And now we ride on board with Mikhail Statsenko here, Paul.
We do, yeah, coming to do a follow lap, but he's behind another car, and in P6 he's not going to want that, and that's the car 17 ahead of them. You know, and this is the problem, isn't it? If your lap is basically being determined by other cars, and might think about backing off, which he isn't. So maybe he's up at the moment on this particular lap, but he finds himself down in P6. When I say down, it's still pretty good position. But here we are, Dominic Blaja in the BMW, who, as a moment ago, put in an astonishing 159.6. I mean, where did that come from? I mean, it's a BMW. I mean, I've driven this thing, and I'll be honest, I am not a fan. I know a lot of people are, but it's not something that I enjoy driving. And a moment ago, you were talking about McLaren down the dipper. It's a tricky car because the engine, a lot of people say, as I say about the Porsche, is in the wrong place, and you have to brake in a certain way just to not unsettle the car. Very similar to the Audi, and it can be a little bit challenging at times, and to do that for a 30 an hour race, it's achievable. But to do it for the length of time we're asking these drivers to focus on that for, that's going to take some doing. I think anyway. I don't know if you agree with that.
Yeah, I think Triton could be ones to watch this weekend, because they quite recently got to the semi-finals of the recent VCO ERL Summer Cup Masters, which actually headed on to R-Factor 2, but Triton Racing at one point actually led the second season of the SimGrid VCO World Cup. So they are dark horses, and you know, they've gone with a lot. I mean, for those people at home, you can see how much. It's 60% of the top 10 are covered by BMWs, but we've got a Mercedes leading the way, a Honda in 3rd, 6th and 7th, courtesy of Messrs McCormack, Statsenko and Baldwin, rounding out 3rd, 6th and 7th. And then we've got the number 49, which is the next of the best placed Mercedes. That's Burst Esports with Evan Monton from France, replacing Michi Hoyer from the opening round of the championship. But you know, I mean, I still can't believe that Dominic Blyer pulled that one out of the bag there, Paul, to be within 1/100th of Tobias Kernwald. And Unicorns of Love now know they've got a fight on their hands because it's Merc versus BMW at the front end of the field so far, with 18.5 minutes still to go.
Yeah, and what's even more interesting now is the gap between P1 and P20 has come down by about 0.02 of a second. You know, and so all the way down to now P25 is around about a second on the qualifying grid as things stand, and that could get even closer still, as we've still got just over 18 minutes of qualifying remaining, Alex. And you know, watching these drivers, you know what it's like. It's a thrill going around here, trying to maximise the amount of tarmac, getting as close to the wall as possible, getting those right lines, hitting those apexes, getting those braking markers absolutely on point to put in the best lap that you could possibly put. I mean, look at this from Tobias. I mean, how close is he there on the wall on the exit? And as you come to the dip, I mean, the dip for me is the trickiest part of this track, because it's trying to carry the speed but also brake at the same time, but not braking too much, because you could scrub off too much speed to try and make the left-hander at the bottom of the dipper. So yeah, some fantastic pace he's got, and he's currently up on his fastest lap, Alex. I mean, it's minimal, but he's up.
Oh my goodness me. Considering the fact that Unicorns of Love actually took the Spring Cup Masters title back in May of this year. Funnily enough, the concentrated platform was ACC, and they were in these cars against Veloce. So I think I'm wondering if we're going to have a ding-ding round 2 on that one on this particular occasion, Paul. But Kernwald being up, we're going to be getting into the 159.4s. Kernwald now comes under the Maguire's Bridge into Murray's, which is the final corner on this 6.213 kilometre circuit, using the exit curve very neatly there. What's the time going to be?
I think he lost his delta, unfortunately, so on the last bit. But I was just about to point out McCormack, who we've just switched to. He was 200 of a second up on his best, so that would have put him in competition for P1. And as you just saw, as we cut to him, broadcaster / commentator curse, he's ended that lap, so he'll go round again.
Yeah, well, folks, top 3 covered by 67 thousandths. Oh, and it's 3 different manufacturers in the top 3, so that's pretty good. I've also, you know what, we were talking about how close the field is, Paul?
Yes.
Right, top 34 covered by just over 1.3 seconds. Ridiculous, absolutely alien-esque.
I'd be down in P38. I'm normally around about 2.5 seconds off the fastest lap. And you know, most races that I partake in, I mean, I'm not. This is why I'm doing this, right? I'm not a racer, so you know, I enjoy it, but I haven't got the pace all the time to put in the practice. But I mean, that is phenomenal. Even all the way down to P37, it's 1.7. I mean, 1.7 is not a lot of time, and it is. And we say this time and time again, don't we? It's remarkable. It genuinely is remarkable. I am in awe of the pace these guys show. I mean, I've had the fortunate advantage of being in a race with Mr. Baldwin, and he made me look like I was going backwards. He's just absolutely phenomenal stuff. So really good to see. And as we're currently now watching Darren King in the GTWR Go Setups car 38, currently down in P16 and is up on the time. So yeah, a couple of temps up at the moment. So might jump up. Where do we think they're going to jump up to with this?
Probably say bottom end of the top 10, maybe 9th or 10th position. GTWR Go Setups currently sitting 7th in the championship standings, as we have got a yellow flag out on circuit at the moment. Darren King goes P8.
There we go.
0.4 off of Kernwald at the moment. But there's Dara McCormack. Looks, he's getting ever so close to the walls, and I think he might have had a little bit of a touch there, did Dara. But it's just, you know, sometimes when you're going through like the S's, through the dipper, through Forest Elbow, it's quite challenging. But to have a car, I mean, you know, the good thing is he's got the Triton car actually just up ahead as Dara. So he's going to get a little bit of slipstream here, which will be quite good for him.
Unfortunately, he lost the time that he was up on, that I could see as we came out of Forest Elbow. So, and it's hard when you've got cars ahead of you. It breaks your concentration. It kind of messes with me. Well, it messes with me greatly. Losing my braking points and what. Not to say I'm going to go into the back of somebody, but I'm going to lose time because I'm having to give a portion of my brain away. There isn't a lot of it to start with, to be fair. I've got to give a portion of my brain away to thinking about what the other car is going to be doing, right? And then that's going to take partially away from concentrating on what I'm doing. So, yeah, I mean, but it's so tight between the top three. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, there we see, picture in picture, there is Tobias Grunwald hard behind the wheel of the number 14. They took the win by nearly 45 seconds at COTA. Very different circuit layout, and you can see actually the number 4 sister car with Leon Otoki behind the wheel, just trying to get some temps into the tyres. Current air and track temperature 25 degrees Celsius, but at the moment it is Unicorns of Love that lead the way in terms of qualifying. Top 5 get points associated, and he's up, is he, Paul?
He's up ever so slightly. Oh, I don't really know what happened there.
And he was 12 thousandths off. 12 thousandths off, and he's returned to garage. He must have lost a little bit of time in that final sector.
It wasn't a lot. I mean, when I say he was up, I mean it was like a gnat's whisker. I mean, there wasn't a lot to it. Do gnats have whiskers? It's probably a cat I'm looking for. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. A cat has whiskers. Yeah. Yeah, here's Lukaszek from Carbon SimSport in the number 90. Rounding out the top 15, covered by just 6 tenths. And they are literally 3 1,000ths off of deposing virtual drivers by TX3's Valentin Barrier, who's currently in 14th. Look at the sea of Munich propellers on that left-hand side of that timing tower there. As Lukaszek comes out of the final corner, are they going to improve in the number 90? Actually, takes the position away from virtual drivers by TX3. And here's, I think, one of the more appropriate... When someone does ascend and it goes horribly wrong, you add the word yeet, and I'm so pleased to see that a team has decided, Yeet Esports have decided to go for that one, and they're just over 1.2 seconds off of the pole sitters, Unicorns of Love, in the number 14 at the moment. But it's still great to see a wonderful cornucopia of colour for the liveries here, wouldn't you say there, Paul?
Yeah, it's good. It reminds the green line. I think, is it green or is it slight blue? It reminds me of the Mercedes a little bit in Formula One. And but there's quite a lot of green on my timing tower at the moment. A few drivers are finding time, like Mr. Baldwin, as we're currently looking at the moment for Veloce Esports. He's just under 200ths of a second up at the moment. He's losing a little bit of time down the straight, which kind of says to me he didn't get the best of exit. And that's the thing, when you don't get the exit before a long straight, you can just see that time eking away, and there's nothing you can do about it because your foot's to the floor. And nicely through the chicane there. He's got a car ahead, but I don't think it's going to cause any disruption to him. Down into the final corner at Bathurst, and as it comes round, he is still up a couple of tenths. So here we go. He's going to move up.
Oh, P4.
It's P4 even.
Oh.
So, and now we're looking at Robbie Stapleford for the BMW G2 Esports down into the dipper. It's, do you know what? Every time I watch a car going there, I'm like, please make it.
Yeah, no one wants to do a Chaz Mostert like he did back in 2014 for V8 supercars, but I did take the mickey out of Robbie Stapleford. He just got a nice little G2 pendant quite recently, and
right.
So I did, and I had to do a meme, and it was like, yeah, level up. And it was like, I think it was like a zebra with too much bling to count, and I just definitely got the laugh out loud emojis on that one. But Robbie, very, very capable young driver, as are the team around him. When you look at the fact you've got Isaac Price, a big thank you to Isaac for providing us with the hot lap here round at Mount Panorama, but also Charlie Crossland, who pretty much just before Robbie Stapleford joined G2, also was with another team. Robbie Stapleford previously with Rocket SimSport. Charlie Crossland previously with Team Fordzilla, as we go into the final 9 minutes and change. Stapleford P7 on that attempt. But the top 7 covered by less than yeah, covered by less than 2/10. That is getting absolutely ridiculous. All the way down to 22 Rocket Sim Sports, Kieran Prendergast in the Mercedes. Top 24 covered by 8/10. We're with Amadeo Castorino for the number 85 crew. Team Racing Point. So their name has changed since the last time. I'm trying to remember what it was last time. I think it was Mixed Gears or something like that. I can't remember. It's been I've slept a lot since then.
It runs quite wide out the final corner there. It doesn't make any gains up. But here's McCormack in the Honda car 124. He's up ever so slightly at the moment, going down through the dipper. Sometimes you can hit the wall and still carry the speed because it's a qualifying lap, so you can kind of like, you know, take on a little bit of damage to keep the momentum up as quickly as possible. And there you go, you can see him working that wheel, and he's making some switches there. By the looks of it, he's looking at his wheel. He might be making some changes to brake balance for the heavy braking at the end of this straight. I'll be honest, I struggle to do that because when I look at my wheel, I tend to veer off the track. I always kind of, you know, have to applaud these drivers. They you know, a lot of people don't say it's not the same as real motorsport, but I have to disagree. You know, the level of concentration you have to give, and you have to train yourself to be able to do these things without getting distracted. And he's still up ever so slightly, so this is maybe a 1:59.5, but is it enough to take P1? Let's watch as he crosses the line.
No, he lost a bit of time. He lost a bit of time. That's 1:59.720 for Nara McCormack. So there's a little. I mean, I'm just having a look. He was actually quicker than both Blyer and Grunwald. Well, I mean, looking at the previous, it was a 26.8. He lost time. Looks like it was in, he was up on his previous bests, nearly a 10th in Sector 1, half a 10th in Sector 2, but was nearly 2/10 down in Sector 3. So I think that's probably where the Honda might be losing a little bit, you know, especially going into that braking zone, coming down from Conrod Straight into the chase, then into Murray's. You know, if you put a little bit of a foot wrong under braking, if the back end starts to snake, you know, you're not going to have the optimum traction.
Yeah, and it's like a very thin line, isn't it, or very thin ice with having traction to versus not having traction, right? And and it takes oodles of practice to work out where that line is. As we look at Victor Nicolai in the West Competition Racing ADAC car 33, currently in P9, and is up at the moment. So down into the final corners, lost a little bit of time. Let's see if we can keep that for the final corner. Oh, it's ebbing away, but he finds a little bit of time and puts himself up into P8.
Yeah, 1:59.930. We're back with Tobias Grunwald as we're heading into just under the final 6 minutes of this time qualifying session for round 2 of the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by Simracing.GP. And we again see the picture-in-picture as Grunwald aborts that and parks it. Nicolai also parks, and of all the places on Conrod Straight, where cars are doing over 260 kph. Vyacheslav Abduladze, one of the drivers who's recently joined, who's part of Simware Pro by VDES. But I have a little bit of a bombshell to break, and you know about this as well, Paul, that due to last-minute driver roster changes, multiple teams will have a 10-second penalty to serve on there. So a few teams will have a little bit of they'll have a little bit of chasing to do around this circuit, won't they, for the first stint?
Well, yeah, because they'll have to serve that in their first pit stops to get rid of that time off. So yeah, they're going to have to take that into consideration. If you are those teams, you are going to want to avoid any kind of mishaps. I mean, any team really is going to want to avoid any mishaps, but you've already got a penalty before the race has even begun. That's even more so, right? You want to keep your nose clean. So yeah, I mean, I'd be tempted to start from the back if that was me, but that's just me, right? I mean, I'm not everybody's like me. I just want to get through and be able to not pick up any, not incur any damage or any other penalties to add to your woes already, because they've been able to get their drivers sorted before the event.
Yeah. Leon Otoki making his way through Skyline, through into the Dipper and into the S's, hard on the brakes in the Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo, and tags the wall and pinballs off left, right and left once again. That just shows, you were talking about how close you can get away with it, but there are times like that, as we saw with Otoki there, that, yeah, a bit too much late braking can really serve you, do you a disservice going through into the Dipper, can't it?
Yeah, it can. I mean, because it unbalances the car because of the way that the gradient. Oh, that's car 42 going around on a pirouette.
That's Brabham Esports, and also right. I'm just keeping an eye now because Veloce and Yazheat, the teams know each other very, very well indeed. There might be a little bit of slipstream opportunity being used by both teams. So that's going to be the two drivers of James Baldwin in 66 Veloce Honda and Statsenko in the 149 Yazheat Honda as well. So that's going to give them probably an extra 5 to 8 kilometers an hour, maybe say down Conrod Straight.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, the fastest car that I've recorded is a 283. And that's P2, Dominic Blager. So everyone else is kind of just a little bit off that. Well, actually, no, it's a lie. There's some other cars that are doing that. The BMWs are doing 283s, kind of the topping out at. So there's a little bit of speed to be found by some others. But then again, Stensko's also done the top speed of a 283 as well. So, but it's just nip and tuck, isn't it? It's so narrow, it's so close, and if these guys could work together and be able to slipstream, then why not? You know, use it as an advantage. We see it in real life motorsport, don't we? So, and we're going to see it here today, and hopefully it pays off.
Yeah, don't forget to put your comments in the chats, both on Twitch and on YouTube. Thank you very much for joining myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and my partner in crime for the first few hours. Paul will be with us for the majority of the first part of it, and also back for the last couple of hours. But now here we see Luke Whitehead, recently crowned GT World Challenge America's Esports Champion in the number 21 BMW, currently sitting 13th, and that is behind the 888. That is Racefield with Zolovov behind the wheel of the 888. Luke Whitehead making his way. Reba saying no Aston Martin to be seen in the field. Yeah, well, it sort of swings and roundabouts. I think we did see an Aston Martin or two at COTA as Whitehead goes P8. Nice effort for the number 21. 1 minute 59.865. Top 10 covered by now. 4:10.
P1's up, by the way. P1 is up on his time. Again, I mean, it's minute, but he's up. Anything's possible. Can he keep the time that he lost previously when he was on stream? And into the final corner, he's got another Mercedes ahead. He is slightly up, that I can see. Did he do it? Well, no, he didn't, did he?
No, he was 17,000 slow at 1 minute 59.612.
It's so close.
It is.
McCormack again in the Williams Esports, Chill Blast. Honda, he's up at the moment as well, but again, you know, but he's hardly round the circuit, so anything could happen, and all that time is going to be lost.
Yeah, coming through, through in towards the cutting. Now he's going to go through Quarry, in towards Reed Park and Hot Frog Hollow before Stormont, and then the infamous McPhillamy Park left-hander, which is a left-hand sweeper. Just how committed, how planted that Honda looks right now. Into McPhillamy. Going to ride on board on the windscreen cam. Oh, you can see now going through into Skyline. He's literally blind as we hit 0 on the timer in qualifying for round 2 of the ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by Simracing.GP. Let's keep on board with Dara McCormack. He's now making his way through into turns 18 and 19. Forest Elbow. Oh, little tank with the wall. And he's aborted that lap. It's not going to be higher than 3rd place. Dominic Bly has used the escape road, so he's aborted. Abdulaziz for Simware Pro by VDES. Currently sitting P5 behind James Baldwin. The gap between them 45 thousandths of a second, just under 2 minutes. The max wait time on the server for it to be concluded. But at the moment, Tobias Kernwald has parked it in pit lane. It looks like possibly for the second time in succession for rounds 1 and 2. Baldwin across the line. Does he improve? No, he does not. Stays fourth, but Abdulaziz could be. What's his sector times looking like at the moment, Paul?
38s and 54s in the first two, by the looks of it. What I'm seeing on my screen. So that's his qualifying best. Apologies, I've got the wrong. 38s and 38s. Yeah, but they match exactly the same. So, but then he's done it 38.2 in there. He unfortunately didn't gain any positions. But I mean, again, just remarkable. How close are these guys? I mean, earlier on you were talking about a driver being down in P13. I've looked at like it's half a second. It's nothing. Absolutely nothing. So, I mean, that's qualifying. What the next 6 hours are going to be like?
I hate to think. I really, really hate to think. And the top. Right, okay. Top 36 rounded out by the number 87 BMW of Thomas Mohan. 1.6 seconds off of P1. That's how ridiculously close. Top 31 separated by just under 1.2 seconds. I mean, we could go through all these stats, Paul, and it doesn't really give you an opportunity to understand how these drivers do it. That's why we love to talk about these drivers, because they do a fantastic job day in, day out.
Yeah, oh yeah, indeed. And if I had anywhere near the level of talent that these guys have got, I'd be in a car right now. So yeah, and we saw it then a moment ago, didn't we, with McCormack? I mean, pushing the limits, was up on his fastest lap, and then just was to clip the wall, and then that's the end of the lap, because you are looking for those just moments of just pure on the edge, aren't you? That's what you're looking for, right? And and here we are, the guys are now, I don't know, I was about to say guys and girls, unfortunately I don't think there are any women taking part in today, but yeah, it's or are they? I don't actually know, but yeah, they're lining up ready on the grid.
Okay, so let's take you through the grid, and then I'm going to tell you which teams will have to serve a 10-second time penalty on their first pit stop. It's mandatory maximum time of 130 minutes per driver. That's why there's 3 drivers per team. So the running order will be as follows. It's going to be the number 14 of Unicorns of Love's Dennis Schoeninger that will take to the opening stint ahead of Dominic Blyer from Triton Racing. Tinker van der Velde and Eamon Murphy for Williams Esports, and Veloce round out row 2. And then Igor Ogorodnikov in the number 41 Simware Pro by VDES. That will be joined by the 149 Yazheat Honda of Tortellini, aka known as Magic Malinowski. Robbie Stapleford and Luke Whitehead for G2 and GTWR. That'll be the number 21 car, so that's Go Setups. That'll be row number 4. And it's Victor Nicolai and Darren King. That'll be for cars 33 and 38, West Competition Racing and GTWR Esports 2. Valentin Barrier for Virtual Drivers by TX3 starts on the inside of row number 6, alongside the number 85 of Team Racing Points, David Bertele. Then we've got Marco Bischoff and Ivan Shermatinsky for Kramer Racing and Racefield. That's row 7. Carbon Sim Sport start with Wojciech Lukaszek on the inside of row number 8. With the number 4, that is the Unicorns of Love number 2 crew. That's got Florian Dürkopf in that car, and that's for row 8. And we've got the number 11, that is Vipperman Racing. Luis Roters starting in that car, and then the number 1 of Simulation Esport, that's Patrick Lipka. Then we've got Eneldo Reis for Burst Esport in the number 49 car starting. That is going to be 19th position inside of row number 10, then completing the top 20. It's going to be WPS Racing Team, who have got Finn Litterscheid in their car. Then looking a little bit further back, we've got the... Well, I'm going to run through the numbers and the team names because it's going to start getting a bit lengthy because we haven't got long until we start off. Got the number 27 of the team now soon to be known as Venari Racing. And then they've got the 163, that is Team Ballas Esports 2. Florian Bauer for Corvana Gaming, and then the number 68, that is going to be Beaver Grease Racing, or Beaver Juice Racing, as Adam D likes to call it. He's going to be joining us later on in the broadcast. Rocket Simsport will start 25th, alongside there will be the 911 of FTW Racing. The 47 of Yeet Esports will be joined by the number 17 of Geek Energy Sim Racing Black. That is row 14 with 71, 96, 53, 8, 42, 100, number 5, 87, 222 and 88. That is 38 teams. And the 8 teams that will have 10-second penalties will be FTW, Corvana, Racefield, Yeet Esports, Renvelton, Simware Pro, SGP and SOP, and Race Anywhere will be, I think, I did not see them, I don't think they even made it to the grid, missing the roster deadline. That's an automatic 10-second time penalty. So, whoops.
Whoops, indeed. And I've just been doing a little bit of recon, and it would turn out that certain Giardier has got a little bit of a stomach issue. So, yes, I was just checking out his stream, and he just mentioned it. So while you were doing the standings there, so I was doing a little bit of recon. So I was like, oh, that's a little bit of interesting information. So okay, we'll see how that goes. If we see him suddenly dive into the pits, we might know why.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting, but it's going to be Dennis Schoeninger who will lead the field around this iconic circuit. 6.213 kilometres, and over half of it is straight. So you've got Mountain Straight coming out of Hell Corner, which is turn number 1, and then Conrod Straight, which goes all the way from turn 19 out of Forest Elbow all the way down to the Chase. And as you can see, the server time is set at 7:08 server time. So from that perspective, it's going to be quite interesting how difficult this is going to be. Now, the biggest points I see here, Paul, is firstly the fact that when you go through Skyline, as we saw with Darren McCormack's qualifying on board, that could be right in your peripheral vision.
Oh, yes. And it's amazing how I find myself squinted like it's going to make a difference when I come across things like that in ACC. And also another thing to think about, I think, is that it's going to get warmer. I'm sure the teams have planned for this. The track temperature will therefore get warmer, and it's going to be about having your pressures, as we know, around here or any circuit ACC, on point. So yeah, it's the visibility at the start is going to be a challenge, I'm sure. But these guys are professionals, right, Alex? They know what they're doing.
Exactly, and there's also been an added little caveat for the driver that sets the fastest lap of the race in every single of the 4 remaining rounds. A big thank you to RAG, who will provide, now this is for the fastest lap during the race, the driver will receive a rig headset and €50 for doing so.
That is a nice little earner, isn't it?
It is indeed. A big thank you to Rig for coming on board. We will be giving you updated visuals courtesy of the stream here on both Twitch and YouTube, and a big thank you for everyone that has joined us so far. But yeah, just to see hearing the rumble of that good old 6.2 litre naturally aspirated V8 always puts the hairs up on the back of my neck here, Paul.
Oh yeah, it's you can't beat those sounds, can you? And we're just kind of, we're at this point now, we're like, come on, let the race start. You know, this kind of slow marauding formation lap. We got 6 hours, and as you rightly said, I mean, the time on the server has just gone past 7 AM local time in New South Wales in Australia, and we've got a 6-hour race ahead of us. The teams are ready. We're ready. We hope everybody on Twitch and YouTube are ready for this as the drivers start to line up side by side for the start of the race.
Yep, it's a Falterbach versus Munich on the front row of the grid. Schoeninger for Unicorns of Love and Blyer for Triton Racing in the BMW M4 GT3 alongside. They have now exited the chase. 38 competitive teams, all vying for a share of €10,000 come the Nurburgring finale at the ADAC SimRacing Expo on what will be the 3rd of December 2022, where they will be inside an arena. Out of the final corner, here we go, Schoeninger on pole, Blyer alongside. 6 hours awaits here at the Mount Panorama in Bathurst for the second round of the ADAC SimRacing Expo. Professional trophy by Simracing.GP. Green flag waves, we are underway. Schoeninger gets a very good start ahead of Blyer, but McCormack already up the inside through. into Hell Corner, takes second position away from the Triton BMW. Abdulaziz coming under fire from the likes of Statsenko, Stapleford, Whitehead, Nikolai, King rounding out the top 10 as they go up Mountain Straight, and Blyer towards the outside of McCormack for the very first time. Down Mountain Straight, over the dip they go, into the right-hander now here at Griffins, and the Honda keeps ahead for the moment. A great start there, Paul, by Schoeninger. Everyone so far, there has been a couple of comings together. See cars 33, 53 and 38 have had a little bit of a coming together, one of which will be which will be West Competition Racing, the 53. That'll be Geeks Energy Sim Racing, and also the number 1 of Simulation Racing have come a cropper, along with the number 90 of Carbon Sim Sports.
Yeah, maybe a couple of little touches there, but we have live stewarding as we've had on the previous rounds, the qualifying rounds. So the stewards will take a look and decide. Oh, as the P1 and P2 both cut the downhill section there, the dip. So the dipper. So I imagine they both got a cut warning there. What do you think?
I would imagine so.
Not a great way to start 6 hours, but
no.
Your first cut straight away on your first lap. But are we seeing Unicorns of Love doing what they did in the previous round and already opened up that gap? Are we going to see a repeat of that, or am I too early to say?
Well, the Mercedes is their preferred weapon of choice. There was a recent collaboration between Unicorns of Love and Halp Racing Team, who run the Mercedes AMG GT3 in real life motorsport. We now have got in picture James Baldwin, currently running ahead of Yaz Heat's Mikhail Statsenko. So at the moment,
Yeah,
and that is shutting it off.
14. Yes,
that is car 14. That is the race leader. That is off of the chase. So Schoeninger, I don't know whether he might have dropped it.
Oh, well, there's an accident because he was on the track and they've all come together. That's 31, the Mercedes.
42.
Off the track.
There.
Yeah, there were 3 cars definitely had a bit of contact. So I think he was pitted there, Dennis, was he?
Not
was he
too sure.
Pits? Let me have a little look. I'll do a little bit. Yeah, he is. He's in. He's in the pits.
Right. Okay. So whether that incident whether he's outbraked himself, so that means that Williams Esports now lead the way ahead of Triton Racing.
And there's a drive-through. There's a drive-through for car 11 as well. I don't know if you've spotted that.
Drive-through for car 11. That
yeah,
be,
down in P16. Yes.
That's Jan Marcel Dietrich.
Yes.
And that's for Wipperman Racing, who actually finished, I think, just outside of the top 20 at COTA last time out. But look at the train now starting to build. It's McCormack versus Blyer versus Baldwin versus Statsenko. Abdulaziz is battling away with Stapleford and Luke Whitehead. And look at the amount of Munich propellers in the top 10 actually make that the top 13. 10 out of 13 cars in the top 13, all BMWs, but it is Honda power leading well. It's a bit of a tribute back to the mid-1980s when Williams actually had Honda power in Formula 1.
Yes, I remember those days, but just want to point out cars 90 and 11 have both got drive-throughs. So there's a couple of cars got drive-throughs. I'm guessing that's from maybe the start, maybe being out of position. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe someone can let us know. We've obviously got stewards around. I can see that so far no penalties have been applied other than the pre-10 seconds that we talked about prior start to the race.
That was a nice send there by Statsenko, and Baldwin's off. Oh my goodness, the chase is starting to be a bit of a game changer, and we're just over 4 minutes in. So dramas for Veloce, dramas for the points leaders, Unicorns of Love. Lukaszek from Carbon Sim Sport now serving their drive-through. Jan-Marcel Dietrich is showing a drive-through. There are some teams, don't worry folks, for those wondering about what has happened, and I'm not too sure if there might have been contact between maybe Abdulaziz and Baldwin, because Statsenko made the move cleanly. So Abdulaziz might have outbraked himself. Victor Nikolai going into battle with Darren King. Valentin Barrier has got Castorino in the 85. Just around the outside. There might be, I'm sure that our stewards will be hard at work. There's been a lot happen over the first, on to lap number 3 of this race. And I did say, didn't I, Paul, when we went live, get through lap 1.
Yes.
Well, it's more than get through lap 1, it's get through the first hour.
So, yeah, but you tend to see this sometimes. People are cautious on that first lap, and then as soon as they cross that start-finish line for the first time. Oh, as McCormack again, I think this has cut the dipper for a second time. What was that, Bladger? Sorry, no, it was McCormack, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm not making that up, right? Oh, no, it's a replay, is it?
No, that wasn't. No,
sorry, I'm getting confused because there's a Mercedes up ahead, so I'm getting very confused on what we're watching.
I'm wondering, that's Dennis Schoeninger.
Oh,
that's
of course
Dennis
it is, yeah, of course it is. Sorry, I've got completely out of place there. But yeah, so a second time we were talking about that in the Honda earlier on about the dipper, weren't we? About the engine being in the wrong place, and maybe that's come to haunt them a little bit. I'd be surprised if that's not 2 track cut warnings already.
Yeah, that's going to be marginal. I mean, Dara will be told by the rest of the team. He's got Tinko van der Velde and Brazil's Igor Rodriguez. Fidel Moreira was part of the crew last time out in the opening round, but McCormack now able, and McCormack's just put in the fastest lap of the race, 2-minute 1.520. No, Abdelazi in the number 41 Simware Pro by VDES BMW, currently sitting in P5. Right, what we're going to have a look at is we're going to have a look at what happened on the first lap. Now, this is Schoeninger coming through into the chase. Oh, just lock. Oh, now there's no brakes happening at all. I'm wondering if he's had a technical problem there, because that is uncharacteristic of unicorns.
That would explain why he pitted, because he clearly didn't make hit anything and no damage. Yeah. So yeah, just to oh, here we go. Abdelazi there with 25 seconds worth of penalties now, because done exactly what I said you shouldn't be doing if you've already got a 10-second penalty, is getting more penalties.
Yeah, there are going to be some penalties coming through thick and fast, because the race control are looking at them as we speak. We have got live stewarding as part of all 5 rounds of this year's professional trophy. But Dominic Blyer closing in on Dara McCormack. They're going through the dipper as we speak. McCormack looking a little bit closer, a little bit neater and tidier through to the walls. Blyer taking a little bit more caution coming through as they're going to head down in towards the infamous Forest Elbow.
You're the love of unicorns team. You've got to hope your man's got the pace at the moment to not get lapped, because once you start getting lapped, you've got to, you know, it's going to ruin your race, isn't it? At the end of the day, I mean, you're already amongst the pack, and you've got to try and let the other cars through without ruining your own race, which is a bit of a challenge, especially around here.
Yeah, they've just swapped over from Dennis Schoeninger to Bastian Richter. Richter, a known quantity as well, so I would keep our eyes on the number 14 car. They're going to have to exercise damage limitation on this front. That's what I see now. You know, after that disaster for Dennis Schoeninger, I'm sure they probably did a couple of laps just to scout how things were, and then may have decided, well, guys, it's not working. I'm going to have to get this fixed. Let's put someone in. Let's put Bastian in the car, and that's probably, and he's already put in a 2-minute 1.527. So, and Victor Nicolai, the number 33 car, has just put in the fastest lap of the race, 2:01.225.
That's just absolutely madness. He's only 0.3 back of Whitehead in P6 as things stand, but we're on board with Dominic Blagger in the Triton Racing BMW, which, as you rightly pointed out, we've got quite a few of those. We've got one in P4, P5, P6, P7, 8, 9, 10 and 11. So all keeping each other company as things stand. And Blagger will, you know, be trying to assess what's going on here and trying to think about making a move if at all possible. And here we are, we're going to have a replay there and see what happened to car number 8. And as you can see, we've got the slow unicorns of love on the right, and then it's just a little bit of love tapping. You know, it looked like there was more room on the left there to me, Alex. I don't know what your thoughts are on watching that back.
Well, Arnage competition and then number 100, I think we're actually in the back end of that. So, yeah, that's a difficult one to call. I mean, when Schoeninger, you know, came back onto the circuit, everyone's having to scrabble for traction, everyone's having to scrabble for tarmac, and it can be one of those things where it's luck of the draw. And unfortunately, you know, I think Arnage might have had nowhere to go on that one. But we have the luxury of not having to make that decision. You
yes, of course. You are absolutely right. But we've now coming up to the 10-minute mark, and yeah, the stewards fortunately have only had to hand out a couple of penalties so far. So
yeah,
that's a relatively good start. I mean, I know there's a lot of things in the spreadsheet, but that's because, you know, detected there's been contact doesn't necessarily mean that there's been something catastrophic that's taken place. I'm really kind of surprised how much grass some of these guys are taking at certain points around here.
Yeah, well, the first penalty is coming through. Arnage Competition get a 15-second time penalty for hitting the number 8 car in the rear and then contact with the number 42. We also have another penalty coming the way of SimWare Pro by VDES with their contact with the number 66 of James Baldwin from Veloce. It's a slam dunk, I think, there, because I noticed it when someone said, yep, damn Abdelabse was the response in chat. Yeah, goddamn Abdelabse was by Dio Moores in the Twitch chat. So I am keeping an eye on what people are saying. Don't worry, we are keeping an eye on your comments out there, folks.
I would say hello to the YouTube chat, but no one's written anything in there yet. So, so come on, guys, say hi. We're keeping an eye on these things, so we're trying to interact because there will be lulls at moments. There won't be a lot of action out of track as we're currently looking at Nikolai in car 33, and then we got car 41 of Abdeletse and a SimWare Pro by VDS. I gotta say, I like the livery of that car. It's kind of, I like the half and half cars. I've always been a bit of a big fan of that style.
Right, now you've piped up, Paul. They've started saying things. Alaric Enslin with Rocket Sim Sport has said hi. Mr. Moo 85 says hi, Paul.
Hi everybody, good to meet you.
Yes.
Yes. There you go. Well, that's how you get a reaction, isn't it?
Oh, Blyer's looking up the inside of McCormack through the chase. And McCormack has to drift wide and Blyer goes sideways, and that's allowed Statsenko Stapleford through. Oh, Blyer was looking racy. He had that opportunity, but I think he just dropped the ball there. McCormack managed to avoid it, but Blyer just got a little bit tail happy coming through the second half of the chase, and that's now dropped them down to P5.
Yeah, that could be a lot worse though, couldn't it, in the grand scheme of things? So, yeah, unfortunate. But pick up and go and get your head back into race mode, isn't it? Because I know what it's like. You make a mistake, and it's very easy to kick yourself while you're down. But that just distracts you even more for hitting those points that you need to make on the apexes and the exits and your braking that I was mentioning earlier on. So, I mean, look at these. I mean, look how close this pack of BMWs are at the moment.
That's ridiculous. What's even more ridiculous, I did say keep your eyes on Bastian Richter in the number 14. He's just put in the fastest lap of the race, 2:09.35. And the number 14 car currently sitting in 37th position at the moment, and has got a bit of distance to find. I think it's the best part of, just over 50 seconds to Hugo Kullo in the number 5 Audi. One of, I think, well, we've only got 2 Audis. We've got more Honda representation than we've got Audis on this round.
Yeah, it's great to have a couple of those out there and a couple of Hondas. We got a few AMGs kind of sort of hanging around at the back there, and then we got the max lap speed, so 287 kilometers an hour from the virtual drivers by TX3 car number 72, and that's quite a difference, isn't there, between P1 and P2 in that grid there. Looking at that stat, are you surprised by that?
I am quite surprised. I mean, 287 kilometres an hour, that's about just shy of 180 miles an hour. And that's going down Conrad Straight. That's what you like to call good old GT3 slipstreaming at its finest there.
Yeah, indeed. And because we didn't see that kind of pace, did we, in qualifying or practice? So that's got to be maybe a double slipstream or something, or a bit of a slipstream train, shall we say? Maybe, I don't know. We'll see if that's going to be bettered in the next 5 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, currently just looking at virtual drivers by TX3 currently sitting in 9th position with Valentin Barrier behind the wheel. Yeah, but this scrap here, 6th, 7th, and 8th, Whitehead, Nikolai, and King, and it's. I'm going to have to go. I'm going to do the meat in the sandwich vernacular here in a minute, unless Darren King decides not to spoil my fun going through into Griffin's Bend. It's the West Competition racing meat and the GTWR sandwich going up the hill. But all 3 of them are BMWs. But yeah, incredibly close between these 3. I think less than a second covers them at the moment.
Yeah, but they seem to be dropping back from the leading pack at the moment, so they kind of ideally want to work together, not make any rash decisions. As we look at Robbie Stapleford in the BMW G2 esports car, and you were talking about him earlier on during qualifying.
Yeah.
As it goes down into the dipper, those three BMWs that King is involved in, they just want to kind of like work together, not make any rash decisions, and because. And you know, like it's just under 6 hours to go. It's still very relatively early in the grand scheme of things, and these guys are falling back a little bit. I mean, it's only 1.7 seconds back, but that could get longer over the next few laps. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, we definitely will do. Considering the fact that between the top three, it's less than a second. McCormack leads Statsenko. There's Stapleford in third place. Abdulladze for Simware Pro by VDES, and Dominic Blyer for Triton, rounding out the top 5. And that's getting even closer still. I mean, that's ridiculous. After, what is it, nearly the first 16 minutes, top 5 covered by 8/10. I have never seen it that close in the initial fray of an endurance race. And if this sets the tone, you can now see, look, Stapleford looked on Statsenko, and Statsenko looked on McCormack through Hell Corner, as if to stick the nose out and say, just to let you know I'm here.
Just a little reminder, look at me in your mirrors, and but Stapleford's got a lovely little run on him here, but it is tricky to make a move. But is he going to go for it? No, he's just going to slot in behind and covers off. Statsenko covers that nicely off. Nothing too aggressive, and that's good to see. And also, no kind of like, some drivers, I guess it comes with experience, they try and force a move, and when you try and force a move, there's something that's kind of like a little bit unpredictable. That's where accidents happen, because the other driver's not expecting something like that. And I say it time and time again when I do commentary, Alex, it takes two to make an overtake work. When you see side-by-side racing, it's because they've given each other the room to make that happen, not just because one driver's decided to make a move. And that's what some people don't necessarily understand. You see it on social media and forums and everything else, whether it be sim racing or real motorsport. You have to give each other that respect, and you can see that's happening here, and that's really pleasing to see.
Yeah, 5 hours, 42 minutes and 20 seconds still to go. McCormack for Williams Esports continues to lead round 2. But you can see now Statsenko's getting very, very feisty. He's slotting in behind the wheel tracks of the 124 Williams Esports car. Now going through into the chase, one of the fastest parts on the circuit. Statsenko, is he going to launch it up the inside of McCormack? Thinks better of it that particular occasion. Stapleford and Abdulladze both late on the brakes. One of the good things I like about the fact from Stapleford is that he's using the two in front as a yardstick, as a marker. So like saying, well, if they're braking at 100 metres, I'll brake with 90 to go.
Yeah, that's it, because when you're behind another car, right, you start to learn where you're stronger, where they're weaker, and a lot of that is determined by the car you're driving, right, because they have strengths, but it also comes down to the driver as well, because you will feel more confident in a certain part of the track. So as they come up now towards the Griffin's Bend, I love it up cutting through Quarry Corner, Hollow, Someone part and all that. I don't like it when the dipper comes into play, right? And that's where I don't feel as comfortable as me as a driver. But the bit before that, I fly through that section. I love it, because it's like on the edge of your seat, kind of, you know, I'm living by my pants, so to speak, you know, like, because it's all about keeping that momentum, and great shots we're seeing here from the director. Absolutely fantastic stuff on the side by side there. And it, you know, and like they're doing now, they're trying to maximise the amount of space they've got as best as possible without causing any damage and hitting that barrier. And I love that, but it's here where I really struggle at this particular section of the track.
Yeah, it is a challenging one. Loving the picture-in-picture shot. Shout out to our producer Steve Proudly on the cameras, showcasing, I think that was from Abdulladze on the left-hand side of our screen. And then seeing the main picture-in-picture on the right-hand side. It was Robbie Stapleford there. So yeah, Valiance actually says one of the best and most challenging tracks for a GT3. Yep, just ask those people that have competed over previous years in the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours when they start at 6 o'clock in the morning. And at that point, it's completely and utterly pitch black. That's a completely different type of race. I mean, with COTA last time, we started during the daytime, went into the night. Now we're starting from early morning and going into the daytime. There is still a lot of work happening for race control at the moment. Things seem to have slowed down a little bit, but now, Darren, I think a little bit further up the road, I think there might have been a little bit of a look up the inside into Pell Corner. Not too sure if that might have involved Stapleford in the number 62 BMW G2 eSports car. There's Darren King still trying to close in on Victor Nicolai from West Competition Racing for 7th place up Mountain Straight.
We missed this, that Bastian Richer set the fastest lap of 2:01.2.
Well, his best lap so far is at 2:02 minutes, 0.935, and he set that.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
He set that probably the best part of just over 10 minutes ago.
I mean, that is a phenomenal amount of pace.
Yeah.
And he's currently down in P36 because of the incident that it had at the start. We think they had a technical issue. He's 45 seconds back at the moment from P35. Where do you think these guys could finish? What do you think? Where do you think they would have set the new bar to be? Because I'm guessing at the start they would have been like, right, we're out to win this. Yeah. Now it's kind of like minimise the damage. They've still got over 5 hours to go. If you were them, you'd be like top 10. Do you think that's possible?
I would probably say if you can get into the top 20 and score points, maybe bottom part of the top 15. You know, 6 hours they can change their strategy a little bit. You know, and obviously it might be a case of you can alternate. Looking at it from this perspective, when you have 3 drivers, you could alternate. So one driver to 65 minutes goes flat out, another driver 65 minutes flat out. Do that for the remainder of the race and just basically do it like a qualifying practice session. You know.
Yeah.
That could probably be where I've seen Unicorns of Love come back. I've seen them fight at the front. So if they get into the points, that's going to help them. If they get anywhere into the points, because now, ladies and gentlemen, we've changed things up through discussions with the teams behind the scenes here. We've actually managed. We've got a yellow flag out at the moment, so someone's had to come into a bit of a cropper.
Car 47.
Car 47. Okay, well spotted there, Paul. Car 47.
It's cleared. The yellow flag is cleared, so
okay.
We'll see. Well, we might get a replay to find out what taking place there. But look at this. The Sesco's right on the bumper of McCormack now, isn't he? He's really trying to apply some pressure. Honda versus Honda. Great to see. It's really is absolutely fantastic racing as they're going up to the top of the mountain.
Yeah, number 47, Yeet Esports with Max Frank behind the wheel. Mikhail Statsenko still pressuring Dharma McCormack, but McCormack has been doing, you know, I think I've worked with Dara, I've commentated on Dara many a time. We've got a replay coming up now, courtesy of Hoisingfeld. So this is from Yeet. This is at Skyline. And is there going to be a little bit of a touch the wall? There is on the left-hand side. And Pinball Wizard for the Mercedes AMG, I'm afraid, gets turned around. And luckily enough, one of the BMWs keeps out of the way, but there was a significant amount of front-end damage to that Mercedes AMG. It's right at the top of the hill. I did say about that sunlight, that peripheral vision, it's still just as blinding on the virtual world as it is in real life, Paul.
Oh, yeah, like I said earlier on, I still find myself kind of squinting at it because the detail is absolutely phenomenal and your brain thinks that it's real, which just goes to tell you how good the Unreal Engine really is. And unfortunately for the Car 47, they are in the pits and the leaders are coming round now. So if they don't get out anytime soon, the Yeet Esports car, they're going to be stuck in the mix and they're going to be blue flag to hell. So yeah, they want to hope that they can get out sooner because there is a bit of a gap. There are a couple of packs forming around the circuit as we head towards the end of the first hour.
Yeah, just coming up to 25 minutes completed. There's James Baldwin. That'll be, is that the number 14 that they've just got past possibly? It's Bastian Richter. No, that's Leon Otoki in the number 4 car, and that was for position. And Otoki's gone wide. Not too sure if there was a slight touch.
There was a little bit of contact there. I don't know how the stewards would would feel about that. Maybe it was a little bit aggressive, but I wouldn't say it was untoward or anything. So,
no.
But I'm sure that that would have been detected, and the stewards will give their opinion. But it's really good to see a lot of no further action on a lot of the reviews that have been done. I can see that car 28 was handed a warning for half spinning 22. I didn't see that coming up on race control.
That was WPS, the 28, and that was on Rocket Sim Sport. I've just been keeping my eyes on social media, predominantly Twitter. Jardier, best tweet so far, live with "I don't even want to be here," 6 hours of Mount Panorama, smiley face emoji, and he's got the biggest clown style grin on his face of the Honda on his main screen on his sim rig. Brilliant. It just we've got so many great characters in this championship, haven't we, Paul?
Oh yeah, there's some great characters. And Jardier, I've had the pleasure of talking to him myself, and I think I've said this multiple times. He's the kind of the happiest man in sim racing, and even if you hit him and take him out, he's still happy, and that's what you want from people like him. And it's great to see some fantastic names taking part in this series, and which we'll hope to see them at the penultimate round, or the final round even, at the SimRacing Expo, which I'm really looking forward to meeting people there. I'll be there myself.
Indeed, as will I be. Mikhail Statsenko still very close on the back of Dara McCormack. We did see a little bit of an attempt through the chase, or Maximilian Shea for WPS.
Well, that is going to flag out, sorry, for car 28, which we've just cut to. Maximilian Shea, with the WPS racing team. So, looks like they got away without any damage, though. That's quite nice.
Yeah, WPS, they were quite quick, actually. They got into the top 5 at COTA, and then Dramas, I think they got a penalty, and then dropped down the order. But yeah, I mean, I did see a bit of an attempt from Blyer. Tried to do that move that he did earlier on McCormack, on Abduladze. Used quite a lot of the inside curbing, but still managed to get through. Yes, that Senko's really ramping up the pressure. I mean, just over 2 tenths as they're going through McPhillamy Park right now. And look how Statsenko, how close he was to the wall, chasing down McCormack as they go through Skyline.
It's absolutely fantastic. I can see he backs off a little bit there, just prior to the dipper. I'm guessing that might be because you get a little bit of aero wash in these cars, and he doesn't want to cause himself any too much of a challenge with the aero there. But Stapleford is I think he's bringing himself into this. He's not looking too far back at the moment. I mean, he's half a second. That's absolutely nothing, and he's definitely up for the challenge within this top 3, which is great to see. And Abduladze, 1.4 back from these guys, just kind of a watching brief, I guess. I mean, it's hard to overtake here, isn't it? So are some of these guys just thinking, right, okay, let's see what we can do in the pits, see what we can do strategy-wise. Some of these teams will have people, running the numbers, so to speak. Not to the same level that we have in Formula 1, where they have probably about 10 people trying to determine the best strategy to take. But here we are, car 28 under pressure.
That's Maximilian Shea, actually. That was trying to go around. That was the number 49 car that I think they've just gotten past. I think that is the number 96 just behind the BMW, which is Wild Things Racing by Colex GG. Battle for the lead very much up for grabs, because it's not just 2 Hondas, it's also a BMW, because
he's right up, isn't he?
Stapleford has got an absolute run on the 2 in front. So, and through that intermediate, less than 2.5 tenths, covering the top 3. Up the hill we go, we're riding on board with Robbie Stapleford, the BMW G2 Esports, so close to the left-hand wall there. They're going to go through Sulman, then into McPhillamy for the run-up to Skyline. And now that sunshine is going to be right in their peripheral vision, but just look at the composure from Stapleford, going down into the dipper, now into the S's. Kieran Prendergast's dad asked what position is Rocket Sim Sport. Luckily enough, they're currently 22nd at the moment, with Luca Burke behind the wheel in the Mercedes, but Stapleford ever so close as they now filter their way out of Forest Elbow onto the straightaway, and I think this is where the BMW has the advantage in terms of straight line grunt here, Paul.
Yeah, I think you're right. You can see that gap. He's in the slipstream of the two Hondas there, and he's ever so slowly catching up. He's 0.1 back as things stand in my live timing. He's going to have a little look in the mood because, let's be honest, McCormick. Oh no, there's a spin there from Saskensko. I can't believe that. Oh, and I don't think it was contact. It didn't look like it was contact. I think it was because he took a different line, because it looked like he thought about making a move on McCormack, which then kind of gave Stapleford the opportunity to think about making a move on him. And that is the danger that you find, is that you are one moment you're the shark, and then the next moment you're the one being eaten.
Yes, Statsenko was actually looking towards the outside of McCormack going through the chase, and that is precarious, and that's why the car might have run a little bit wide coming out of the corner. Then all of a sudden, it opened the big barn doors open for Robbie Stapleford. We're going to actually have a replay. Actually on board with Statsenko, so we're going to get a driver's view perspective. So coming down through the chase at over 280 kilometres an hour. McCormack pulls to the inside. Statsenko to the outside. Now, McCormack knows he's there. He just loses it. He just loses the back end, turning into the apex.
Yeah, just try to carry the same amount of speed that you would if you take a tighter line, and unfortunately, as we've touched on already, the engine in these mid-range cars is in the wrong place, so it can unbalance you. Again, I mean, like, the silver lining is no contact with another car, no damage that we know of. So he could. I mean, he's in P9, he's 1.7 back from barrier in P8. There's still time to claw that back.
Yeah, indeed. I'm going to echo a comment by I'm crashed by the BTW, but honestly, all the content creators, streamers deserve the uttermost respect. It's hard enough to drive on a competitive level without talking all the time. I found that out from Jardier firsthand. He said it's absolutely difficult because the first thing I want to do when I finished a stream, you know, the girlfriend might want to have a chat with me, the dog might want to come and play. I just want to chill out. That's how hard these drivers are pushing over the course of you know, multiple different leagues that are happening through SimGrid, through LFM. As McCormack goes very wide.
Yeah, he got a little bit of the wobble on. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
And now Robbie Stapleford on the end of lap number 16 takes the lead of round 2 for BMW G2 Esports. Yeah, McCormack had a little bit of a wobble. I'm not too sure if the tyres might be slightly going off. You said about mid-engine, rear-wheel drive, the engine slightly in the wrong place. That can attribute sometimes to more tyre wear on the rear tyres, whereas the BMW, it's got a bit of an even keel because you might be spooling up the rear tyres, but you've got more weight on the front end, so it's allowing it to brake easier and turn in on a tighter line, as there's Anke in the 911 car trying to go past Team Rocket's Luca Burke.
Yeah, and hitting the curb there, nicely keeping it out of his fellow driver. So here we go, we're riding on board in the Huskerfeld replay, and coming down into the same corner of the previous lap, and just, yeah, look, just loses the rear end, but just goes off onto the grass, and a great kind of move there by Stapleford to kind of, again, move over and to become a little bit of a lawnmower-esque, I guess, and make the move nicely and clear. And again, no actual contact, but I was going to say, and I don't know why I didn't say at the time, but when we pointed out that Stapleford had caught up with both Hondas, the question that ran through my mind was, is that one of the reasons why people don't choose the Honda? Like, does it have a kind of a shorter shell life on the tyres perhaps, and towards the end of the stint, those that have chosen the likes of the BMW, as where it comes to the foray, you know, it comes to the front.
Yeah, I think also with the fact that the car, you know, McCormack's now trying to close it in on Robbie Stapleford, and McCormack got away with it, whereas Statsenko now sitting in 9th place, had a bit more of a tail-happy Honda, so I think it's mainly, it could be the stability under, you know, significant braking distances, like, say, they've just come through, you know, come through the exit of the chase off of Conrod, and that's probably where the BMW's a bit more easier to control because you've got all that weight, engine, gearbox, over the front axle. It's allowing Robbie Stapleford to brake a bit more stable in a straight line, but behind, look at the battle for P3. Abdullah side by side with Blyat, coming down the start-finish straight into Hell Corner. And Blyer runs wide, Absalante through, and it looks like there's a few more. And now Bastian Richter has the rig fastest lap of the race so far, 2 minutes 0.935 on the graphic you just saw on the right hand side of your screen. But it looked like Whitehead and Nikolai wanted to join Blyer in a bit of BMW M4 rally crossing there through Hell Corner.
Yeah, seen that a couple of times from other drivers as well, but McCormack seems to have gathered himself. And you can see that he takes a slightly wider entry up into the left-hander there, and the BMW has got him in close company. Abdelazi now is up into P3, which we just saw on the move. So be interested to see if that gap comes down. It's now around about 2.4, as we can see McCormack there in at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Going back to Stensko, Stensko even, is that gap that we saw between P8 and P9, it's opened up ever so slightly. He's not really making any gains, and here we are again with the, there we are, we've got 2 cars now reaching 287 kilometers per hour. Car 72, which is the virtual drivers by TX3, and car 62 is BMW G2 Esports. I'm guessing less petrol on board, fuel on board, and you know, a little bit more speed, and using that slipstream to the best of their ability.
Yeah, it was Stapleford having a double toe courtesy of McCormack and Statsenko before Statsenko lost the back end through this particular corner through the chase. There's Luke Whitehead closing in on Dominic Blyer, who seems to be I wouldn't say the term struggling. I think it's just losing a little bit of pace. Victor Nikolai for West Competition Racing, they've done a brilliant job. Actually, they were P2 in the opening qualifier. We had the 2 qualifying races at Donington Park and Monza, and they were P2. And it's an all-Romanian crew with Sebastian Apostol and Dragos Simeon. So, you know, they've ridden, and again, that's Darren King that's gone rally crossing through the exit of Hell Corner with Valentin Barrier and Mikhail Statsenko. Yeah, there is Marco Bischoff from Kramer Racing, who the only team that actually decided to go for a Porsche and got a lot of love in the chat. I'm not seeing so much of that at the moment.
There was I just saw a brief yellow flag for Martinez, car 53. He was currently down in P27. I don't know if there's been contact or something's happened there, but I'm sure we'll find out. But it's relatively quiet on the grand scheme of things, would you say? I mean, I can see actually it's possible spin between 53 and 222. So 222 is driven by Haas at the moment. The only Audi, oh no, sorry, one of 2 Audis that are out there. So yeah, I'll let the stewards review that.
Yeah, Florian Haas are behind the wheel of that car at the moment in one of 2 Audis. The other one is being driven by the number 5 STL Esports race car. It's got Hugo Colo from Belgium behind the wheel of that one. But yeah, you know, we're getting into the close to the, I can't believe this, well, 38 minutes of a lap. So we're going to go on to another replay powered by Hoisingveld. This is down the hill. This is going to be, I think, yeah, that's one of the BMWs. Just loses it big time and narrowly, well, just cuts across the gravel. Thank you very much, and passes the barrier. That was the, it was a 60.
It's a 53. 53.
That was Geek, yeah. Geeks Energy
one
Sim.
I pointed out. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for that. That's the Geeks Energy Sim Racing car. They've only got 2 of the car. They've got Geeks Energy Sim Racing Black in the number 17, which should be running. That's run by at the moment Julian Fox, currently down in P30. But Luke Whitehead starting to try and close in as Nicholas Anker from FTW. Closing in on Luca Burke from Rocket Sim Sport. This is heading down into the chase. 9:11 on 22. But Luca Burke, a very fast driver in his own right, has got Kieran Prendergast and Alaric Enslin with him. But yeah, Nicholas Anker trying to put the pressure on. That was very close between them through the final corner there, Paul.
Oh, it was, and I'm so used to seeing Luca Burke in a Lamborghini. I've commentated on him quite a few times over the years, and that's the car I tend to associate him with. Based on that, I mean that's not necessarily a true reflection. I'm sure he's driven all the cars, but under a little bit of pressure here and taking the inside line. So he's like, well, if you want to overtake me, you're going to have to go the hardest way round. But then he cuts back, doesn't he? Nicely, tries to get the drive out. But that, as you touched on earlier on, the Mercedes has got good drive out of those corners, hasn't it? And you can just see that under braking, the BMW is there. We look back on the rear wing of Luke Burt, car 22. But then the Mercedes has good drive, and as I touched on earlier on, it is tricky to get past here. You are trying to apply that pressure, reminding the driver ahead, hey buddy, I'm here, and try to distract them. And Mike, if Luke Burt does run wide before the dipper, I tell you what, that is just shows you how on the edge maybe he might be, just to stay ahead at the moment.
Right, I've just seen a noticeable development that Mikhail Statsenko has pitted the 149 Honda. That is a big development. Mikhail Statsenko for Yaz Heat in pit lane. And that has dropped them quite a significant way down the order from what I saw. I'm just trying to find out where they are at the minute. Or
33, according to what I'm seeing on my screen. P33.
P33, okay.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting development.
Yeah. Is it strategy, or has something gone wrong? We'll have to try and see if we can get the people out there to find out for us and report back, or somebody in chat might know what's going on.
Yeah. Good to see my good friend Mike Yao saying, been a long time since he's been in a Lambo since being in a Lambo from Rocket.
but that's why I associate him with. It's
exactly.
Very hard. It's but look, I mean, 18, just under 19 minutes, over 18 minutes until the first hour is done. And as we're looking at Dominic below there in P4, car number 10 in the BMW there for Triton Racing. I mean, was at one point a little bit higher up, but he's keeping it out there. He's represented. He's doing well, and the guys ahead are not that far up the road. I mean, the leaders are just a little bit ahead, and you can just see them, can't you, in their vision. So and we're not seeing any ridiculous moves where it's professional, and that's what you expect, right? That's why we're in this professional trophy.
Blyer actually set a personal best, 2 minute 1.197. He's going around the outside into the chase on Abdulaziz and gets through before they even hit the apex. Neatly done there. Blyer had been measuring Abdulaziz for a numerous amount of laps and decided, well, if I can't get him on the inside, I'm going to do him around the outside, and he's done an M&M. Well done, Dominic Blyer, but Abdulaziz will not let that one go. But I'm just keeping an eye on... Yeah, okay, right. Change for drivers at Yaz Heat. Angel Inestroza has now taken over from Mikhail Statsenko just after the 42-minute mark. So Inestroza actually quite handy at the GT World Challenger America's Esports finale. Actually out-qualified Chris Hartfeld and won the category for silver in that race. But then Abdulaziz, you can see here going through into Griffin's Bend, right on the tail of Blyer, but Stapleford has got McCormack closing in a little bit. The gap was just over just under 7/10. McCormack's just trying to eke into that gap, but I mean, we're probably going to not see pit stops, I would say, maybe until we hit the hour mark, because they've got to do 65 minutes minimum. Blyer into the... that was Abdulaziz. That was Abdulaziz hard into the wall, and that was coming into the approach into McPhillamy. He got away with that one to the 41.
Yeah, he did, and already a man with 25 seconds worth of penalties. Doesn't want to have any much more time to add it on to that pit stop, because they're gonna fall back. I mean, we've already seen what's happened to Yaz Heat after they've pitted. Yeah. And that's a standard pit stop. To be now down all the way down in P32. I mean, I know everyone else has got to pit, so that will hopefully even itself out. But living on the edge there.
They definitely are. I think another team that's looking to be living on the edge at the moment is Gridfinder Racing in the number 8 car. And this is the guy's real name, Tristan Bollwinkel. That is his true name. That's one of the drivers in the number 8 car. Gridfinder, I know Tom Bunty, who's one of the guys that actually started Gridfinder itself. But there is the number 8 car. in wonderful looking livery on that number 8. I love the fact that how creative these drivers are, well, the teams are with regards to their liveries. Very much zebra-esque there. Not to take anything away from BS competition. But yeah, I mean, some great liveries all round, would you say, here, Paul?
Oh yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. I do love seeing the designs that people come up with for their cars. I was wondering who car number 8 was. I got distracted a moment ago, but because I saw them come out of the pits as I was taking a little look at at James Baldwin myself, and I noticed that they passed the Mercedes as it left the pits. I was like, oh, they're pitting early. So yeah, a little bit of a different strategy, and maybe that's what we're seeing from Yas Heat as well. So get those tyres up to temperature. If you can find a bit of a gap out on track, get those tyres, because it will take a couple of laps to get back up to speed after you put some new boots on. So why not try and break the mould and do something a little bit different? It might pay off, but then again, it might not.
Yeah, indeed. Victor Nicolai still hunting down Luke Whitehead. The gap at one point was over half a second. Whitehead is now 2.2 seconds behind Abdulaziz and the number 41 Simware Pro by VDES car. So this is a tasty scrap we've got here. I'm also looking a little bit further back. Amadeo Casarino and the number 85 car closing in on James Baldwin. Those two cars, Baldwin now up into 11th. Good recovery after what happened earlier on with the contact between the 66 and the 41 in the first 15 minutes of the race. But yeah, Nicolai really putting Whitehead under pressure. I've known Whitehead for a number of years. I still remember when he was racing on World Pro Racing quite a couple of years ago, Luke Whitehead, and now running with GTWR RHG Academy. He's definitely improved as the years have gone by. He's partnered the likes of Hamada Adquizi, the Moroccan, on H3 Racing in years past, but now has really started jumping to GTWR like Darren King has done as well. There's quite a few drivers in that stable that are really showing some great improvements over the past couple of months.
Yeah, it's lovely to see. I'm just keeping an eye on car 14, the love of unicorns, and just setting the pace. I mean, it'll be interesting to see where they come back to at the end of this race, but they are the quickest car out there at the moment, and I think it just kind of epitomises why they were in P1. They've got some talent in that car, and then because of the pit stops have started to take place, they're now up to P32, and they're 8.5 seconds back from P31, which is the Yas Heat team. So car 149. Yeah,
indeed. We haven't got Tobias Pfeffer actually partaking in this round, like we did in the opening round at COTA. But yeah, Dominic Plyer getting very, very close to the back bumper of that Honda NSX of Williams Esports. Dara McCormack going through the dipper, then through the S's, heading through in towards the iconic Forest Elbow. A total of 23 corners here at Mount Panorama. Circuit opened back in the late 1930s. And the highest point is 862 metres above sea level. Steepest grade one in 6.13. And with some of the cars, like the Repco Australia Supercars, they're pushing over 300 clicks down, going into the braking zone. But Flyer's really got a good run on McCormack at the moment, as Stapleford now has nearly 1.5 second lead as we're fast approaching what's going to be the completion of lap number 24.
Stretching his legs ever so slightly, isn't he, as things stand? And when we were on board with Blyer just a moment ago and looking from his view of McCormack, I just kind of sort of sucked some breath in, because I just saw how close McCormack was to hitting the wall. And it's like that every single lap. You've got to be on it, and on it. And a slight distraction, somebody talking to me, I'd be off. I'd be on that wall. So, and don't forget, as they come towards the end of the stint, they're going to be talking to their teammates, and their person trying to get them checking how the tyre pressures are, looking at the track temperature, which is now 27 degrees. So that's warmed up a little bit, and I'm sure we're only at 8 AM local time, so on the server. So it's going to get warmer still. So we're going to get into the 30s, I'd imagine, temperature-wise on the track. So some things they have to kind of start talking about now and not leaving it until the last lap of the stint. So, and you know, talking about what their strategy is going to be, you know, and what stint times people are going to do. So, interesting stuff as we got 10 minutes of the first hour remaining. Alex, that is flying by.
Not half, Paul, not half at all. It's can't have Adam and Eve it, to use a bit of Cockney rhyming slang right there. But yeah, it's been great so far. You know, we've started to settle into a significant rhythm. You know, the drivers have now got themselves into a point where they feel comfortable. The car's in the grooves, it's working well. But still, the way that Robbie Stapleford has been pulling away from Darren McCormack, having taken the lead around about 8 or so laps ago, has made all the difference. The BMW really showcasing its top-end grunt, but for still McCormack to be there as the leading Honda. The next place one is James Baldwin for Veloce down in 11th position. Abdulaziz has gotten away, I think, with the biggest code brown so far, hitting the wall coming out of Sulman and into McPhillamy. But now we ride on board on the back of Darren McCormack's Honda NSX GT3. And look how close Dominic Blyer is there, Paul. He's in striking distance.
He is indeed, and we'll be trying to gauge it. Gives a little bit of a flash there, I think I saw a flash in. He goes to move on take a move on the outside, because we've got the right hand at the end of this straight. And oh, I tell you what, that was close. But he's tried the cut back again. I've spotted that a couple of times from these guys. They try and take a slightly different line to the Honda, and look, under braking as well. Look, I mean, look, Abdelaziz there also having a little bit of a sniff, and this is the problem, right? So one moment you're the shark, next moment you might be the prey.
Yes, indeed. It's one thing being the hunter, it's another one being the hunted altogether. But Dominic Blyer really putting on the pressure onto Darren McCormack for what is second place on the road. Great picture-in-picture once again we're seeing here as they're coming down the hill. This is going to be close to the walls, as we could just see. McCormack was so close to the wall. He's even nipped the grass there, and he's managed to get away from Dominic Blyer. That mid-engine rear-wheel drive combination is epic through the corners.
Oh yeah, but you can see under the brakes there, I think Blyer there just sort of ate that back up a little bit. Obviously, you do get, of course, a concertina effect, of course. But what was interesting is when you were talking about Stapleford kind of opening the gap. The previous lap, McCormack and Blyer had actually gone fast in Stapleford, but that's now switched around again. And Stapleford is, you know, is regularly 0.2 faster a lap at the moment, and just sort of not a vast difference, but enough just to kind of, and as McCormack has to sometimes look behind him because he's got Blyer applying pressure, and then Blyer's got Abdelaziz a little bit further back as well. Stapleford's going to use that to his advantage. I mean, the gap's now nearly 2 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, very, very, very true. Well spotted there. But yeah, this three-way scrap over what is second position. As we see a little bit further back in shot, both Whitehead and Nikolai have pulled away from Darren King in the battle for P5. But yeah, these three have been literally inseparable. I don't think you could even put an A4 sheet of paper across the three of them, and you'd still have room to spare at the moment as they go through Griffin's Bend. McCormack was very close to the wall. Here's Wojciech Lukacek in the Carbon SimSport number 90 car, getting in between Luca Burke and Nicholas Anker, who have been over the last few laps battling away over, what was that, 21st position, but Luca Burke still holding on to that place for the moment. But yeah, Carbon SimSport having to fight back, and now it's started to lengthen. That was very close to the wall there for McCormack, going through Sulman and through into McPhillamy once again. They are just literally, they're going through that at a ridiculous amount of speed. I think probably the best part going through Sulman Park north of 200 kilometers an hour is Blyer. I'm not too sure if he might have had a little touch with the wall there, did the number 10, but he's managed to close up to McCormack for second.
Yeah, it was really, the car kind of sort of moved in an unusual way there. I think it might have been the line that he decided to take. It was slightly a little bit off the normal line, but as you say, he might have come towards. It was so quick, it's very hard to see actually what happened there. But Blyer then, I mean, look, this is the point where you can see the overdrive now from that BMW, but because he meets him right into the right-hander, and the Honda's parked so brilliantly that he can't utilise that overdrive. So, and now it's kind of like the conversations I'm sure will be taking place. Right, we've obviously got more pace than McCormack or the Honda at the moment. Do we pit? Do we go for the undercut?
Yeah, it's always going to be that 50-50 call, and what they're having to deal with is back marker traffic, which is going to make it even more interesting in terms of the strategies that these drivers are going to have to instigate, because it's never easy. It's never easy when you're having to work on the fly over the course of an endurance race, especially of 360 minutes. That's a total of 6 hours, as we're just under 5 minutes away from hitting the first 6 of the race being completed here.
Car 71's in the pits, which then puts the Unicorns of Love into P31, so that'll mean the Yaz Heat guys will also move up as well, which they were already ahead, so they're in P30. So we'll start to see a few more teams over the next few minutes. Oh, what a beautiful onboard shot that this is, on board with Laia. Look at that.
That is on the front. That's that. I think that might be through. That is the front splitter. Actually, yes. that's the brake duct on the front bumper of that BMW M4. That's actually right-hand side, lower part of the front grille, I think.
Yes. Oh yes, I would agree with that. But just I love an onboard shot like this. It's look how close he gets under the brakes, and then the Honda puts its power down and squirts up the road just a little bit. And considering earlier on we were questioning, weren't we, about halfway into this hour?
Yeah.
Are the Hondas, maybe it's a period where the Honda is just a little bit unsettled. It seems to have found its pace again, doesn't it? It seems to have settled down.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you there. I mean, the track temperature's still at 27 degrees Celsius, track and air temperature. So, yeah, and here is Dominic Blyer being pressured by Abdulaziz in the number 41 car, the Simware Pro by VDES, which will be one of 8 cars that will have to serve a 10-second 10-second penalty on top of their pit stop. And it's insult to injury as well for Abdulaziz, because the Simware Pro car has got to serve 25 seconds before that car can be worked on.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm going to be interested to see where they filter out. And as we've seen from other teams that have pitted early, they've fallen way back. And of course, the gaps are going to open more as the race goes on, because there are teams that are going to be faster than others at certain points. And here we are. I mean, Steve's really spoiling us with this view. Look at that. Beautiful. He's a filthy man. But yeah, if you're them, you're going to want to extend the stint as long as you can, right? Because the longer that stint goes on, the more you would hope that it will help your pits. That's right, car 72 and 85 and 90 are in the pits.
Yeah, so that's Carbon Sim Sport. 72, that's Virtual Drivers by TX3. 85, that's Racing Point. So as you were saying, we were just waiting for those first sets of pit stops to start coming through. I think we're going to have we're probably going to have a swarm in the pit lane very, very soon, because we're coming towards we're coming up to a minute and a half to go until the turn of the hour, and then they'll have a further 5 minutes before you'll probably see the next set of drivers coming in.
Yes. So as I said, I mean, do the team behind car 10 decide to pit a little bit earlier and try and get the undercut in place? I mean, because just pitting on the same lap might just mean that you're going to come out in the way that they currently line up. So it's a tough call, really. Maybe the next lap, because then the full hour is then done. I mean, they've got 65-minute stint timers. That's the word I'm looking for. So they've got a little bit to play with, but we are doing 2:01, so there's only a couple of laps extra they can do on top once the hour's ticked by.
Maximilian Shea going very, very close with Florian Bauer. That's between WPS and Corvana. Corvana, one of 8 teams that are going to have to. Well, that's 2 of said 8 teams that I've mentioned that will need to serve a 10-second stop-go. Luke Whitehead and Darren King for the GTWR cars now in pit lane from 6th and 7th respectively. still Blyer and Abdulazzi trying to close in on McCormack. Stapleford's lead at one point was nearly 1.8 seconds. It's now down to just under a second and a half.
Yeah,
it is a second and a half because McCormack was over a tenth quicker. Stapleford out of the top three was the slowest out of them, 2 minute 1.762. That Honda seems to come alive in the latter part of the stint, and I think you spotted that earlier, Paul, that the Honda, you know, has that little bit of a mid-phase blip, let's say.
Yes. And I think you might better drive through it. There might be the times. I quite like, when I first started driving ACC, I drove the Aston quite a bit, and I always, for me, I found around about between 30 and 45 minutes of stint, something the Aston changes for me, and then it's suddenly bang on again. So, you know, we try to make these things as realistic as possible. So maybe it is the characteristics of the way that, as you pointed out earlier on, you know, it's a mid-engine car, it's rear-wheel drive. You know, it just has to go through a certain phase, or maybe it's a case of the driver adapting to how the car is handling, and you have to do that live. I don't know. I'm not really sure. But Blyer then into the pits, following McCormack. So here we go, P2 and P3 into the pits. So we'll keep an eye on how they come out there. And when we're looking at James Baldwin now, car 66, currently in P8, goes round to do another lap, and you know, been kind of making his way back through the field after the earlier incident that we saw. So for those of you who probably might not have been here, but he had a bit of contact, I believe it was with Abdulazzi, car 41, yes, in the BMW. So that affected Mr. Baldwin, unfortunately, and put him back a little bit. So a man showing a bit of pace and making his way back up to currently in P6, I believe, or P7. No, that's the wrong car. Even ignore me. My leaderboard's just doing weird things to me at the moment. In P8. Thank you very much. Somebody's telling me. Right, I shouldn't be responding to that either. Right, so Stapleford then currently still leading the way, showing some real pace, and as Alex pointed out a moment ago, you know, got the lead up to around about 2 seconds, but that would slowly come down to 1.4, 1.5. So, and here's a man I remember, Tinko van der Velde from the qualifiers. I recognise this name in the Williams Esports Chill Blast, car 124, also in a Honda, currently P7.
Yep. Yeah, taking over from Dara McCormack, who started for Williams Esports. Seems like it's a little bit of love for Mr. Berdelay in the chat.
Look who's behind, though.
Oh, Dominic Blyer. Oh, well, Dominic's decided to do a double stint, so
yeah,
he probably said to the rest of the team, yeah, just leave me in for another stint. I'll just do my max time. And he has a little touch with the right rear. That was coming through McPhillamy as they go through Skyline, down into the S's and into the Dipper. It's just look how calm Dominic is. It just baffles me every single time. You're surrounded by, you know, a computer that's you know, that is having its, you know, its GPU, its CPU, its, you know, the heat sinks running in overdrive and all that kind of stuff. And now we're going to see that the top 5 are in. So Stapleford, Abdulazzi now having served 25 seconds. Looks like the 888 of Racefield, who also had a 10-second penalty. They have swapped drivers.
Stapleford is in as well into the pit, so the race leader is in. So we'll see if he double stints or whether they hand the car over.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see where the car 41 turns up now. You know, with those penalties there, where are they gonna be?
That's going to probably put them towards, I would say, maybe towards the bottom end of the top 15, give or take. Stapleford pits and rejoins and that's Isaac Price now taking the lead, taking the wheel of the number 62.
Abdulazzi is a team still in the pits as things stand, so falling down the order. I'll keep an eye and let you know where they're now moving. So yeah, they've served their penalty, and yeah, you were right. Top 15 looks like they're coming out in P12.
Okay.
We'll wait for the live timing, just for the first live timing line just in case, but yeah, it looks like where they're going to be.
Okay, well, I think what we need to do now, we're nearly 65 minutes into the 6-hour race here, and let's go and have a look at some of the highlights from the opening hour of the second round of the ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by Simracing.GP. So at the beginning of the race, dramas for the points leaders, Unicorns of Love, straight on at the chase for Dennis Schoeninger, and they have been on the comeback trail ever since. Currently running at the moment in what will be 30th position. More dramas a little bit further back. Grid Finder, Arnage Competition, and the number 42 involved in a redress coming out of the chase, and with the number 100 picking up a time penalty later on. Further dramas for Yeet Esports this time as the sunshine shone its way onto Skyline, hitting the wall, pinballing the Mercedes AMG into a spin 180 degrees towards the S's and the Dipper. More dramas for Mikhail Statsenko in what at the point was the second placed 149 Honda NSX of Yaz Heat. Into the chase behind Dara McCormack from Williams Esports. The back end of the 149 Honda would touch the grass and go sideways, allowing Robbie Stapleford from BMW G2 Esports to get through into second position. Later on, however, Stapleford would mount an assault that Dara McCormack from Williams Esports could not counter-attack. Into the chase, the Williams Honda went wide, allowing Stapleford to go around the outside in the number 52 BMW G2 Esports on lap 16 to now take the race lead of round 2 here at Mount Panorama. A little bit further back, the number 52 car had its own strife a little bit further down, coming through into the chase, and the BMW got a bit of a tank slapper, did a bit of a rally crossing, and rejoined on the exit of it. So you rejoin myself, Alex Goldschmidt and Paul Glover here in the commentary box as we are on to 4 hours and 53 minutes still to go. And what a drive so far by BMW G2 Esports, Paul. Isaac Price now behind the wheel after a great display from Robbie Stapleford.
Yeah, great first stint there from Robbie. Good to see. And let's see if they can keep the pace up. I was just, while you were going through the highlights, I noticed that the Gas Heat team, car 149, had a yellow flag at one point, and they lost it just before the Dipper, and did clip the wall. So we'll have a little bit of damage on that car.
Oh, yeah. So they're going to be driving with a bit of a wounded animal, as now Dominic Blyer trying to get past that. Looks to be possibly the 22. No, that's the 42 actually, as it just came into shot. That was Brabham Esports.
27's currently off track at the moment, causing a yellow flag. So we'll have a look at how Dominic Bly got past Tinker there on the Huskenfeld replay. A nice overdrive there. I mean, you were saying earlier on, Alex, about the pace of the BMW, and there it is for all of us to see.
Yeah, indeed. The number 27, I think you just mentioned, that was Sasha Glatter behind the wheel of the Venari racing car in the 15th place 27 Mercedes. But yeah, the overspeed from the BMW in comparison with the Honda, and now Dominic Blyer has Isaac Price from BMW G2 Esports in the 62 in his crosshairs. They're going up the hill. They've just gone through Griffin's Bend, now heading in towards the cutting. And things have calmed down. I mean, I remember from the first hour of round 1 at COTA, the first hour was absolutely manic. I've never seen a race control team or race director team be under the cosh by so many incidents. I think it was like 78 incidents in the first hour. And so far, touch wood, in the last hour and 9 minutes, we've had about half of that, about 40 incidents that have been looked over by race control. So everyone's now gotten into the rhythm. It was like the first round last time out a month ago, Paul, was about the teams feeling each other out and seeing how things were going. But now we're getting into a real good stride, and it was about that first few moments of the race here at Mount Panorama that would showcase how strategy was going to dictate how this professional trophy was going to go.
Yeah, and it's about kind of knowing what the stewards' limits are, and because you read the rules in paper terms, but actually what that transpires to meaning can be something entirely different. I also just saw that car 87 just caused the yellow flag as well. So there are some drivers just having a little moment, which is going to be expected around a tough track like this from time to time. And as you say, relatively clean. I mean, there's a few bits of contact, but that's just sometimes just rubbing is racing. There's nothing necessarily particularly malicious about some of these, but Unicorns of Love up into P29 now, so making their way back through. And just like to point out, Yaz Heat, car 1.9, are back in the pits.
Oh, that's Angel Enestrosa in behind the wheel of that car. So it's not been an easy day for Yaz Heat. We're going to go to another. Right, this is now car 87. Oh, sideways, and manages to keep it out the wall. And great work there by the car that managed to keep it on the inside, but the 87 managing to reverse backwards, and that was going through one of the tightest parts of the circuit. So we're going to find that over the course of the next few moments how quick. Now Isaac Price has been closed in hand over fist by Dominic Blyer. Now I've noticed that James Baldwin has been replaced by Jardier, who's gotten behind the wheel of the number 66 Honda. Gap has been coming down. It was 9.5 tenths. There is Isaac Price. There's Dominic Blyer. They're going to go down Conrad Straight. So Tobias Kronwald now behind the wheel of the number 14 Unicorns of Love car, currently sitting in P31. There's Isaac Price in the bottom right hand corner of your screen. Gap now 8 tenths. So we're heading into just over an hour and 10 minutes. A little bit of a kick up of dust from the right rear coming through the exit of the chase. To Murray's corner. There's Dominic Blyer, still holding on to that second position. At the moment, Triton Racing currently sitting in 4th in the standings. BMW G2 Esports currently 14th in the points. They were battling away with Beaver Grease Racing for, at that particular time, was the final couple of points paying positions, but we've extended that to the top 20, with the top 20 teams getting a share of a €10,000 prize fund when we crown our 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by Simracing.GP champions this coming December at the Nuremberg Messe in Germany. Paul, what's been keeping your keen eye at the moment, apart from this battle up front?
The fact that the grid finder team are back in the pits again.
Oh.
Car 8 down in P32 currently. So they're back in the pits, and you quite rightly pointed out that they pitted very early in the previous stint. So yeah, we'll see if they get moving again. I'm sure they will, but we haven't had any communication to understand what's going on. But that's something that I've observed. But Jardier now is also out there as well in his Honda, so let's see how he copes with that machine.
Indeed. So David Michael for Renvelden, Orlando Heads was in the thick of things. Actually had a big old moment in the last 20 minutes at COTA, nearly putting the 71 Audi at that time. They've switched to BMW. They're closing on. That is number 17 just up ahead of them. That's one of the Geeks Energy cars, one of two of them that are running here this weekend, one of which not competing due to illness. That was the number 35 car. As all, it's handbags at Dawn's right there. Bit of paint swapping coming through the exit of the chase, but Michael will have the run on the number 17. That is of Leppit going out of the chase, and there's also another car coming through. That looks to be the virtual drivers by TX3, number 72 car that has also got through because blue flags are being waved.
Yes, and side by side into turn 1. As you said, a little bit of rubbing there, wasn't there? A little bit of paint swapping. So, and this is it now. We're starting to enter that territory, haven't we, with blue flags, and that creates a whole nother level of challenges, especially if you catch a slower car or through the faster section like here up the top of the mountain. It's the braking zone and the dipper, and you know, to be honest, nowhere's a great place to catch a car unless it's straight. So,
yeah.
And as we know, you know, GT racing in real life is not like Formula One. So we got a penalty there for car 222. 15-second penalty for contact with car 149. That's the Yazheat car. That might explain why they went back into the pits.
Yeah, that's the Dart Esports blue car, crew of Attila Dina, Mark Gassner and Nick Balzer, coming under the strife, coming under the ruling hand of race control. So yeah, that just goes to show how distinctive, how quick our race control can put those penalties into place. So alongside Florian Hasser.
Yeah, no messing at all. Here we go with a replay. So on board then, I think, which Honda was this?
This is 149. This is the Yazheat car.
Yes. Well. Can't say much about that, can you really? I mean, look at the damage on the windscreen there. That's quite some impact. I believe we have an interview coming up shortly as well with one of the drivers, which is really great to hear from somebody that's been out in the event so far. So, joining us, I believe, is the one and only Robbie Stapleton. Hello, Robbie.
Hello, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing very well. How about yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. That weren't a bad run. That weren't. So I'm doing good.
Alex.
Yeah, well, firstly, you know, the BMW's had the edge on the Hondas. You know, first of all, Statsenko made a mistake going through into the chase, and then you got past Dara McCormack, but you know, you guys have led for the best part of just over 20 laps. The BMW, always a favoured car for you guys at G2. How's it handling round here at Bathurst?
Oh, it's great. Pretty much just damage limitation, and we stayed out of the way of them all when they was all crashing at the start, and then I think towards the end the Honda's tyres started to go off, and I kept mine nice and smooth, and eventually McCormack made a mistake, and I just went around the outside of him, and then just kept the position and just kept cool, and we're still in the lead. So.
Yeah, I was going to say, how's that new necklace, by the way? Because I took Mickey out of you on social media earlier on this week.
It's good. I ain't got it on at the minute because it's been like threading my t-shirt, but it's been good.
First world problems, that sounds like to me, Robbie.
That definitely does. But obviously, you guys, you know, you had you guys had a difficult time at COTA last time out. You know, finishing 14th. But to me, at the sharp end of the field is somewhere where we would characteristically see. I mean, Isaac's got his hands full with Dominic Blyer at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, just a bit, but I think even if we let him go, we know we've got 3 strong drivers. I don't think their lineup's as strong as ours, so even if he goes now, I think we'll be able to get by him towards the end anyway. So.
And when's Mr. Crossland getting in?
That would be Talon, but I think
You think next. I like how misdirectional that was, Robbie.
Yeah. It was non-committal, wasn't it, Alex?
Completely non-committal. That's what we like, not giving any strategy away. But Robbie, all the best of luck to you and Isaac and Charlie for the rest of the race, mate.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Good luck. That's Robbie Stapleford there joining us, Alex. I mean, you know, he kind of called it a mistake, didn't he, by the Honda? You could argue it probably was, but we also were kind of questioning whether it's because the Honda's not necessarily as kind on its tyres. Yeah,
I mean, when you've got a car like the BMW, the front tyres are going to take a lot. You know, they're going to get scrubbed a lot more, especially under straight line braking. Whereas the Honda, you know, you got that little bit more depthness when it comes to the agility. It's like, as a bit hot in front. That is West Competition Racing. Tasvinza Hacker just losing the back end, and that allowed Darren King to get through. Now, Felix was actually competing in the GT World Challenge Esports America finale actually this past week. I think finished in the top 10 quite easily. But yeah, just lost the back end. That was coming through one of the most one of the places you don't really want to have a squeaky bum time, or as I like to put it, a Code Brown moment, because Felix would be like thinking, why on earth did I make that mistake? Because it can happen.
Yeah, because it can end up being pinging off another wall, can't it? The other side. So you kind of get a double whammy of misery, so to speak. So, but we're kind of in that period now. You tend to find this in endurance racing. The teams were all very kind of closely knit. There are penalties. We have a look. So we have a look at this now into the dipper, and I think clips the curb there, which unsettles the car.
Yeah.
So actually, I don't think has taken on any. I mean, he's lost a position, but he's not going to be carrying any significant damage there. So really, again, I mean, silver lining. There's one to take from there. But yeah, what I was going to say before the replay came in is that I completely forgot what I was going to say before the replay came in. So there we go. It'll come back to me at some point. But Steve's really done me up there. I can't believe where I was going with that. But
yeah,
he
did you up like a kipper right there, Paul.
He did. He absolutely ruined me. But that's when you're live, right? This is it. You try to say these things live, and it's a challenge. I mean, I can talk for the best of us at the best of times. So here we are, David. Is it David Pertile? You're very good at pronunciations, I have to say, Alex.
Oh yeah, well, Adam put me in my place about that one last time. Pertile, I think, is probably correct. Okay. But yeah, the Racing Point fans have been screaming for some screen time of the 85. I think there's also been some love being shown out in the chat for Simulation Esport, but there is they're currently running in 12th position. Running behind that is the number 68. That's oh, right, Adam D, this one's for you. Beaver Juice Racing. I've got Grantas Carecas behind the wheel. It's an all-Lithuanian crew. And they were third in the second qualifier at Monza, but they gave BMW G2 a little bit of something to think about at COTA when they were battling away. And currently at the moment, Beaver Grease Racing a P3 in the qualifier standings. So all teams have, yeah, that's exactly what, yeah. John Wilson has just said, what, Beaver Juice? Yes, Adam. When Adam comes on, when I'm gonna say to him, please use the right team name. Don't start throwing. I mean, I threw something completely left field last time, but David doing a really good job. Karekas, Shermatinsky for the 888 car. There's two cars from Racefield. Yeah, Shermatinsky, quite a good young peddler. I was talking to Adam about this when myself and Lewis McGlade we were commentating on the GT4s at Alton Park, and Ivan used the good old Chevy Camaro GT4 that was actually developed by Reiter Engineering, and he made it look like a high-vis, look like a highlighter. Both Lewis and my retinas were scarred for life.
Just seen, we just been informed that Dennis Schoniger, he's written he had a mechanical problem with his brake pedal, which is now totaled, and he's going to drive to a different location and climb in a completely different rig to see if he can continue taking part in this event. So one, I mean, that's very fortunate you have access to another rig to compete, but two, that's dedication at the utmost, isn't it?
All I'm going to say is remember Simon Pagenaud, Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual, having a one sim rig that he just like literally plugged in and jumped into the other, like literally just swapped it all around. 30 seconds later, he's back on the grid. So that just goes to show how resourceful these teams are. John Wilson's making a John. It was not Beaver Juice. It's Beaver Grease is the actual official name, and I'm not going to mention what you've just put in YouTube chat as your suggestion for a team name. My goodness me, that's just going down a deep hole I'm not going into right now.
Yeah, you're dangling, dangerously there, I think, in chat, John. But but thanks for the content.
Yes.
So just again, some more information has just come in. So car 62 did 31 laps, and cars 10 and 124 did 30 laps. So and very tiny gaps between their pit stop times. So something to keep an eye on out there. And but I mean, what I remembered what I was going to say earlier on, and that is, if you look down the board now, the gaps are kind of spread out, and we often see this after the first round of pit stops, because getting a pit stop right in ACC, I find, can be a little bit challenging. And also, some of these cars, as we know, had penalties, whether from prior to the race for the driver roster mishap, or for anything else. And so it kind of, after the first round of pit stops, it opens up a little bit. Grid 5, the car 8's just been involved in some kind of incident. I saw a yellow flag. I've just taken a look at them, and they were moving very slowly just before the dipper. So I can't see they got any damage quite yet, but be an eventful race for them, because as we pointed out not long ago, they were back in the pits. Yeah,
I've also just seen there has been a warning given to car 87, that's the SGP, and SOP entry. They've been given a warning for not holding onto brakes. That was for something about 15 minutes ago. But Dominic. So we're going to have a replay now of the what happened to the number 8 grid finder car. This is coming up the hill, heading in towards Sulman and McPhillamy. Watch. Oh, just loses the back end. Oh dear. Front end gets a wallop. Thank goodness it wasn't a pinball wizard there, because otherwise Roger Daltrey would have been right all over that.
What a tune that is as well. Well, absolute banger of a song. If you don't know what that is because you're too young, go and check it out. Yeah. But yeah, that could have been a lot worse. At least the wall pointed them back in the right direction. So again, silver linings. But there's clearly a battle between Van der Velde and Hassini. So that's the one of the closest gaps out on track at the moment. That's the battle for P3. But we're also, I can see there's a bit of a battle for P27 at the moment as well. But the battle for the podium is definitely hotting up for P3. But here we are, we've got Tobias Gronwald in the Unicorns of Love, car 14. I mean, P27, I mean, that's making nice, steady progress with just over 4.5 hours to go, Alex. I mean, we asked the question, what can they do to get back? And they're answering that, aren't they, really? We're making nice, steady progress.
Well, I'm looking at the times of 10 cars in front. Luca Burke, 2 minute 2.5 in 19th. You've got the 911 car. That is the FTW Racing Team, Lewis Fleischer behind the wheel of that. 2 minute 2 dead on the nose. Evan Marion for the number 49 car. That's Burst Esport, 2 minute 2.9. Florian Hasser, 2 minute 3.3. David Martinez for the 53 car, 2 minute 2.4.
Sorry, I'm going to cut across you. Hosini's trying to make a move on the 124 and on Van der Velde, but Van der Velde covers the line very, very nicely. But again, that BMW overdrive really shining strong against the Honda at the moment.
Yeah, Hosseini, everyone's favourite Iranian. I still remember when he used to be on a wooden desk with one screen and then have the steering wheel attached to the desk. And pedals. Now he's got a full get-up. Now that he's with GTR,
he's even more dangerous than he was back in the day.
Oh my God, fathers! I still remember SimGrid. He was putting the wind up so many people's sails. There's the Flying Dutchman from Williams Esports, Tinker van der Velde. Great character in his own right. Only joined Williams, I think it was early last year. There's been so many great drivers that are coming to the Williams Esports crew, but look at Hosseini just absolutely putting the pressure on. He's trying to do the old Nigel Mansell dummy. Is Amir Hosseini as things stand? He's looking one way, then he's looking the other. He's getting a bit close to the walls there, Hosseini. He's just got to be a bit more patient. Just try and not let that adrenaline flow through his veins too much that he spanks it into the wall like the grid finder car did a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, a very aggressive style, I think. He just knows how to attack, doesn't he? Amir, so a name that many people watching this will be very familiar with, and as you say, started back in the day with you know, not much of a rig, but then, you know, I started out with again you know, a wheel attached to a desk, and then upgraded to a cheap rig, and then eventually upgraded that a few years ago. So and that's the best thing about sim racing. It's a bit like building a PC. You can go cheap on some parts, and then you can upgrade as time goes on and your bank balance allows. So and as we all know, expensive equipment doesn't necessarily, you know, mean more pace. So it does honestly come down to talent. But yeah, Van der Velde, I mean, ever since got in the car, was under pressure from Price, and succumbed to that BMW, and has got another one doing the same thing now. So you know, what a way to be introduced to the race, you know, immediately under pressure.
Like being thrown to the wolves, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got some similarity. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're going to lose any limbs, but yes.
True. Yeah, very, very true indeed. But Dominic Bly is still leading the race by what is now nearly 2 seconds up the road. But yeah, still good that we've got Tinko van der Velde being chased down by Ahmed Hosseini. Darren King rounding out the top 5. That's Vinzo Hacker. And then we've got Bischoff in the 977 Kramer entry, being followed by Maxime Chassé from Virtual Drivers YTX3, Jardier from Veloce, and Racingfield's Ivan Shermatinsky rounding out the top 10. But still, what I'm really liking about the fact is that the Hondas are giving the BMWs grief.
Yes, and I like that too, because they are the plucky underdog. Yeah, and everybody loves an underdog story, don't they? I mean, remember the Mighty Ducks? I mean, you know, that was that was an underdog story, wasn't it?
That was indeed. I remember when those films first came out. My sister used to be mad crazy about them back in the day.
Well, you know, everybody loves exactly. You know, it sells. An underdog story sells, right? And Van der Velde here, he's doing a sterling job. I mean, he has, as I said, as soon as he got in the car, he was under pressure from Price. Unfortunately, he succumbed to that. As we've got some onboard pedal view. I don't know whose pedals they are. I'm guessing this is Amir's, as we're on board with him, and I've had that confirmed to me, which is fantastic. And yeah, I mean, you know, it makes me look simple when it comes. I mean, it just look at that trail braking. It's decent from Amir there, and that's something that I'll be honest, I do struggle with. So I do practice, but yeah, never quite get it where I want to be. And when you do get trail braking bang on, you understand why people practice, because there's time to be gained. It's all about carrying the most speed as possible when you hit the apex of whichever corner you're at. So yeah, fantastic.
I love the immersion that you get, you know, where you get all these really intricate angles in real life motorsport, but then with sim racing it just gets blown up to another stratospheric level, and this is what I love about attention to detail. So hats off to the team behind Assetto Corsa Competizione, you know, Kunos and 505 Games. They've done a fantastic job, and you know, just to see from that perspective rather than seeing like a foot cam of a driver actually having put like a 720 or a 1080p camera by their feet, so like to see what they're doing. You're actually seeing how it's working real time in the game as well. But Hosseini is not giving up this chase for third by any stretch.
No, and I think, you know, if he got past Van der Velde, it's not any slight on Van der Velde. I think he's got more pace. You know, you can see that by how, but it's then trying to make that move cleanly for whatever, you know, and that's what you need to try and do. So and then down in the bottom right hand corner, we've also got the battle for P6. So that's Tanzvinza Haka. I'm terrible pronunciation, so apologies everybody. Car 33 and car 977 I'm going to go with. So I'm going to try and not offend anybody. So typical Brit, terrible. Alex is putting me to shame with his pronunciation. So but yeah, Amir, as you say, you know, applying some pressure. Will Van der Velde crack? I mean, we've seen it before with the as the stint goes on. you know, sometimes the rear end of that Honda does some funny things. Will we see a repeat of that? He asks.
That is the 64,000 Australian dollar question that really needs to be answered. But oh, right, there's a three-way scrap here. Slashki, Glatter, and Fleischer all battling away. This is this is Fleischer battling away, I think, with Sasha Glatter. Oh, it's getting a bit close to the walls. They've got a Mercedes up ahead.
Is there a blue flag in there as well?
There is a blue flag. There is a blue flag there, so this is the genuine battle for P18. Whoever's in front needs to get out of the way. That is probably one of the Geeks Energy
as well on that car in
front. That looks to be one of the Geeks Energy racing cars, as Louis Fleischer going side by side through Conrod Straight into the chase on Santa Glatter, and I think the overspeed of the BMW has possibly made it through. He has. Well done, Louis Fleischer, to get through on Sasha Glatter. That's going to be a definite change for 17th position. Apologies for me for mentioning Slashki there, but who was actually 9 seconds up the road. You see, even I make mistakes as well. I'm not prone to making, you know, I don't mind making a mistake.
You know, I think that's the commentator's life, isn't it? Is that we are having to talk these things in. I mean, I've got I have to count them. I've got 4 monitors in front of me here, and I still struggle to get some things right because you're kind of trying to talk but also read information at the same time.
Oh, hang on, dramas. I've just heard Amir Hosseini might have just had a disconnect. That is drama for the number 21, and he's in pit lane.
He is in
that
pit
has completely changed things.
Oh my. Oh, that's unfortunate. Showing great pace. So it looks like I'm seeing that Luke Whitehead, I think, is now in that car. I know it hasn't updated on the live time on the left because I don't think it will until the live timing, but I think he's taken over the car. Unfortunately, as we know in ACC, and for those of you who don't, when there's a disconnect, your main driver has to join the car first. And they're sadly falling down the order the longer they stay at a standstill, and I'm guessing that's because the game's going to penalise them for that.
Yeah.
But that is unfortunate. Here we are looking at Harry Phillips, car 96, the Wild Things Racing, currently in P14. Chasing down Durkop. I don't know how you pronounce that.
Durkop. Yeah. It's just an E. Well, that's the thing. Being part German, normally.
I wondered why you were so good at them. I knew there was something. Anyway.
The funny thing is, Paul doesn't know this, but I'm actually the European Road Tax Trophy Euro Trophy commentator, and I deal with about 20 plus different nationalities, and I have to go wandering around and asking.
Right, how you pronounce things. Yeah, and the problem is I get told these things, but my mind doesn't remember them, so I'll say them right for like the first 10 times, and I'm back to the incorrect pronunciations once again. But yeah, here we go. So this is the battle for P13. Nice close battle. BMW chasing down a Mercedes. Where have we seen that before?
Oh, I wonder. Yeah, but no, I have to give a shout out to one of the team actually at Wild Things by Colix.gg, Denise Pope. Very well known for livery designs, and I have to say there is a little bit of a rainbow flag on the back of that BMW I've just noticed, just underneath the rear wing. There is Harry
nice
Phillips.
Touch. Very nice touch there.
But yeah, Harry Phillips battling away with Durkop. It's a reverse of what happened previously, because the number 4 car hit dramas at COTA, and now it's the number 14 car having dramas here at Bathurst. It's funny how things become like an ever-perpetuating circle, don't they?
Yes, yeah, they do, and it's a bit like when you're watching football. They often say, you know, things even out over a season, and it's kind of the same in racing to some degree. It's not necessarily that straightforward. It's a bit like with penalties, right? When somebody gets taken out and the stewards come along in whatever event and apply a 15-second penalty, it's never really gonna match, you know, what the other car has potentially lost. It's never, but over time you hope that it does kind of even out to some degree. Oh, here's a livery that I like. We've not seen this car before. Car 11.
Oh,
yeah.
That is actually the well, what I know as the Vipperman Racing Crew, and a name I recognise as well, Yura Petrichenko, in a lesser spotted McLaren. Haven't seen what... I thought there might have been another car, and I forgot the good old Woking swoosh. And there is Yura Petrichenko there. Trying to battle away. That is with the number 163. That is
a little bit of the old McLaren livery kind of nod to it, hasn't it? You know what I'm saying?
It has. It has,
isn't it? Yeah.
Definitely.
That's why I like it. I'll be honest. Yeah. Oh, that's got to be my favourite livery so far, I think.
Yeah. Shout out to Denise Pope. She's just jumped into the chat and she said there is indeed a rainbow flag. Thank you very much, Denise.
Thank you, Denise. Thank you for joining us in chat. It's good to see. Yeah. Now, hello to everybody in chat, those new and old. You've been with us since the start.
Oh, Geeks Energy. Geeks Energy wanting to see the battle for 21st position. I don't know if we can switch to that very, very shortly, but Yura Petrichenko battling away. That is with the 163 of Christian Colagrosso from Team Ballas Esports B. And that's for 30th on the road. There's Lukaszek. And then the 222 of Florian Hassa. And then there's... right, okay. I know why they've said that, because the number 53 Geeks Energy Sim Racing car, piloted by David Martinez, running the good old BMW Motorsport livery on that car. Oh, as Florian Hassa hits the wall, going through Solomon Park and the 222 Esports Blue Audi as they go through Skyline. Temperatures now have increased. You weren't far off, I think probably past 9 o'clock on the server time here, Paul. We're going to hit north of 30 degrees Celsius, but at the moment it's 29 air, 29 track.
Yeah, it's warming up. Last time we paid attention to the track temp, I think it was 27. So, and as I said, when the teams are going to be talking about their strategy, they would have been discussing the tyre pressures. As we all know, it makes a difference here. I'm keeping an eye on Florian Durkop because he's trying to make a move up into the mountain. He does. He makes the move up. So I've got that on my other screen. So I'm sure we'll get a replay of that. But yeah, makes a move. Lovely. The Unicorns of Love on the Unicorns of Love car, would you believe? So they've fallen down into P. No, I've got that right. No, they made a move up. Sorry, that's what I'm talking about. I'm getting confused. So they made a move up. So yeah, and then we got David Martinez, as you said, in the BMW Motorsport livery. Good to see just a standard livery. We've got a Mercedes ahead. We're a little bit of bumper damage. I think they're being blue flagged. So here we go. Here's the move that I was just talking about. So the Huskenfeld replay there for you. So car 4 is ahead at this point. And makes a move on the right-hand side. I thought they were going to have a coming together, but it forces the Mercedes wide, and there you go, slips up on the inside there. So solid move. Not an easy place to make an overtake either.
No, Griffin's Bend. I've seen drivers actually try and go around the outside. It's a bit like Sunset at Kyalami, where you can try and go up the inside. It's easy to do it that way, but if you try and go the long way round. So take about Harry Phillips in the 96 Wild Things by Colex.gg BMW. Great move by David Martinez on Florian Hassa, who's got, I think that might, well, I thought might have another car behind, but Florian Durkop trying to close on him once again. Between him and Harry Phillips, the gap is less than 0.3 of a second. This is the battle for 13th position. As we're getting a bit closer, there's Florian in the bottom right-hand corner of your screens right now in the slipstream. These cars will be pushing probably the best part of nearly 250 kilometres an hour into the approach into Griffin's Bend, which they're coming up to right now. Here into the fast right-hand sweeper. They'll drop about 100 clicks, exit out of the corner, put the power down, whilst trying to navigate their way through between these very, very claustrophobic walls here at Mount Panorama. But great to see that the battles have been very, very professional. Everyone's been giving each other enough racing room to get through over the last 45 minutes here, Paul.
Yeah, it's pleasing to see. As I said earlier on, you know, it takes takes two races to make a move, and Florian then trying to get that place back from Harry that he so unduly kind of, you know, made a real good move there, and fortunately for Florian, he had to run wide. He gave him no choice, but a very important position gained. It's kind of the first time I think we can say since the start of the race where the Unicorns of Love team had a bit of a technical issue. It's the first time they've had a bit of a step back rather than a step forward. So yeah, Harry should be pleased with that move.
Yeah, definitely, but Dürkop still trying to close on in, going through the fastest part of the circuit over 280 kilometers an hour. Hard on the brakes now into the chase. Dürkop trying to go around the outside. He's going to grass track it. He's going to do a Valtteri Bottas. He's cut the grass, and that's allowed Harry Phillips to escape into the distance.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of moves in there so far today. A couple of spinners in the Hondas, and we've seen a couple of moves from BMWs, but just didn't get the Merc slowed down enough to kind of keep it on the black stuff. So, but he lives to see another day.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
But it's kind of I've noticed that Petruchenko is putting Kola Grassol under pressure for P30. So the number 11 McLaren that we were looking at earlier on is probably the closest gap out on track at the moment. Bar these two, it was a little bit close obviously a moment ago when Florian tried to make the move. But and I can see that car 8 is back into the pits.
Oh, grid finder.
Yes.
They have definitely got a coming out of left field strategy right there, and that's still kept them in what is it, 35th position. And yeah, I've just kept an eye on the number 21 GTWR Go setups car. Luke Whitehead behind the wheel, now currently sitting 28th position, 3 positions behind Tobias Kronwald from the number 14 Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, so Petruchenko in P31. We're seeing, there's still the Unicorns of Love with the fastest lap time of the race so far as well. So that hasn't shifted in some time, has it? I don't know if we'll see that. If we'll see that beaten as the track gets warmer.
No, I would think
not.
No, I mean I would probably think, you know, we're now, you know, two hours on this server. Track temp has increased by, what is it, the best part of, it was 25 when we started, it's now increased by 4 degrees Celsius. So the cooler air actually helps the tyres. It also helps the air induction for the cars themselves, especially with the turbocharged engines, but naturally aspirated engines. You know, when you're going up and down hills, you know, sometimes there's a little bit of an opportunity for maybe that the turbos, because of the air induction is fed into the engine at tens of thousands of RPM. Natural aspiration sometimes can struggle on hotter temperatures as we go back to the max lap speeds. No change really. So you got Virtual Drivers by TX3 and BMW G2 on 287 kph apiece, Beaver Grease Racing on 286, Triton Racing 285, and Unicorns of Love, the number 4 car, 284. So only a 3 km an hour discrepancy. And still it's Bastian Richter in the number 14 car that has the fastest lap of the race, 2:09.935.
So I think Shermatinsky is going to come under a bit of pressure soon from Caracas behind in the 68 car, and that is the battle for P9. I actually thought that at one point Shermatinsky might be catching up Jardier Honzik in the 66 Honda. But that doesn't seem to have materialised. So I was trying to keep an eye on like the last lap times for people and just see who's showing the pace right now. But the leader is the quickest driver out there with doing 2:01s.
Yeah, I've just been keeping an eye on what you were saying about Shermatinsky and Jardier there. Jardier actually quicker by at least a tenth and a bit on Shermatinsky. But then Honzik loses. I think that's where the Honda seems to be a little bit susceptible, because when you come out of Forest Elbow and then you go down Conrod Straight into the chase, there's a lot of top speed required there. and the Honda doesn't have the legs like the BMWs do, so there's a little bit of a disadvantage. When it's in the twisty stuff, it's absolutely mustard, but when you get onto, you know, trying to push over 270, 275 kph down Conrod Straight, I think that's where the Honda will struggle a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely in the final sector where we are seeing the Honda being susceptible, but when it's got no car around it that can challenge it for the top speed, you know, over a relatively lap time, it's got some pace, right? And but yeah, I mean, like I say, I think Shermatinsky, I thought he was going to challenge Yardier, but Yardier's found that pace. But Caracas is the man I think we need to watch, moment, as we're on board with the 68 man for Beaver Grease Racing. So currently in P10, 10, and we'll be looking to snatch off P9 if he can.
Yeah, I mean, what's been great from the because the Lithuanians are very, very good friends with the Ukrainians. They're running a Ukrainian flag tribute once again, like they did in the opening round of the season, but it's more in the colours of. Hence why you see the letters UKR just by Beaver Grease Racing.
Yes.
So they're showing their support. I've got friends within the Lithuanian karting community who are showing their support for the Ukraine, and a big shout out to Beaver Grease Racing for doing so. But battle for P9, Shermatinsky definitely under salvo fire from Caracas. So yeah, gap was just under 3.5 tenths between them, getting closer and closer. Can you believe this though? We're nearly at the end of the first third of this race, Paul.
No, I say this every time I do a commentary. It just, you know, like right, you know, you kind of like sit down in front of the, preparing for the day. You got to get your stuff done. I got my shopping done, other bits and pieces, you know, real life stuff that has to get done before I sit down and do the commentary for today. And I'm like, oh, I've got to do 6 hours of commentary, or you know, a few hours of commentary for a 6-hour race, and. Yeah, so I always forget how quickly these things go. I mean, I've done a 12-hour all by myself before, and that flew by. So I can talk to anybody. I can talk to even to myself most of the time. So yeah. Oh, here we go. We got Dominic Bliger there trying to get past back markers. The back marker hopefully seen him and going to let him past. But yes, I think so. But that's going to, you know, slow the leader down. But like I say, I mean, he and Price last time round were both on 2:01, so it'll be interesting to see with the traffic now what that does to his lap time. So yeah.
Yeah, actually, Dominic Blyer set the fastest final sector of anybody in the race, 27.030. Caracas doing a personal best of a 2-minute 2.180 was nearly 4 tenths up on over 4 tenths up on Shermatinsky. Look how close he is now, less than 2 tenths out of Forest Elbow. Battle for 9th place as there is Grandes Caracas. Great shot here coming out of Forest Elbow down Conrod Straight, and look at the overspeed. It doesn't matter whether it's a Honda in front, an Audi in front, another BMW in front. That general overspeed of the M4 GT3 is supremely powerful. Caracas looks to the outside of Shermatinsky, heading into the chase. The 888 of Racefield still stays ahead for the moment. Now they're going to head down towards the 23rd and final corner, Murray's corner. Before they go through, Caracas just sort of like moving from side to side. Alaric Enslin, BMW goes brrr. You know what, Alaric's such a character, and you know, the funny thing is that over numerous times I've actually commentated on him when he's been in races, and South Africa sometimes do have the power cuts from time to time, and Alaric has not fallen, not through his own faults, but he's had a power cut whilst racing. And that can happen, but it's Wiz Motorsports said, great broadcast setup, lads. Thank you very much, Wiz Motorsports on YouTube. But still, this battle for 9th position, Shermatinsky putting the car where he needs to, and Caracas is just trying to put the pressure on.
Yeah, and as we know in all multitudes of racing, oh, I'll tell you what, oh, Sherman Skinsky there would look like was so close to that wall. I wondered if he might have just scraped that a little bit, but it's easier to catch someone than it is to pass. I mean, you know, talk about being obvious. Talking about things I probably say every stream that I do. It's the truth, but now it's kind of showing that patience, that urge to make a rash decision, rather than, you know, to try and gain a position, but do it smartly without ending your race and someone else's.
Alaric Hensley, brilliant comment here. Can confirm we live in the early 1700s where we have to use candles every week. Hope they're scented, Alaric. Right, 4 hours, 5 minutes still to go, and here comes a run from Karekas up the inside of Shermatinsky through the exit of Conrod straight into the chase. Shermatinsky, have to give him credit where credit was due, just for keeping it planted round the outside, but Karekas for Beaver Grease Racing through into 9th position.
There we go, using that pace that we've seen over the last few months, few laps even, to good measure, and up, as you say, into P9. Now can he take that and go over, get up to the one and only Jardier Honzik, and who's about 4.5 seconds up the road.
Well, if he can start pulling laps quicker than Jardier, which Jardier is currently just done a 2-minute 2.490 in the Veloce 66 Honda NSX GT3. And Karekas that time, whilst he was battling away with Shermatinsky, did a 2-minute 3.225. But when you're in the throes of battle, that time isn't what you're going to be concentrating on here, especially with the strategies that we have in place, with Robbie Stapleford definitely giving us a keen eye of how not to give you not give your strategy away, be completely what's the word I'm looking for? Got it now. See, that's my old age sleeping in there. Paul.
Yeah, well, it makes a difference that it's not mine. So
I threw myself under the bus there.
Yeah, it's but sometimes you're kind of like, oh, I've got a good story to tell, and then you get the words out, and then you get to the end, you're like, what was my point again? Yeah.
It was like the one you were trying to make earlier on, and I think it was, 20 minutes later you remembered it.
Yes, exactly. It'll be one of those. So yeah, it'll be one of those. So yeah, all good stuff. Jardier, as we know, great sim racer, great esport racer, great YouTuber, great guy all round, and already maybe we'll need to start looking behind him a little bit, because I think at the moment Shermatinsky might have the pace on him.
Right, more cars in pit lane now.
Oh yes.
Tazavinza Hacker for the number 33, Maxime Chausset for Virtual Drivers by TX3 now in pit lane. So that's West Competition Racing. Dominic Blyer firing that twin turbo V6 powered BMW M4 GT3 through Skyline. Now 4.7 seconds up the road from Isaac Price from G2 Esports. Tinker van der Velde from Williams Esports rounds out the top 3. Then it's the number 38 GTWR Esports 2 car of Darren King that rounds out the top 4. Great run by Kremer Racing Esports with Marco Bischoff behind the wheel. Jardier now up into P6. Karekas for Beaver Grease Racing in 7th. Racefield Shermatinsky. Then we got Bykov for Simware Pro by VDES, and then the number 85 of Team Racing Points, David Partele. So, well, I think we're about to turn to the top of the hour. Paul, I know we're going to see you a little bit later on in the broadcast, so thank you very much for joining me for the first couple of hours so far, buddy.
No, absolutely brilliant. Thank you for getting the pronunciations on point, unlike myself. So it's been fun to do my first stint with yours truly.
Brilliant. And now, as we're about to hit the end of hour number 2, Adam D, are you with us? I hope he's going to be with us.
I am. Good afternoon.
There he is. Good afternoon. So
well, I'll say good afternoon. It's more pushing towards evening now, isn't it?
Well, good afternoon, good evening. We could actually say good morning because of the server time. You never know. But Paul will be rejoining us for the last few hours of the broadcast once I jump on off the broadcast, and we'll rejoin Adam. but we're getting up towards the first couple of hours. What are your thoughts so far?
It's been full of action, that's for certain. And I think it's been really interesting to see the variation in how the cars have performed as time has gone on. Clearly, the Hondas were very quick over one lap and at the beginning of the race. But then the BMWs have really come to the fore, and it's kind of interesting seeing that back and forth between different cars, and it's a slightly different dynamic to obviously COTA, where it was pretty much Audis all the way through. So yeah, it's a really nice little extra dimension, and obviously we've got a couple of cars that are normally right at the front that had problems early doors, that we're watching them slowly come back up through the field as well. So plenty to keep us entertained for the next 3 hours and 59 minutes.
Indeed, and with that being said, let's turn to the highlights. What has happened so far here for round 2 of the 2022 ADAC SimRacing.GP Professional Trophy? Well, we have had some thrills and spills along the way, as we saw with the number 50, with one of the cars, which was the number 53 of Geeks Energy Sim Racing, doing a bit of Ken Block, or maybe a bit of Travis Pastrana through the gravel just coming off of Conrod Straight and getting into the path of Arnage competition. Triton Racing, we're still on the hunt to get into the lead of the race, and at some point it was only a matter of time before Dominic Blyer would get past the likes of Tinko van der Velde from Williams Esports in the 124 Honda, coming through the exit of Conrod Straight and into the chase. The number 87 car would have a little bit of a drama at the top of the cutting, not holding onto the brakes and getting a warning from race control. But it was this incident here that really took the wind out of the sails for Yaz Heat in the 149, as they got a tap from behind courtesy of the 222 of Dor Esports Blue in the Audi, and the Honda would end up with significant front end damage coming through the chase, narrowly being avoided by the number 42 car. That was a Brabham Esports. A little bit further up the field would have seen Felix Hacker from West Competition Racing losing the back end of the BMW and allowing Darren King to get on through for a position at the top of the hill. Also, Gridfinder Racing have been through the ringer here at Bathurst this weekend. It's coming through. Out to McPhillamy, front end, pinballing the car into a beat 540, but managing to rejoin into the pits and being overtaken around the outside by the 124 of Williams Esports. A bit of further dramas coming down Conrod's, coming down into Mountain Straight. This is going to be Harry Williams from Wild Things Racing by Colex.GT up the inside of the number 4 of the Unicorns of Love 2 crew. Three hours, 57 minutes and 38 seconds remain. It's Alex Goldschmidt and Adam D here in the commentary box. And Adam, we had a wonderful little chat just before we went to those wonderful highlights. Big shout out to our producer as the leader now pits in after what is going to be 60 laps of this 6.213 kilometre circuit. I have to give a shout out first of all before we start this conversation. Alaric Enzelin saying anti-mosquito candles are definitely worth it in South Africa. Well, good point. Well, so if I ever do come over to Joburg, I will definitely make sure I have some of them in my check baggage. So leaders are in the pit lane. That's going to promote Isaac Price. There's Jardier in the number 66. I mean, you had a wonderful chat with him on the previous broadcast when we had James Parfitt. Have to give that man a shout out. He was with us for round 1, but you know, Jardier not feeling 100% this time around. Did have a nice little chat with him about the mental insight on esports, and he was very quick to point out to me that he's raced in real life, and he said absolutely everything you take from real life racing you can actually apply to sim racing, and that's a very, very good point that he makes, because a lot of these drivers, like say Kevin Siggy from Team Redline has secured a DTM trophy drive for next year, and he's one of the top sim racers that are known of globally. Yeah,
and it's interesting. I've got a an acquaintance, let's say, in a guy called Will Dendy, who has raced in a community that I race with as well, and and also he races real life GT4, and he finds it really interesting, that kind of mix between real life and sim, and actually the times that sim can really help him prepare, but also he says he actually finds the sim racing a lot more tiring at times actually than the real life stuff, and I don't know whether that's because, you know, our eyes are fixated on a bright screen instead of real life, or what it is, but he says that at times it can actually be more tiring, and I think I heard you mention it earlier. You know, this made to a lot of people just seem like a bunch of people playing computer games. That's not what this is. You know, there's a reason why this is called the professional trophy. You know, some of these guys, this is their job to do this, and there's a reason for that. They are blooming good at it. And I tell you what, where you really see the standard of these drivers is if you put them in a community race up against drivers who normally thrash the rest of their community, you know, week in, week out, they'd be nowhere near these guys. And you start to wonder how they get to that next level. But you can only do that by being a professional and doing it all day, every day, and focusing on all of those little differences. And it's the same thing as real life racing. You know, in the way that that they all train and practice and work hard at looking at the telemetry and everything like that to improve their game. It's the same thing in the sim world as well.
Indeed, great battle we're having here. Now this is between three BMWs. We've got George Rossu from the number 333 car. That's West Competition Racing. Maximilian Verdi from Virtual Drivers by TX3. And I have just seen behind them actually, that is the number 68 car. Oh, as Rossu's gone wide, Maximilian Verdi takes the position. As Tinko van der Velde from Williams Esports is in the pits. You don't want to be making mistakes like that at this point of the race, do you, Adam?
No, you really don't. I mean, you don't want to make them at any point in the race, but especially at this point. It's at this moment in time, you are very much going to be wanting to protect these tyres to get you through this stint in the safest way possible. And the last thing you want to be doing is running off track. And the last thing you want to be doing is sliding these cars at the moment, especially on what is a hot track that is getting hotter. You really need to look after these round black things.
Cool eyes. I like that analogy, and that's one I tend to use a lot. And I'm going to have to give Paul Glover a bit of a shout out. I found out I'm not the only commentator that uses the words concertina effect when everything starts bunching up. But there you see on the bottom right hand corner of your screen, Mantas Povilaitis for Beaver Grease Racing in the number 68 car. Great battle that we saw between them and BMW G2 Esports at COTA last time out, Adam. So good to see that they're sort of, you know, one of the 10 qualified teams, and what's more, they're actually third at the moment, as all top 4 in the pits as we speak. So G2, Kremer, Veloce and Simware Pro by VDES all in pit lane. That's going to be Max Wojcner that is now going to inherit the race lead. Triton Racing, you know, we saw them P4 at the end of the 6 hours of COTA, but they've really showcased. I mean, I was not surprised with their recent escapades, you know, with 2 drivers. They still got to the semi-finals through the second chance heat of the VCO ERL Summer Cup as Leonid Makovin trying to get through on George Rossu. Rossu again goes hard into the barriers. That's the 33 that's going to have a return. They're going to have to... George Rossu lost the back end. Makovkin had nowhere to go on that one, I think.
No, it looked tricky, and whenever you are in close battle like that, if one car gets sideways, then it's probably going to end in some kind of disaster like that. Just coming back to your point about Triton, though, it seems every time I've looked at the screen, these guys have been making their way forwards and have been in the mix all the way through. And Blyer putting in a great double stint to start the race. So we'll see what Max can do in this second stint.
Right, we're going to go to a Heusinkveld replay. And this is coming down through the chase. We've already had one driver have a disconnect. So you can see here, Makovkin looks up the inside. Oh, that was just a bit of a tank slapper. Now, I'm going to have a look to see where the number 33 car is. I think that might have tumbled a bit further down the order, to be honest with you. That was not what
the doctor ordered?
Well, definitely an apple a day keeps the doctor away was not relevant in that particular part of the equation. However, I digress. But yeah, they have dropped down the order, and also the number 5, one of the sole Audis, is in the pit lane. I think Leonid Makovkin, yeah, gets away with a small amount of frontal damage. You can see that the front bumper is out of alignment with the bonnet on that car. Yeah,
these BMWs are quite susceptible to damage, though, and sometimes even if you look at your pit menu and it suggests that you've only got a small amount of damage in terms of the amount of time it would take to fix, it can actually have a fairly significant impact on the performance. And I think if that is aero damage, then this is probably the last track where you're going to want that aero damage with the long straight, so they are taken to the pits, and that's not hugely surprising, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's going to drop them down the order a little bit, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, I drive the BMW a lot. I took a small hit on the left rear in a race the other day that, according to the pit menu, had given me 3 seconds worth of damage. But all of a sudden, the car was 2 seconds a lap slower. So, you know, sometimes it's about where the damage is as much as what it is.
Yeah, and more crucially, how long it's going to take to repair as well. So, whether that could be 10, 15 seconds of damage that needs to be repaired is anyone's guess there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And I was just thinking, after talking about the BMWs there, the car selection. I know you and Paul have discussed this at length as well, but I was actually quite surprised to see just how many BMWs we've got in the field. I thought this would be a very AMG heavy event. The NLR Cup only a few months ago was very much dominated by the AMGs. So I was surprised to see the BMWs in there as much, but yeah, interesting stuff.
Right, okay, well, we've got an interview incoming now, and let's bring the driver in. It's from the leading crew at the moment, Triton Racing. Let's see if we can bring him in. Dominic Blyer joins us. Dominic, well, firstly, thank you for joining us. I have to give you guys credit for what happened in the VCO ERL Summer Cup Masters just the other week, despite only having 2 drivers, but things are looking pretty good for you guys at the moment. 3.7 lead over BMW G2 Esports.
Hello. Yeah, from me it was pretty good stints, especially second. On the first, I was making too much mistakes in overtaking, but yeah, we find the good spot, and I hope we will end like that.
I mean, the way things stand, you guys finished 4th at Circuit of the Americas. You're running in a genuine first place, you know, qualifying alongside the number 14 of Unicorns of Love. It's quite difficult sometimes to get a rhythm around here at Mount Panorama, but that'll probably take, what, a few laps just to get things in, especially if you're changing tyres, is that right?
Yeah, if you're changing tyres, the grip just it's completely different, so yeah, you have to be careful every lap, especially in the mountain, to not crash. And yeah, it's unfortunate that the guys from front just died, like 4 teams. Could be nice racing to the end.
Well, Dominic, we'll let you, Max and Jakob, get on with business at hand. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you. See ya.
Thank you very much. A big thank you there to Dominic Bly. Good to hear, Adam, from that perspective, how difficult it was, you know, in the early stages. He was trying a couple of moves through into the chase off of Conrod Straight, where he was going for the inside move, and Max Wojcicki has gone full VR on us. My goodness me, that's epic.
Yeah, do you know what? That must get a bit much after a while. But anyway, yeah, no, talking to Monsieur Blyer there, it was very interesting. Just how young he is, and I don't know whether I'm just feeling very old at the moment. I found more grey hairs in my beard this morning, but you know, it seems like sim racers are getting younger and younger and faster, and not just their speed, but their consistency as well is really, really impressive. And you know, to come off a double stint like that, and he looked fresh as daisy. So impressive stuff, and we'll see how Triton finish off the race.
Indeed. Well, with that in mind, we're 2.25 hours through the second round of the ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by Simracing.GP. We're going to go to an ad break. We'll be back right after these messages.
Aktuelles genau hier 31 Risiken.
Welcome back. It's 3 hours, 42 minutes and 10 seconds still to go, but the gap is being truncated. Courtesy of one Charlie Croston from BMW G2 Esports in the battle for the lead for the second round of the ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by Simracing.GP. We're here at the iconic mountain, Mount Panorama in Bathurst. Adam D joining myself, Alex Goldschmidt, in the commentary box. Charlie Crosland's on a mission right now, isn't he, Adam?
Yeah, he is, and I took great pleasure in watching the G2 Hot Lap before the start of the stream. Absolutely epic to ride on board with drivers of this standard, and the way that they get around Bathurst is absolutely incredible. They're so close up to the barriers, but so late on the brakes as well, and it is really, really impressive to see. So it's no doubt that the G2 squad are closing the gap. Like you say, down to 2.6 at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that time as they start to make their way up over onto the mountain.
Yeah, it was closer to 5 seconds a few laps ago, but Charlie Crossland, not on this lap, but the 2 laps previous, actually took out half a second out of Max Weichner. And he's getting ever so close. He's just really hanging the back end out on that BMW M4 GT3. He's leaving no stone unturned. So currently at the moment, it's Max Weichner for Triton Racing that leads the way ahead of Charlie Crossland from BMW G2 Esports. Chris Hartveld, the recently crowned GT World Challenge Esports America Silver Champion, running in 3rd position for the number 38 GTWR Esports 2 car. Luke Whitehead having to take over from Amir Hosseini with the Iranian suffering a disconnect. Now the car's back up into 25th position, slowly but steadily climbing up the order. Eric Neath for the 977 Kramer Racing crew round out the top 4 ahead of Igor de Oliveira Rodriguez from Williams Esports. Eamon Murphy now behind the wheel of the number 66 Veloce car in 6th ahead of Maximilian Verdi for Virtual Drivers by TX3.
Yeah, that gap's down to 2.4 now, so another couple of tenths out of the lead on that lap. I wondered if we could just talk briefly about car 14. Unicorns of Love, number 1 car that had their problem very, very early on in the race and ran straight on through the gravel, did incredibly well to keep it out of the barriers. But how far up the order do we think they can make it?
Paul and I have already had this conversation.
Ah, okay.
Right? I said if they get into the bottom part of the top 15, they'll have done really, really well. But I know, I said to Paul earlier on, I'm thinking top 15. There's Bastian Richter. They're now currently up into what is 21st. They were nearly stone dead last. And credit where credit is due, Dennis Schoeninger said he had a mechanical problem with his pedal set, so he's doing trying to do a bit of a Simon Pagenaud at the moment, as I mentioned earlier on in the stream. But Bastian Richter still holds, to my memory, the fastest lap of the race. So something new for you as well. I've already informed the audience when we started things off. The rig fastest lap. The driver with the fastest lap at the end of this race gets a headset and €50. Bastian Richter, 2 minutes, .935 is the fastest lap. That was done very, very early doors, because as soon as Dennis Schoeninger brought the car into the pits, Richter took over the car. There has been a little drama I've just spotted. Cars 88 and 8, one of which, the 8 is the Grid Finder car. That car's been in the trenches more times than I've had hot roast dinners in the last 2 years. And the other car was Absolute Motorsport. So there has been a little bit of a coming together. They were battling for position.
But look at that gap out front, down to 2.1 now, so that keeps coming down even more. It was actually slightly less. It was 2.0 through the final sector. So Weichner just increasing the gap by a tenth through the final sector. So maybe some small differences in setups between those two identical BMWs. But either way, 2.1, it represents another 0.3 on that lap then.
Just keeping an eye on what's happening between 9th and 10th position, because we've got your favourite team name coming up right now.
Is it Badger Juice?
Beaver Grease.
Oh, Beaver Grease, that's the one.
Yeah, Mantas Povolaitis has got to keep an eye on his rear view mirrors if Igor Ogorodnikov keeps on closing by over 0.4 of a second a lap. So the gap between them is closing bit by bit, I might add. That gap now down to, between them, 3.5 seconds.
Yeah, and I'm just looking here. We're seeing Philip Slasky chasing down a BMW that I think he was a lot closer to earlier on in the lap. Has dropped back a little bit as they've gone across the top of the mountain. Because as you can see, through the last split, they were actually 0.2 behind. It's now 1.2. So there's obviously been some kind of drama up and over the top of the hill. But even so, they will look to reclose the gap to the 90.
I spot a little bit of front splitter damage to that Mercedes. That
looks a little scratched.
It looks more than a little scratched. I think it's a little bit askew there, so that is probably why that gap has now gone up to 1.3 seconds between the pair. But we're now on board with Charlie Crossland. Last lap from him, 2 minute 1.962. Oh, he was
up.
Gap is up. Well, no, gap is down. 1.9 seconds. 1.9 seconds. So Charlie Crossland, a man of few words, likes his driving to do the talking.
That looks like a comfy seat he's in as well. That's all good. That is all good. But interestingly enough, 1.9 seconds, so that's another 0.2. So the amount that the gap is coming down is pretty consistently around 0.2 per lap. So these guys have been super consistent, the pair of them, but they are now beginning to catch a bunch of traffic through the middle, including the battle that we were looking at just a moment ago. In fact, there he is right behind that damaged AMG, you know, we've seen problems across the top of the hill in other esports events before the NLR Cup. The race was decided by an incident with a backmarker across the top of the mountain, so hopefully we don't see anything like that today. I'm sure everyone's been very well behaved, but even so, that does give an opportunity for Crossland to close the gap even further.
Yeah, that is Slashki, whose last lap was the slowest out of anybody, I think, so far. 2 minute 5.8. That Mercedes is definitely a wounded animal right now. Wojcik very much in the wheel tracks, using the overspeed. Oh, that's the big thing. That was way too close for comfort. Way too close for comfort for Wojcik.
I almost completely sniped that then with my mention of back markers causing the leaders issues, so I won't say anything like that again, I promise.
Don't worry, I won't hold it against you at all. But Slashki should have been a little bit safer in maybe just getting over to the right hand side. Let Wojcik pass. Now Crossland's has got all that to go through.
1.1.
Yep. That moment for Wojcik has cost him time. And now the fact is that Crossland's going to use the overspeed of the BMW. I'm sorry, Slashki, you don't need to start weaving like that. So we're going to go on board, out of Forest Elbow, down Conrad Straight, on board with Max Wojcik on the replay powered by Hoistingfeld. So you see how close the overspeed is. And that was so close for Wojcik to get through. But use the overspeed, use the side draft down through the chase. And now Crossland is through. That will cost Crossland a little bit of time. So I would think that maybe that sand timer might be a bit more equal in terms of the time between Crossland and Wojcik. Now they've got past Slashki, who's all the way down in 19th place.
Yeah, that moment down the Conrad Straight was proper brown trouser moment for the leader. You know, it's one of those things where when you are lapping somebody, not something I have a huge amount of experience of, but when you are lapping somebody, all you really want is for them to be super predictable. And at that moment in time, he didn't know whether he was going left, whether he was going right. He was trying to stick in the draft as long as he could as well, and it was way too close for comfort, that. But no harm, no foul, and we move on to see another day.
Yeah, Kramer Racing in the meantime, closing in on Igor de Oliveira Rodriguez. That's a mouthful in its own right, so I'll just call him Igor Rodriguez. That makes things a little bit easier from Williams Esports currently. And Eric also going full VR. Nice work there by Max Wojcik from Triton Racing and Eric Neath from Kramer Racing Esports. Two of the top 5 doing full VR immersiveness, but Charlie Crossland has got that gap down to Max Wojcik to just under a second. Chris Hartfeld is about 18 seconds behind this battle, but still holding station in the number 38 GTWR Esports number 2 car, as we are just over half an hour away. I've been on the go since, just over 3 hours and 20 minutes, and we're nearly half an hour away from the halfway point of the race. Adam, how's about that?
Do you know what? This all feels like just a quick sprint race compared to the 24 that I was commentating on last weekend.
Yes, yes.
But yes, it is a long race for these drivers and these teams. I don't know how those guys are doing it in VR, because that to me spells sweaty messes. And it's bad enough when you're just staring at a screen, let alone actually having a box strapped to your head as well. So fair play to them, but I'm sure they're enjoying the immersion, especially across the top of the hill, and the views off the top of the mountain as well are absolutely spectacular around here. Whatever you think of Bathurst as a track to drive on or to watch racing at, there is nowhere in world motorsport with the views of this place.
Yeah,
maybe
indeed.
With the exception of Fuji.
The only thing that I will say that for VR for me is motion sickness cleanup on aisle 3, and that is being completely honest.
I haven't tried it yet, actually. I have to say I would like to, but I haven't tried it. But I've got a feeling that I might be the same. Although funnily enough, I did a community race in go-karts on AMS2 about 6 months ago, and somebody that was not in VR got motion sickness and actually had to pull over to deal with that situation. Should we just say?
Well, yeah. I mean, and also good to see that. Right. PR executive for SimRacing.GP. Very good evening to Jonathan Earl, who's just jumped into the Twitch chat. We're on board now with Carly Crossland in the main picture-in-picture on the right-hand side. Good to see that we can see the army of G2 Army on that wheel arch there, can't we?
Yes, we can, and nobody wants to see an army coming in their direction, but that is what our race leader has right now, because that BMW is getting closer and closer and closer. I echo the hello to Mr. Earl as well, who has, I believe, been on holiday for the past week, and last time I spoke to him was during the 24 that I was commentating on, and it turned out he was holidaying only a few minutes away from where I live. So, and it is getting super close now, because the lead car got a little bit sideways coming down through the dipper. So this one is now in the tow.
Yep, coming out of Forest Elbow. Gap was just under 0.6 of a second. That looks to be halved with the distance between Max Voitschner and Charlie Crossland. Down the chase, or down towards the chase, down Conrod Straight, pushing over 275 kilometres an hour. It's going to be hard on the brakes down from 6th gear into probably first or second, depending on their choice, maybe even 3rd gear, but both take a nice line coming out through effectively turns 21 and 22. Now turn number 23, Murray's Corner, a little bit later on the brakes from Charlie Crossland as they come out of the final corner. Gap now is just under 3.5 tenths, and Crossland that time around was well over. It was nearly 3.5 tenths of a second quicker, so Voitschner knows that Crossland is closing. Up mountain straight out of Hell's Corner, now going in towards the right-hander here at Griffin's. The closing speed, the overspeed, Crossland pulls to the outside of Voitschner into turn number 2 at Mount Panorama. Is he going to plant it around the outside? He is, but he's not going to get through.
It's a great attempt though, and just really showing Voitschner that he means business. The Triton car is going to try and hold him behind for as long as possible. You know, you may think that 3.5 hours left in the race, it doesn't really matter, and you don't want to be losing too much time in a battle, but at the same time, they will be worried that if they let the G2 car go, then they may not see it again. So they will try and delay the G2 car for as long as possible, I would think.
Yeah, looks like we've got our first penalty in a very, very long time just come through. And it looks to be that it's going to be the number 28 car that gets a 15-second time penalty for contact with the 88 for causing an unavoidable collision. So that is at the moment. That's Finn Litterscheid behind the wheel of that number 28 that's currently running in P25. Again, we go down Conrod Straight with Charlie Crossland on board from the in-cockpit camera. Half a second is the gap at the moment as he now just goes up to 6th gear, using that 5th gear for as lengthy as possible. Hard on the brakes into the chase.
Yeah, using that BMW to clamber across the curb on the exit of the chase there, which you can do with the BMW, but there are some that you want to avoid, like that one. And I think this is going to be another attempt up the mountain straight and up towards Griffin's. What he really wants to do is try and engineer a gap on the right-hand side to get the inside into Griffin's, but you know, you would think that our race leader is not going to let them have that space, and they stick to the right-hand side, which means that Crossland will have to go to the outside once again, and does exactly that. Pulls out, but Wojtner then covers that off as well, so not quite as close this time around as they go through Griffin's. And the G2 car will now probably be thinking about the Conrod Straight.
Right, rig fastest lap once again, still being held by Unicorns of Love's number 14, Bastian Richter, 2 minutes, 0.935. Yeah, Wojtner very was quick to anticipate what Crossland was doing, saw that it could have been a fact of lightning striking twice. However, Crossland, I think, might have just decided, Crossland was ever so close to the wall there through Sylvan Park. That was nearly a clean up on aisle 3 right there. That is just how close these tolerances are on this circuit. I mean, we've seen it before where drivers have made, you know, mistakes. I mean, someone's kicked up the dust that was coming through the S's, a little bit further ahead of these two cars here who are still battling over the lead. I mean, it's been a pretty straightforward battle between Wojtner and Crossland at the moment here, Adam.
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned it just then about a car in front kicking up some dust. As we look at the fastest speeds, 287 kilometers an hour from cars 72 and 62. But you mentioned the cars in front, and that is going to be a little bit worrying for Wojtner right now. The fact that they are very quickly closing on some back markers, and he will be anxious to find a way past them on the mountain straight. The last thing he wants to do is find them through the cutting, Quarry, Reed, Solman, McPhillamy, Skyline, the S's, Dipper, Forest's Elbow, anywhere but there, and he will be quite happy to catch them. But if it's through that section, this could be Crossland's big opportunity.
Well, cars in the front there at the moment. Carbon Sim Sport, Grid Finder, 163 also in front as well. That would be 163 Team Ballas Esports B. Now Crossland is holding station. Very good strategic driving there. Igor Ogorodnikov battling with Mantas Povilaitis, and they've got another car just behind.
The inside line.
Yeah, Ogorodnikov gets a nice neat inside line there. I think that might be Luke Whitehead might be coming through. Trying to get through at that point. That's one of the GTWR cars, the car that trying to unlap himself. Charlie Crossland now 2.5 tenths coming through Reed and Sulman and McPhillamy. Now going through into the S's, down into the Dipper. This is very close between these two drivers. Any slight mistake, any glance of the wall is going to cause problems for one of these teams, but so far at the moment, Crossland and Wojtner keeping it nice and steady. Hello, Mr. Parfit. No, it was the pole time that people were voting for, and the pole time was a 1 minute 59.595, I think, if memory serves me correctly. I'm actually going to go back to
correct.
To the thread. So
I think it was 0.595 off the top of my head.
Yeah, 0.595, and Dominic Blyer was in 1/100th of it. So don't worry, it's the pole lap time, not the fastest lap of the race. Yeah, well, you'll have to stay tuned for the ADAC SimRacing Expo social media platforms when SimWiki, aka Vincent, gets his finger out and finds out who got who was closest to the pole lap time, and thereby gets an entry ticket to this year's ADAC SimRacing Expo between the 1st and the 4th of December at the Nuremberg Messe in Bavaria this year. Not at the Nurburgring this year, but we're not too far away at that venue, which will have over 15,000 square metres. I know that Adam unfortunately won't be able to join us because your good lady is expecting a newborn early next year.
Yeah, I think the agreement is that any time within about the last 6 or 7 weeks that I probably shouldn't be away. So yeah, as much as I'd like to be in Germany commentating with you guys and probably as Crossland into the wall, hopefully that won't have done too much damage, but just bounced off that wall. That will have certainly woke him up, but yeah, no, I'd love to be out there drinking beer and eating currywurst with you guys, but no, I shall be sitting on the edge of my seat by then with a bag packed ready to go.
No, fair enough, but of course tickets will be available for the SimRacing Expo from September the 15th. That's in just under 4 weeks' time, so keep your eyes peeled on the official ADAC SimRacing Expo website and social media channels. And James has already said, if Alex says he needs, if Alex needs a bag carrier, I'm there. What, am I going to have a personal valet? What, are we going to sneak you in?
Now that's worked out quite nicely. That has worked out quite nicely for Wojtner. I was just about to say it was taking them a long time to clear that back marker. Because even on the mountain straight, they were flashing to say, "Come on, let's get this done." But he caught it in a nice place in the end, and was helped out by the back marker. But look how close Crossland is going into Hell Corner now, and I don't know why that one's called Hell Corner, because actually there are many worse corners on this track.
Well, I can actually tell you why that is called Hell Corner. It was actually named after a tree stump that existed on the apex of the turn, and it was believed that any motorcycle riders who hit the stump would die in what they called an act of folly, and thereby doomed to an eternity of death. Well, if you were hitting the stump on the inside of an apex, well, if you were on a motorbike, you're probably going to be vaulted into clear air, and the landing is not going to be soft.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you came here for joy and smiles, then I'm sorry I asked that question, because
hey, well, you
quickly descended into hell, really, didn't it?
Well, hence the name. Well, you asked a question. You got a straightforward answer about it. There we go. End of story.
Yes. Now, one of us, I'm assuming it's you, has been called a #Owned legend in chat, because
hello
Johnny
Johnny.
Ash is here. So,
hello Johnny.
I'm assuming it's you and not me. Johnny's getting ready to go on a week's holiday, which means I'm being left in charge of Owned next week. So I've already said it's going to be renamed, rebranded, and completely different by the time he gets back from his holiday.
So in other words, he knows who to search for if he needs to bring out the baseball bat and clatter both your knees.
Yeah, he did remind me that he knows where I live, so... oh, look at our leader! That's our leader across the gravel! So I think just... And the leader's changed, so Crossland gets ahead. So I don't know what happened there, whether it was just getting confused by the back markers ahead, because another back marker went off track as well. Or whether it was a little bit too heavy under the brakes, I don't know, but all of a sudden had to fire across the gravel, and that is a dramatic change of lead then.
Well, first of all, that's going to be a track cut for Triton Racing. You know, when myself and Paul were talking a little bit earlier on in the broadcast, we're going to have a Heusingveld replay here, so we're on board. There is a back marker just up ahead. It's one of the Mercedes cars.
I need to go behind my sofa.
That's one of the Ballast Esports cars, and they've gone to the outside of them. Oh, he's just lost it. The back end snaked. So I think Wojtner must have been hard on the brakes going into the chase, and then crossed them straight there through. Thank you very much. Like a rat up a drain pipe. But yeah, Wojtner, I think, was just trying to brake, and I think, yeah, like you said, out braking was definitely one of the case in point, because the back end stepped out to the left and the right, and that tail was wiggling.
I've got a feeling that Aussie gets super close to throwing it into that wall as well, pushing hard to try and make up for it. I've got a feeling he might have just touched the rear on the grass under braking as well, which may have set that in motion. But Charlie Crossland takes over the lead for BMW G2 Esports, and it'll be interesting now to see whether they can get away from Voitschner. You know, you'd assume so with the pace differential that we've seen, but as we've always said, it's a lot easier to follow another car than it is to lead. So, you know, I wonder whether they will be able to make the break now.
Yeah, well, the lap times between them, Voitschner's trip into Rallycross Nirvana cost him the best part of over 1.2 seconds in terms of lap times. Charlie Crossland 2 minute 2.8, Max Voitschner 2 minute 4.0. So that moment of that car having, well, I think it was, I'm going to make another film reference. If anyone might remember the Blues Brothers, Shake Your Tail Feather, that is exactly what Triton Racing were doing at that particular point. Nicholas Armker at the moment battling away with the 888 Racefield car. You need Makovkin, this is for 14th position. FTW having a strong showing, but the biggest thing I've just seen, look at number 14, Bastian Richter, behind the wheel. That car's now into the top 20. Unicorns of Love, number 14 in the points.
Yeah, epic drive from them, as we see the Makovkin car just ahead of us now get heavily into the wall there. So it seems that those BMWs can kind of get away with a bit of sideways contact into the wall, because we've seen a few of them do it now, but you wouldn't want to try it too often because you are going to pick up some damage at some point. But a great battle here between the 888 and the 911. But as you say, Richter up into the top 20 then, and still holding that rig fastest lap as well. So a great recovery drive. You guys predicting a top 15. I think that's probably about the most that they can achieve from this point onwards. Really unfortunate to see what happened to them at the start. But it will throw the championship wide open.
Well, I think by my reckonings, it's going to put Triton Racing into the top spot. So they finished 4th at COTA. I've also been keeping an eye on Bastian Richter's lap times, 2 minute 2.407. Philip Schlasky from Simulation Esport in the number 1 car. Right, get this, was 2.4 seconds slower. Richter is absolutely flying. And they're only, well, they're 9.5 seconds away from taking that 19th position on Unicorns of Love with the number 14.
Mr. Parfit in chat saying, I got told why Forest's Elbow's called that the other day. So, you know, feel free to enlighten us unless Alex knows the answer to that one, and hopefully it's something broadcastable, because you know, this is Australia after all, so it could be anything.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't know.
Well, no, actually, I do know, because I've got Wikipedia up on my screen. Thank you very much. It's to do with Forest Elbow, named after Jack Forrest, who was actually born, funny enough. Yep. Who scraped? Yeah. Who actually? Because. Yeah. Well, also, it's famously where Craig Lowndes actually aquaplaned into the tyre wall in 2001. Finn Littershade for the WPS racing team. They've had a slap on the wrist from race control, and they've still got a 15-second time penalty to serve. They've got Manas Gerardis in the 42 car just behind them. Yeah, where Jack Forrest actually ground off the bottom part of his elbow at Forest Elbow, hence why it was named Forest Elbow. Got there in the end.
I feel a bit queasy all of a sudden. Yeah, okay. Good. Well, I won't ask about any more corners, because so far we've just had death and destruction, really, from all of those things.
Well,
so.
You asked about Hell Corner, Adam, so
I know.
Beside the boy. But here we go. Arnka around the outside of Makovkin going through Murray's. That's a bit brave for 14th position. It's going to be a run across the line. 51 thousandths between them. Makovkin's going to get the inside run into... and Jonathan L says, anyone who rides a motorbike around here is insane and needs to be checked. I don't know when the last time someone actually rode a motorbike around here. Yeah, 1988 was the last Australian Motorcycle Grand Prix. This circuit has also hosted 24-hour races back in 2002 and 2003. Currently part of the GT World Challenge Australia packaging, as well as the Intercontinental GT Challenge. And I'm so glad that in not too distant future, Adam, we're going to have the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours back.
Oh yes, and I mean, I remember watching in the old days the Bathurst. I think it was called the Bathurst 1000 in those days.
Yes.
Where some of the old BTCC boys used to go over and get themselves involved as well, and it was great to see the Super Tourers in action around there. But I tell you what, look at that gap out front. It's now over 6 seconds. So this is what I was saying. It was the risk that if G2 got in front, they could then just run away, and they have done.
Well, Voichner's had another drama because that lap, 2 minute 10.6, Crossland 2 minute 5.9. So I think Voichner's had more dramas. As Nicholas Anker battling away, Philip Schlasky has now pitted the #1 Simulation Esport Mercedes from 20th on the grid. And there we go, Bastian Richter now up into 19th, with Nicholas Anker battling away with Leonid Makovkin for Racefield in the number 888 car. Into the chase once again. Anker got a good run on Makovkin last time around, as we're 10 minutes away from hitting the halfway point.
Yeah, and these two really battling hard as they head into Murray's corner. And now they will take that run into the aforementioned Hell corner. But here's a replay. Yeah. This is going to be car number 10 and what's happened to them. And nowhere to go. So unfortunate. So lost a load of time, probably picked up a little bit of damage as well. Bit of a traffic jam afterwards as well.
That was the Geeks. That was the number 53 Geeks Energy Sim Racing car that was literally covering from wall to wall. So Triton having nowhere to go. So Voichner now getting back to normality. 2 minute 2.190 on that previous lap. Jonathan Earl says Jason Plato and Matt Neal up here was legendary. I remember a particular time when Jason Plato actually had nowhere to go, hit another car and rolled it. Andy Prio and Matthias Ekstrom have raced around here. They were part of the Xbox Wildcar Holden crew that actually raced here in it was 2013, just after the penultimate round of the DTM Championship at Zandvoort, because I spoke with Andy Prio and he was straight on a flight to Oz with Matthias Ekstrom, and they raced the very next weekend.
You know, I remember the first time that Andy Prio just popped up on the motorsport circuit. I don't know if you remember, but it was in the Renault Spider Trophy.
Oh, yes.
And he won every single race that season. I saw one of the races. I think it was at Brands Hatch where I saw it. I think it was supporting the BTCC, but he won every single race that season. Incredible.
He did. Oh, dearie me. So, Geeks Energy Sim Racing have just had a 15-second slap on the wrist for contact with number 62 BMW G2 Esports and also Triton Racing. So,
right. So the 53 car was the one that was directly across the track.
Yeah.
When the Triton car got up there, but interestingly, because I did wonder, you said that the Crossland car had done a 2:05, which was still a loss of time on that lap. So that penalty would suggest that there was also a bump with the leader that then put them across the track, that then much greater affected the second place car. So it looks like they've managed to get themselves involved with both the first and the second place car that time around.
That's why both their lap times were respective. I mean, Crossland, I think, is having to battle more back marker traffic because that gap's come down. It's now 3.4 seconds. Charlie Crossland's last lap, 2 minute 4.910. Crossland is fighting with back marker traffic. Oh no, hang on, I think he's just jumped into the pits. I think Crossland is in the pit lane with 2 hours and 53 minutes completed.
That's a bit early for the 65-minute stint timer, so I wonder if there has been a little bit of damage as a result, or whether they took a spin in amongst that and have damaged the tyres, or whether this is just their strategy to get in a little bit early. But yeah, that is a bit earlier than you'd expect with 65 minutes stint times.
Right, we're gonna go to another replay. So this is involving the number 53. So come out. Oh, just lost the back end. Pinball. Oh, the number 11 Whipperman Racing comes through. So does the number 42. Carlin tries to reverse. West Competition Racing makes it through. Now reverses back and clatters into Crossland. And then Triton Racing get a touch as well. Oh, double disaster, double whammy from 53.
Ladies and gents, when sim racing and you end up spun round on the track, just hold your brakes and wait for a gap. Yeah, it's so difficult because we're all eager to get up and going again and to put right our wrongs, but to then have contact with first and second place cars. Yeah, that's tricky, and I wonder if that is why Crossland has taken to the pits a little early. Yeah,
I'm not at all surprised on that one. The car is now back on the road here at Mount Panorama. We're just over 5 minutes away from the halfway point of round 2 of the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by Simracing.GP. A big thank you to everyone that has been with us. I have to say, Johnny Earl, yeah, well mentioned about Andy's son Seb, Porsche Carrera Cup North America. Isaac Price has now taken the wheel of the BMW G2 Esports. I think a little bit lower than I thought, well, about where I thought they might rejoin. He's just clattered the wall, but like, look, he's in 11th place, so that car's had to repair damage.
Yeah.
Because the way that the car reversed in, and that took out, that would have been left front wing, left front door, possibly some suspension damage. And I know for a fact that, well, we're at Triton at the moment. Triton's still leading the way. They're about 10 seconds up the road from Chris Hartveld in the number 38 GTWR Esports 2 car. Yeah, so Voigtner nearly a second slower than Hartveld on that particular occasion. But coming back to what I was saying, Seb Prio currently running in British GT with Multimatics, also has won the Porsche Carrera Cup Northern American Championship, and yeah, used to run in Ginetta Junior as part of the British Touring Car Championship package, and he made his return in the late 2010s under the Team IHG BMW car, the 1 Series, that was later used by Jack Goff.
I've got a scale electric model of that exact car. Lovely stuff. Can't beat a bit of slot racing as well. But back to the other type of simulated racing that is the Simracing.GP professional trophy that you see right in front of you at the moment. Max Voigtner then continues to lead from Hartveld. But it is going to be interesting to see whether this Triton car needs to take any damage repairs at their stop as well, and whether that might balance things out. It might give a chance to Hartveld to get right back in the mix for this one.
Yeah, gap is now down to 9.9 seconds. And I do spot there is a little bit of damage. There's a little bit of scuffing of paintwork on that Triton Racing BMW. That bumper's looking a little bit second hand. I mean, the impact was not as significant for Triton Racing, Adam. So, from my perspective, I think Voigtner or Triton will come out in front of G2. But where is the biggest question? If it's a small amount of damage, they could probably be still within the top 10. But Chris Hartveld again taking another 10th out of that first intermediate, so gap now down to just over 9.8 seconds. Igor Rodriguez for Williams Esports, still the top Honda at the moment in the 1-2-4, rounding out the top 3. Eric Neath for Kremer, and then Eamon Murphy for Veloce. Now Eamon Murphy showcased great speed, and he's proving that once again. He's only 2.8 seconds behind the 977 Kremer BMW for 4th place.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Williams squad just a moment ago there. There is something poetic about hearing Williams Honda. So lovely to hear those two words together. But yeah, great to see a couple of Hondas up in the top 5 at the minute. Obviously, some of the stops have been a little bit early, so the order may be a little skew-with, to use my favourite word of the last week. But even so, a really strong performance from those Hondas. And like you say, this Veloce car doing really, really well. Eamon, obviously a musical man as well, got his guitars in the background. So if things do go wrong, maybe he can play everyone a soothing tune to help them get through it.
Like you were taking the mickey out of James Parfitt about tinkling the ivories in round 1.
Indeed. Do you know what? If we put Eamon Murphy and James Parfitt together, we're half the way towards a professional trophy band. So let's see if we can spot any other musical instruments and skills amongst the other drivers as we see them through the race.
Oh, Eamon Murphy just... Oh, no. Was that the car behind, or did Eamon Murphy just clatter that wall?
He did, yes, very much so. Let's hope he wasn't listening to the stream and getting distracted by the talk of his guitars. Yeah, he certainly gave that a little clout. You can see he's chatting away on the headset there, so probably talking to his teammates, just trying to figure out whether the car still feels the same, whether there's any damage or anything like that. But hopefully they'll get away with that one.
Yeah, we're just a handful of seconds away from getting through into the 3rd out of 6 hours as Max Voigtner still leads. Williams Esports now in the pits as Kieran Prendergast for Rocket Simsport rounding out the top 15. Top 20 rounded out by Adam Pinces from Arnage Competition in the 100 as Nicholas Arnker still trying to chase down Leonid Makovkin. Jonathan L saying, how do they all look so chilled? I'm so tense. Well, they've been doing this for years, but we're halfway through round 2 of the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by Simracing.GP. We're now going to have a look at the highlights over the last few hours. So, dramas for Felix from West Competition Racing at the top part of the dipper, going through into the S's, which would allow GTWR Esports 2 to get through at the top part of the hill. The temperatures have been increasing as we now are at 30 degrees track temperature. Gridfinder Racing still not having the best of run as they came through Suleiman and McPhillamy Park at the best part of over 200 kilometres an hour, narrowly avoiding the wall on the outside but clobbering their way into the wall on the inside, damaging the front of the Mercedes AMG, whereas the 124 Williams Esports car just did around the outside. However, once again, we take a look at this beautiful move up the inside. This is Harry Phillips from Wild Things by Colics.gg up the inside of the number 4 Unicorns of Love number 2 car, which at that point was being piloted by, I think it was Florian Dürkopf, and they were having a great battle over what was 13th position. More dramas coming down into the chase as West Competition Racing ended up going off grass tracking, going a bit wide, and then all of a sudden the triple-ated Racefield had nowhere to go. And further dramas, this time for the race leaders. The number 10 of Triton Racing, piloted by Max Voigtner, was coming alongside with Philip Schlasky for Simulation Esports, and a narrow avoidance by the number 10 BMW M4 GT3 made sure that they reached the apex first, going into the chase. Once again, Conrad Straight showing the cars powering at over 275 kilometres an hour. It was 183 of Ballast Esports that was to the outside, and a little bit of a wobble under braking, and that Max Voigtner would again have to go rally crossing, thereby handing the lead to Charlie Crossland from BMW G2 Esports as they headed their way to the 23rd and final corner. More dramas for the leaders as they came through out of the cutting, as the number 53 of Geeks Energy Sim Racing not only collided with the race leader, but also at that time was Charlie Crossland from G2 Esports, but Max Voigtner from Triton Racing, the number 53, picking up a 15-second time penalty for losing the back end, pinballing across several cars, avoiding including Vipperman Racing, the number 42 car of Brabham Esports, the number 33 of West Competition Racing, but then the reversing happened and forwards again went the 53, with the 2 cars leading the way, getting into strife. That just goes to show how quickly things can turn on a sixpence, can't they, Adam?
They can. It was, it was always going to be tricky for the 53 car to get out of that position safely, but that could make all the difference in the run-in for the final half of this race. It did remind me a little bit of that scene from Austin Powers.
The one where he's on the golf buggy and he can't get it out of a three-point turn.
Yeah, we had a similar situation last night. I teamed up with the aforementioned Johnny Ashley for a 2.4-hour race. And when Johnny brought it into the pits at Spa, he managed to clip the rear end of the car on the sharp inner wall, spun the car in the pits, and then couldn't get the thing turned back around.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it seems like that is a common theme in my life at the minute. So nobody else take a spin up through the mountain, please.
Indeed. So at the moment, just keeping an eye on proceedings, well, it's Kramer Racing in the number 977 that lead the way on lap number 90, ahead of Eamon Murphy from Veloce. And it's the number 85 of Amadeo Castorino running in 4th position. So the 85 being Team Racing Points, P5 in the first qualifier at Donington Park. And then Attila Diner for Dart Esports Blue having a massive moment there through the exit of the chase. The 222 has already been slapped with a 15-second time penalty. It might have been on the receiving end of some contact there.
Was that I've got a feeling that was the Williams car that got into the back of them whilst trying to put a lap on them.
That's got Darren McCormack behind the wheel at the moment in the 124.
Yeah, I'm pretty convinced it was them, and they will have picked up some front-end damage from that. So the car that was currently sat in 3rd, I think. Oh, and we've got a BMW facing the wrong way, coming down through the dipper. That's going to be tricky to get out of, and I didn't see exactly who that was as well. So drama all over the place, and they're still facing the wrong way. It is Filippo Crotti, the Absolute Motorsport team. Car 88.
I'm just hoping that Filippo does not burn out the clutch on that car, because he's revving it like a good one. Yellow flags are out, so it's a spin at the dipper. Hold your brakes, there's a car coming, that's Corvana. Oh dearie me, code brown nearly in full effect there. Oh dearie me, Filippo Crotti, that's one of the worst places.
That car's heavily damaged. He can't even that's going to have to be a return to garage. He can't actually get the car to turn when reversing. That was the real problem there. So, yeah, an RTG and a big damage bill as well.
Ouch.
Not a lot else to say apart from ouch to that, really, is there? It was a lot of damage, and that is a big dent in their quest to move up the order.
Yeah, so... Right, okay, we're going to go on board the replay powered by Hoisingfeld. So this is going to be 222 and the 124 at Williams Esports. So into the braking zone. Oh, yeah, I think, there's a little bit of late braking there, I think, from Dara McCormack. I wonder how the stewards are going to look into that. I'm sure they're going to investigate it.
I think he would do well to avoid a penalty there. Just because you are one of the lead cars against the backmarker doesn't mean that you have to be any less careful. And I think obviously they didn't mean it, and it will have cost them some damage and some time as well. I fear a penalty coming their way for that one. It's a bit like if you contact your car insurer and you were the car that went up the back of somebody else. It's always going to be your fault.
Yes, no matter how many excuses you fling at it, it's like, you were the car behind. It's not great, but still with 2 hours, 52 minutes still to go on the timer, and at the moment Kramer Racing leading after 91 laps. Eamon Murphy, hang on, Eamon Murphy is less than he's just under 0.4 of a second behind in the battle for the race lead. That's 977 versus 66, as Ogorodnikov in the meantime has got past Castorino for P, and there is
side by side.
Oh, this is going to be very, very close indeed. This is going into Griffin's Bend. Eamon Murphy planting the Honda towards the outside. Neath goes defensive on the racing line. That's the Arnage competition car, I believe, just behind in the 100. They're currently sitting in 16th place. Yeah, 0.181 separating the top two. And we saw what Eamon Murphy was capable of at COTA, didn't we, Adam, in the final couple of hours?
Yeah, we did, and he's looking absolutely on rails at the moment. I know there's been mention of the fact that the Hondas seem to drift off a little bit mid-stint, but this one seems to be holding on, and Eamon doing a great job closing that gap to Neath. Although just dropping back a couple of tenths across the top of the hill, where actually I would have expected the Honda to be stronger over there and then lose a bit down the straights to the BMW. So yeah, interesting. We'll see whether it just swings back in the other direction through the final sector. 3 tenths gap now, but Murphy looking for an opportunity.
Right, this is the 88 car. Filippo Crotti from Absolute Racing. Yeah, just loses the back end. Oh!
Wow!
Nearly rolls the damn thing. Front end is absolutely totaled. That was nearly a Knight Rider move right there. Luminel.
Wow. I mean, I have seen a car roll in ACC. It's very, very rare. But it does happen as Neath takes to the pits, I think, there. So, yeah, Neath into the pits, so Murphy will take over the lead. But that one was only saved from going all the way over by the wall. Although I don't think it would have changed the result. It still would have been an RTG.
Very, very true, because for the amount of significant front-end damage on that car, it was not at all surprising. But yeah, Eamon Murphy now in the race lead. Igor Ogorodnikov for Simware Pro by VDES. There is the number 41, currently running P2. They've had a pretty good race despite the late roster change, giving them a 10-second time penalty for their first mandatory pit stop, well, their first pit stop. And Ogorodnikov running in the 2-minute 2.8. Eamon Murphy's last lap around was a 2-minute 3.5. Igor Ogorodnikov's one was a 2-minute 2.830. Jakub Harkot now is behind the wheel of the number 10 Triton Racing BMW that rounds out the top 4. That's probably going to be third, with Neath still in the pit lane for Kramer Racing.
I think what's really interesting here is that we're already beyond halfway stage, and I've got no idea who is going to take the flag in this one. And that's not just because you say, oh, well, anything could happen around Bathurst. It's literally because things are so mixed up with different strategies, people having to pit out of sequence because of damage or incidents. You know, we've got any one of a number of cars that are in the mix here. And this one is going to be fascinating right till the end.
Yes, indeed. As Igor Gorodnikov carries on his merry way. 39. Well, so what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a brief commercial break here on the stream. We'll be back in just a couple of moments' time. Don't touch that dial. Two and 3/4 hours remain of the second round of the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by Simracing.GP here at Mount Panorama. Alex Goldschmidt and Adam D with you. Adam, still with 2 and 3/4 hours. The pace has been absolutely frantic here at the mountain.
Yeah, it has, and you know, it's one of those places where you think you need to keep yourself out of trouble to be in the game here, of course. But at the same time, the relentless pace and the pushing that everyone's been doing has been really engrossing to watch, and will continue to be for the next 2 and 3/4 hours, I'm sure, as we see a battle now for third. So Neath has been through the pits and has now got Valentin Barrier directly behind in the 72 virtual drivers by TX3, making a move to the outside, and what a view of the driver we have there. It was just a wall and a corner of a monitor. It was fantastic. I mean, seeing right behind the scenes now, and it was in portrait mode as well. Everyone's got to be happy with that.
Well, also the funny thing is that you remember what we were talking about with the 222 of Esports and Williams in the 124. Valentin Barrier just has a little bit of a love tap with the wall there. The 124 of Williams Esports has been given a warning for that slight incident. They got away with that one, I think. We go back to the max lap speed. Still virtual drivers by TX3, tied with BMW G2 Esports for the fastest speed on the circuit here in Mount Panorama, 6.213 kilometres. Fastest speed 287 kilometres per hour, and Bastian Richter still holds the rig fastest lap, the 2-minute 0.935 second lap time so far in this race. Valentin Barrier, I've noticed, is running the 2:01.8 at the moment, closing in on Eric Neath for what is going to be third position as they hurtle their way down Conrad Straight. Barrier to the inside onto the approach into the chase, and is going to take the position. Or is he?
Well, it then becomes the outside, but he's got it done before they even reach the braking zone, so that's a great move. Made it look quite easy against Neath in the end. I wonder if Neath just sort of let Barrier take the position, knowing that they may be just out of sequence a little bit on their stops, and not wanting to get embroiled in a battle that is not really their race. But a great move by Barrier all the same.
Indeed, we ride on board with the number 72. Valentin Barrier has actually partnered up with Jardier in previous events, especially on the sim grid in months and a couple of years past. Since, well, for those wondering how long I've been commentating on sim racing, it's only been a couple of years. It feels like an eternity, though.
Yeah, with sim racing, you just pack so much action in to such a short space of time. That you can do as much racing in a week as you might do in a year in real life motorsport. So yeah, it always feels like more time has elapsed than actually has.
Battle for the lead starting to pick up speed at the moment, because Jakub Harkot from Triton Racing being pursued by the number 38 of GTWR Esports 2's Chris Hartfeld in the number 38. Gap between them around about 3 seconds. We'll make that 3.7 because Harkot seems to have wound up the wick. Here's what looks to be Paul Glover's favourite livery. It's the number 11 car, the Sol McLaren 720S GT3, affectionately known as the Torque Monster, twin turbo, 4 litre V8, pushing at about just over 700 Newton meters of torque from that back axle. Can get up to speed very quickly as well, Adam.
I was very fortunate the other week to go to Silverstone and be in the pit garage with a McLaren GT3 and GT4 team for the day, and one of the most fascinating things is actually them trying to get that GT3 car out of the garage. because you have to rev it so hard to stop it from stalling and get a push from the crew. That the noise of the McLaren leaving the pits is absolutely phenomenal. But I have to say, there is nothing in this world as incredible as the sound of a GT3 AMG going at full lick past you. Wow, what a machine, what a noise.
True. I still remember taking a visit to the I think it was when it was GT World Challenge, when it was actually the Sprint Series, and it ventured to Brands Hatch, when anyone might remember. Danny Hulkadea's massive tank slapper in the Mercedes AMG GT3 coming out of Stirling's. How he didn't have a new change of underwear after that, I don't know.
He did.
He might have done, but he just probably didn't tell anybody. Nevertheless, Eric Nee still keeping Valentin Barrier very, very honest indeed, and is lapping within 0.3 of a second. Oh, and Jonathan Earl has just said, sadly the GT3s were running silencers at Donny. Worst thing ever.
Yeah,
why do they want to try and do that with Donington Park's known for its noise restrictions. I've been there before.
The mad thing about Donington and its noise restrictions is that it's at the end of a runway for a airport. They don't run silencers on those things. So yeah, you can have a plane go over the top that's a million times louder than a GT3 car, but let's put a silencer on the GT3, eh?
Yeah. In the meantime, Ivan Chermatinsky, who's now got back behind the wheel of the 888 Racefield car, has got past Chris Hack in the 96 Wild Things Racing by Colex.GG BMW. Two teams have been embroiled in a battle. Oh, Chermatinsky, keep yourself a little bit further away from that wall going through McPhillamy. It's the battle for P12, gap between them half a second. Nick Nipples for SDL Esports, battling away with Gagiella for the #1 simulation esports car. I don't think they've repaired that front end. That front splitter is still looking as mangled as it was earlier on in the race.
It is, and they must have felt that their lap times were not being affected heavily enough to warrant the extra pit stop time. But I would debate that one, because they are still in the 204s, or the high 204s as well, compared to their best of a high 201. So they are losing in the realms of seconds per lap as a result. So I would not be surprised to see them take a slightly longer stop at their next visit to pit road. On the subject of the 14 car, by the way, they're up to 18th.
Yep, I've just seen another team. Let's make it the reverse of 14, shall we? 41. Abdulladji's just done a 22-minute 1.5, dead on the decimal point.
Wow.
At this stage of the race. Now, for those wondering, air temperature 31 degrees.
Oh!
Coachella into the wall. That is going to smart. That car is wounded. Completely wounded. So Abdulladji has just done a 2-minute 1.5. Air temperature 31 degrees. Track temperature 36 degrees. There's the recovering Yaz Heat car. There's Harcott in the Triton Racing #10 car. Now has a lead of 3.8 seconds. So, and Isaac Price, well, with that incident earlier on, where they took more damage, courtesy of the reversing number 53, G2 Esports had no choice but to repair that damage. Now, how quickly can Isaac Price get that car up the field? And I've just looked on his previous lap. He was over 0.3 of a second slower than Leon Otoki in the Unicorns of Love #2 car. That's the #4, currently sitting running out the top 10.
Tell you what though, we've got a few things developing here. Battle for third is hotting up. So Barrier still has Neath within a second of him, but McCormack is now within a second of those two as well. This is a replay of the Arnage car that I think we're going to see hit the wall here. Oh, caught the wall on the entrance and then takes a spin round, gets lucky, and in fact even gets a little helping hand as well to get back and going again. But that could have been a lot worse. But the other thing I was just about to point out is look at the gap for 7th and 8th between Mattea and Baldwin. That is down to just a couple of tenths of a second now. So Baldwin must be right on the back of Mattea, wherever they are on the track. That's the 85 and 66 car for 7th. So we have got battles brewing.
Baldwin took over 1.3 seconds out of the car in front. Blue flags being waved, so Mattea holding on to that 7th position. I think James Baldwin's going to wait to see if he can get a little bit of overspeed down Conrod Straight, but the Honda's going to be that little bit more nimble through these twistier parts of the circuit. There's blue flags still being waved, but it's just a case of, and look how close he is coming out of Forest Elbow. This is what Baldwin needs to be within 3 to 4 car lengths.
Yeah, McCormack now making a move on Neath as well. I'm glad our man in the controls switched to that, because I just spotted that was about to happen. So McCormack upper place past Neath, but now we're back to the Baldwin battle.
Yeah, Baldwin right on the tail end, and now does exactly a mirror copy of what Darren McCormack's just done. And neatly goes through, does James Baldwin, competed in the, well, actually won, yeah, you know, I mean, the thing is that James Baldwin, you know, is part of the sim racing community, but has also recently competed in the Total Energies 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps, and quite a few people were there. Danny Lafuente, Louis Naza. Oh, that was the 149 Yaz Heat car going a little bit wide, coming out of Hell Corner, and that car is currently sitting. That's got Tortellini behind the wheel, Magic Malinowski, 29th position after that massive moment they had. But Baldwin being kept honest by Lucas Mattea in the number 85. So still they run up the hill.
Neath's holding on to McCormack, so in a similar way to him holding on to Barrier after he lost the position to Barrier, he's staying within 3 tenths of McCormack at the minute. So being very sensible, and when a car gets past, tucking in behind, trying to follow them as closely as possible and pick up some pace. Final warning for car 163 for an unsafe rejoin as well.
Yeah, that is Team Ballas Esports B. Are we sitting at the moment 30th behind Yaz Heat? Yeah, like you say, it's good to see that the Honda, I mean, myself and Paul were very much of the opinion that the Hondas have somewhat spiced things up. You know, it's great to see Mercedes and BMW. I kind of thought that those would be the 2 main cars of choice, but with the technical intricacies of going through from Griffin's Bend into the quarry, into Sulman, into McPhillamy, you want that nice technical side of things, as Adam Pin says, gets passed by Nick Nichols from STL Esports Race in the number 5 Audi. Andrea Capoccia gets past Cagiella for that is going to be for 22nd position.
Yeah, so that number 1 car still carrying the front splitter damage, and of course we saw it into the Barrier a little bit earlier in the race as well. So I'm still surprised that they haven't pitted to fix that damage by now.
I think what they're probably trying is a different bit of a strategy, because the top 20, so the points have been retrospectively changed. So 25 for a victory, 22 for second, 20th for third, goes all the way down to the top 20, because we are giving away a total prize fund of €10,000. So the winners at the finale, where the racetrack will be the Nurburgring, and it will be at the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2022. So and that will be, the final will take place on the 3rd of December, and it will be live for you all to watch, and we'll be on hand to hopefully see the teams give you all a show. So €2,000 will go to the top team. The fastest lap award will still be, oh, that was very, very close there for Capoccia going through McPhillamy. So we're riding on board with Matteo Scargiella for Simulation Esport going through And Capoccia also had a couple of scares at COTA, if I remember correctly, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm just watching Kajella. It's really eyes on stalks up through that mountain section. The car looks like a real handful now. You know, yes, I'm sure they're playing around with strategy, but if you end up losing 3, maybe 4 seconds a lap, it doesn't take many laps at that pace to you know, outweigh the time that you would have lost in a pit stop. So yeah, they've got to be careful to make sure that they don't lose too much through this phase of the race. Down to 23rd now, but we'll be hoping to get back on track after their next stop, I'm sure.
Yeah, just going to try and see if we can earmark out who our top qualifier team are out of the teams that have that made it through the 2 qualifying races, both at Donington Park and Monza. Just trying to have a look through. It's been a bit of a struggle for some of the teams. I mean, yeah, I know for a fact that Robbie Stapleton, Charlie Crossan and Isaac Price will be well, not exactly probably happy with what happened with that incident involving the number 53 a little bit earlier on from Geeks Energy Sim Racing. But let's just have a look. I'm going to have a little bit of a look through. I think it might be FTW that might be the... Well, I'm going to have a little check through this. I think it might be your favourite team that might be leading the way, but I'm going to try and have a look.
41, I think, actually.
41, so that is Simware Pro
Pro
by BDES. Second to them looks to be Team Racing Point and Beaver Grease Racing. What's more, Adam, all 3 teams are in the top 10 overall.
That's really impressive. Almost as impressive as you confusing me with yourself just a moment ago. But
I know. I've been. Damn it! Right.
Come on, Adam. Carry on.
All right, Alex. Thank you. Right, we digress. Thank you, Adam, for that reminder. No, the thing is, it's been a very long day. I've had the fan going like I don't know what. It's been warm in the office here. I don't know how your office is holding up, mate.
It's warm, but do you know what? Compared to last weekend, anything is fine by me. It was just ridiculous in here. Even I did the 6 till 9 a.m. Slot on Sunday last week, and even then I walked in at just before 6 a.m. and it was still 30 degrees in the shed. I was like, seriously?
Well, we've now got Cameron Bridport in the number 42. That's the Brabham Esports car. Now closing in on Caggiella. So the number 1 Simulation Esport car. Oh, decides to go and do a little bit of dirt's kick up, going through Hell Corner, and Bridport goes, yep, that car's lost a little bit of momentum. I'm going to go through onto the inside into Griffin's Bend. Thank you very much. That's going to be 23rd position for Brabham Esports.
Yeah, another position gone for the number 1 of Caggiella then. So slipping down the order down to 24th. And things go from bad to worse there. Meanwhile, Hartveld with a pretty strong lap last time around, a 2:02.1. And now 3.3 behind Harcott in the number 10 Triton car. So these two, I think, could just start to close up to each other. Yeah, gap down to 3.2. You can see them both in the same picture frame momentarily as well. So that is a gap well worth keeping our eye on. And it was a 2:02.2 that time around for the 38.
Right, I'm just going to bring something a bit to everyone's attention here. We've been mentioning this car quite a lot. Car 14, Tobias Grunwald behind the wheel of that car, is 6.4 seconds behind Mikhail Nowakowski of Carbon Sim Sport. And what I've also noticed is the fact that... Shall we hedge a bet, a sportsman's bet here? Do you think Unicorns of Love will put themselves back onto the lead lap?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, you were probably after a yes there, but it was a no.
I'd rather ask the question. So it's a 50-50 on that one. I'm saying yes. Our broadcast producer Steve has just gone no, so that's 2 to 1. The question is Unicorns of Love going to unlap themselves? I want answers in the chat, please. We want to find out. Actually, better yet, can we put a poll in chat? Are Unicorns of Love number 14 going to unlap themselves? We want to by the end of this race.
Oh, not like that. They're not clouting the wall on the exit of Forest's Elbow. So, yeah, that was a heavy hit as well. The way the car bounced off the wall.
Yes, indeed. Okay, right. Well, let's bring in our next interviewee. Let's bring in from the number 38 crew, GTWR Esports 2. Let's have a chat with someone who I haven't spoken to in a very, very long time. Very good evening, Mr. Darren King. How are you? Good stuff, good stuff. It's been a pretty good one. You guys are running in P2 with Chris behind the wheel. It's been a bit of a disaster for the sister team, hasn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately we're disconnected with them guys. I think they might have been leading if they hadn't had that disconnect right now, because they were about 3 or 4 seconds in front of us, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, but they're still in the race, I think, somewhere P21 right now. So yeah, they're slowly clawing their way back.
Indeed they are. Well, you've now decided to go the full-time content creator role these days. How's that all going?
Dude, I'm loving it. It's yeah, it's enjoyable. It's a lot of work. Obviously, you guys know the hours you have to put in. You actually work more hours doing this than a normal job, right? It's crazy, but yeah, loving it. Definitely a massive change from what I'm used to. But yeah, like I said, it's something I love to do, and when you love to do it, it doesn't feel like work, right? So yeah, just putting the grind in, and yeah, hopefully it all works out.
Yeah, I mean, you guys had some really good battles at COTA for the opening round. With things looking as good as they are for this round, what's your realistic hope for? You know, is it going to be a top 5 finish for you guys? Are you gunning for the win?
At the minute, obviously, it's Bathurst, right? We've seen it all go pear-shaped, well, I have it, in the last 10 minutes. So, at the minute, I think just focusing on ourselves. Obviously, we're pretty close to P1, but as we've seen, backmarkers playing a massive part in this race already today, and it could happen again, right? So, at the minute, just focusing on ourselves, getting our laps in, and just keep counting this clock down.
And also GTWR RHG Academy that you're also a part of, you know, got some welcome success at the GT World Challenge Americas finale at Laguna Seca with Luke and Chris picking up the pro and the silver titles respectively. I think that was definitely a good thing for the team coming into this weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah, of course, we're on a massive high at the minute. The boys did amazing. They did amazing the whole series, you know, kept themselves out of trouble, didn't really have a bad round, even when the car was a bit weaker at some of the tracks. And yeah, just really got it done. And in that last round, they really showed up, you know. So yeah, congrats to them both going 1-1 in their classes.
Brilliant. Well, Darren, thanks for talking to us, buddy. Wishing you and the 2 teams all the very best of luck for the rest of the race. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Big thank you there to Darren King from the number 38 crew, GTWR Esports 2, with Chris Hartfelt currently in the car as the car is making its way through the cutting as we speak. Really good to hear from Darren there, Adam, with regards to enjoying the fact that he's become a full-time content creator, and he said that if you love what you do, you never work a day in your life.
Yes, yeah. I only hesitate ever so slightly because I love what I do, but sometimes it does feel like even harder work. You know, I said to somebody the other day, I don't think I've ever worked so hard for so little. Running your own business, it is, you know. But same thing on the content side as well. You know, it'll be really difficult when you have those videos or that piece of content that doesn't work out. You know, it can feel quite personal when that happens. So, but all power to him, and you know, it's great to see more and more people being able to make a career out of sim racing, not just on the content creation side, but whether it be, you know, on the manufacturing side or brand or in retail, you know, all kinds of different things coming together. You know, sim racing, a lot of people said that sim racing benefited somewhat from all the lockdowns and things, which of course it did, but there hasn't been the predicted drop-off the back of those lockdowns. Sim racing is here to stay, and it is a growing industry, growing rapidly at pace as well. As Princess gets into the wall there.
That car's got a little bit of. I think I just noticed that his steering is not tracking true right now. That was a clobber for both the front right and rear right of that Mercedes. I think that was definitely a clean up on aisle 3 there for Adam Princess from ADAC Competizione in the number 100. Currently running in 24th, and there's a familiar car we've just seen, the number 1 of Simulations, Mateusz Kadziela in front going down Conrad. It's like you were saying with regards to sim racing. I joined, as a very, very unknown commentator within the greater expanse of sim racing, and now people have said to me, if the pandemic had happened, what would not have taken place? I said, me being part of the ADAC SimRacing Expo in some way, shape or form. Yeah. That's one of the big things, and I've really got myself a bit more immersed. I'm understanding more technical aspects of it, and I'm really enjoying the sense of community. And I'm looking forward. I was there at the Race Spot VCO Esports Summit at Simply Racing Milton Keynes, where managed to meet up with a few people that I'd spoken to on the other side of the Discord server, including our broadcast producer, Mr. Steve Proudley. And it was great to see so many people, and people that I hadn't caught up with in years, like say Florian Hasper from VCO, who's a good friend. I still remember working alongside him through my days as a DTM journalist back from 2012 to 2018 or 2019. But it's just like sim racing, as you said, very rightly, is here to stay.
It is, thank goodness, because I don't know where I'd be without it. I don't know how many people know, but I'm leading up a project that talks about the benefits of sim racing on mental health, and there are huge benefits for people's mental health being involved in sim racing. It's a great healthy escape for people. Really, really keen to work with people, both that are already. There we go. The one is done. That is for sure. Now that will have to go back into the pits. Around it goes, and it's got to go the wrong way around the track to find a way to turn around. But that was a big moment, and the barrier there that says clean away, that's required.
The one is done. I'm going to add another musical reference. Another one bites the dust when it comes to that part of the track, doesn't it? But at least the number 1 was paramount in both descriptions right there.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where the one is done came from, but it just seemed to fall out of my mouth. That is. Oh, it was a big moment under braking, and then hit one of the little sausages there, and then ended up. So wasn't actually as bad as it first looked.
I think
the rear contact.
I think the back end took more of the brunt on that one, because it was a bit of a mean pinball going through that part. The front end touched, and then all of a sudden it spun the back end round, then walloped. So that's going to be splitter, rear bumper, rear wing, tailgate, all
that's a bit of everything. Yeah. I mean, just get it in. It's not gonna pass its MOT now. That's for certain. It's gonna need something. Interestingly, by the way, that 14 car is now just 1.1 behind Novakovsky. So that was 6.5 just a few laps ago. So rapidly closing in on the 90, and will continue to close that gap and try and make their way up the field. So 18th at the moment, 17th is a knock-in. So that top 15 that you predicted is distinctly possible.
Yeah, with 2 hours and 17 minutes still to go. That gap's gone down by another 10th. Dara McCormack still closing in. Now, here we have the battle for P3 on our screens. Valentin Barrier for the virtual drivers by TX3 crew in the number 72. Dara McCormack there comes front and centre into shot through Murray's corner, and the gap was 9.5 tenths. In the lap times, McCormack was just under 2 tenths quicker last time around. So McCormack definitely getting the hustle on here.
Yeah, and same thing with the 14, has got that gap down to just 9/10 now on Novakovsky. And if anyone's wondering why we're so interested in a car that's down in 18th place, you may notice it's also purple because it has the fastest lap of the race, the very fastest lap of the race, and has had for a long time. They started right at the front of this race. And then had an unfortunate incident at the beginning as McCormack, I think, just gave the wall a little scrape there. And just looking at his camera there, is he doing this in the back of a horse box?
No comment.
It looks like the inside of a box trailer or something, but anyway. Yeah, maybe I'm not the only person doing... Oh, McCormack really throwing it through the S's and into the dipper there. The way that these quick guys throw the car through that section, yeah, just terrifies me every single time, but they look calm enough with it.
I thought you nearly ended up speechless there, Adam.
No, these things don't happen.
Hopefully I'm around for the first time when you do become speechless for some particular reason or another, but never mind. Dara will be probably talking to either Tinko or Igor, his teammates at Williams Esports, running P4, but Valentin Barrier cannot afford to go wide and start rally crossing coming out of the chase. So otherwise that Williams Honda will be very, very close indeed. The gap is now half a second.
Balatse is down to just a 10th behind Neath as well. So we've got McCormack on the back of Barrier. We've got Abelatse on the back of Neath. We've also got Grunewald on the back of Novakovsky. There are battles... Oh, and Pinches on the back of Stockinger. So we've got battles up and down the field right now.
Indeed we have, as we're just under 15 minutes away from the end of hour 4 out of 6. As we ride on board with... Dara McCormack.
Meanwhile in Discord, Paul Glover just replying to a bot, always good.
Yes, with a perfectly appropriate GIF as well, saying I'm back.
So this is McCormack and... Oh, as you see, Barrier just get the back end out a little bit. Now, you were talking about the Blues Brothers reference with a car wiggling it earlier. Maybe I'm less classy because I was just thinking don't stop, wiggle, wiggle, but never mind. Showing my age as well.
I was showing my age, and actually James Parfitt, credit where credit was due, he said, yeah, I know, but we're both old. James and I are actually the same age, or similar ages, like within 9 months of each other.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Well, I had, well, luckily enough.
The big question now being, is that older or younger than me?
Well, I turn 45 in September this year, 2 months before the Expo. I'm not even going to start with Steve.
I may be bald and have a grey beard, but I'm only 37 at the moment, so...
Oh, dearie me. Well, I actually met up with Mr. Parfitt this past weekend at Wilton Mill, so it was good to see the man let himself in person. A great day at Wilton Mill. But yeah, Dara McCormack still trying to keep Valentin Barrier very, very honest. Chris Hartveld has actually started to chip away at that gap with Jakob Harkott behind the wheel of the number 10 Triton Racing BMW.
Abelatse has got past Neath, sorry. Abelatse passed Neath, so the 41 back up into 5th now.
Well, Neath has just lost, well, on that previous lap, lost about 1.1 seconds, so Neath must have just found that the pressure was too much. The so it's going to be quite interesting. Oh, dearie me, the gifts are starting to happen in the... Oh dearie me, it is the witching hour, oh dearie me.
I think it was about this time at COTA where we started looking at the party scene in the middle, and which then just prompted me to start going...
And then you got a telling off for not having watched Dodgeball or any of the Star Wars films as well.
Correct, something which I have yet to correct.
All I'm going to say is we've got a very long 2 hours and 11 and a half minutes ahead of us, folks. Yeah, that's enough. Yeah, that's more than enough time. Probably watch dodgeball. Oh, Barrier, very, very close. But did I see that McCormack went a little bit?
Oh yeah, just went straight across. Yeah,
straight across.
We know
dearie.
you've got to be careful there. Number one, because you could pick up the old track cut there.
Yes.
But also, we saw what happened to the number one car when it went straight on down there. It hit El Sausage and got thrown around. So you've got to be careful.
I'm sorry, I'm just watching the Twitch chat. Jonathan said, not watching Star Wars is acceptable. Dodgeball is a disgrace. Get out. Oh dear.
So, Alex, you are now on till the end. Thank you very much for listening to me. It's now Alex Goldschmidt and Paul Glover.
Hey, look, I was only. Hey, don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger.
Listen, I quite happily, back up on the. I love Star Wars. It's amazing, and Dodgeball is a great film as well. So I'm with you. It's a great film. But have you ever watched Basketball by the guys Trey Parker behind South Park?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, that's a classic. You've never seen that one? Yeah. Absolutely immense. Absolutely immense.
You would actually be better with me going along the lines of which films have you watched? So it's a much more simple list. But there we go.
So you basically you're telling us, Adam, you need to be educated. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Rather rapidly by the sounds of things.
You know what? I only watched my first James Bond film about 2 years ago.
What?
And quite enjoyed it. So we've watched most of them now. Anyway. So we've seen McCormack into the Valentine Barrier.
Well.
I mean, Adam. That. Talk about scraping the barrel with jokes. Have I got to put up with this for 2 hours?
2 hours and 9 minutes and 15 seconds.
Well, I'll be here for about until the turn of the hour.
Yes. Please don't leave me alone with him.
Oh dearie me, even I need a little bit of respite, but we're keeping on board with Dara McCormack on the Williams Esports Honda. Right up the back exhaust pipes of Valentine Barrier through into the chase. It's going to be close between these two, but Barrier's going to get the nose ahead for the minute. McCormack keeping it peeled to the outside. Try and get the switch back. Barrier nearly goes wide again through the exit of the chase, but keeps it just off the curbing. That was neatly done by Barrier there, guys, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Kept that side line into the chase. Obviously the first part that swings to the right, you've got to be brave and stay to the outside of that to keep the inside through the main part of the chase. That's exactly what Barrier did, because that Honda had a lot of speed coming out of the slipstream. It'd be interesting to see as he comes up through the gears. It only seems to be in the higher gears where the Honda really starts to get cracking, as we see a disqualification.
That is GTWR go setups because of Amir Hosseini's disconnect earlier on. He's got no internet to speak of.
James, you got a feel for those guys, haven't you?
Yeah.
On that overtake that McCormack tried to make, I noticed something while we were on board. I felt like the rear of the Honda, like it's done before, into that corner, sort of went away from him a little bit. The gap opened up there. And so I think it's that different, because he was almost forced by the BMW to take a different line. And I don't think the Honda likes that.
Can we try and find out what Mr. McCormack is actually gaming in? Because that's not a shed, that's not a garage, that's not a house, is it? That looks like the inside of a trailer to me.
It does,
and if it is, then props to him. It's either a trailer or a horse box or something like that. But whatever it is, I'm loving it and also getting ideas.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Well, guys, just keep your eyes on the lead. Even though we are keeping an eye, Dara McCormack again. Now this time, that's a full send round the outside into the chase, and he's got the move done. No, he hasn't. It's side by side rubbing panels, and I think Barrier's going to get the inside run through into Murray's. Yeah, that was a brave move a little bit of a hip check there for Tyrone McCormack, but he's still side by side, coming across the line. Onto another lap. We're on to lap number 114, and Valentin Barrier keeps the tight line. Is he going to run wide coming out of Hell Corner? No, he doesn't.
Valentin's done a fantastic job there, keeping it pinned round the outside, taking a little bit of grass on the exit of the chase in towards Murray's, and then holding it through the final corner and up through Hell, but now gets the send from McCormack up the inside into Griffin's, side by side then, and that looks much closer to being moved done, but I think Barrier is still alongside. No, he hasn't. He tucks in behind, and that is position change. Great move from McCormack.
Nice sense. Yeah,
I think the camera did you a bit of injustice there, Adam, I must say. Just you know, it was hard to see whether they were alongside or not.
Barrier, I think, might have just had a slight touch with the left front of that car on the wall. Whereas McCormack...
did Barrier touch the Barrier?
Oh, God.
That's...
Can we mute him?
Goodbye.
I'm not saying it. I'm pleading the fifth on that one. I'm not saying anymore. Right, coming up to just over 5 minutes to go until we hit the final third. 2 hours of the second round of the ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by Simracing.GP here at Bathurst. But yeah, it's going to be pit lane reporter on the DT on the important questions. That's Dan Terry from Simracing.GP. Is this a horse box? Great. I was wondering what it was. I mean, yeah, you got to. You know what I might do is after this race, you just Beaver Grease Racing hit the wall coming out of Forest Elbow there in the battle for what is P8, with Lucas Matea just up ahead for the Racing Point BMW. So good battle here for these two cars coming down through out of the exit of Conrod into the chase. Is Junkovic just going to send it? Thinks better of it.
You were talking about the horse box just before that.
Well, I was just about to say that you just made Jonathan want to leave. Oh, after your last joke.
My work here is done then.
I was about to say, is that a bad thing?
So yeah, and Dan wants to go as well. So no, Steve, I'm really sorry, but yeah, I seem to have disbanded your team for you. So yes, vacancies at SGP incoming.
Oh God, here we go.
So
since McCormack's got past Barrier, the gap's opened up already to a second. I know we saw him a moment ago clipping the wall, but only doing 204s is where McCormack's in the 202s.
Keep your eyes, yeah, guys. Sorry to cut across you there, Paul, but keep your eyes on this battle. Look who's behind the two BMWs. That's Leon Otoki and the number 4 Unicorns of Love number 2 car. P8.
But also at the same time, keep an eye on the timer between our leaders. It's come down to 1.8 now, so that gap closing down at the front. Can we ask the drivers to maybe just like have all their battles at different times through the race rather than all at the same time? Because that seems to be happening quite a lot as the lead comes down to 1.7 now. So there's definitely a move there.
Well, the thing is, you say that to a racing driver, they will never listen to you, period. Never listen to you. Yeah. It's like with karting. You tell a teammate...
you know?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh dear, I can see how this... I can see how the next 2 hours...
I can see how the next 2 hours is going to go. I already know Dan's got his head in his hands as well. Which to be fair, absolutely delights me at the prospect of that. Yeah. And also, some of us will be meeting face to face at the SimRacing Expo at the final round of this, so that we'll see what happens there as well. So
I could maybe join you on a Zoom call or something.
I'm sure you very much will do.
Indeed, technology, isn't it wonderful?
Yeah. Indeed it is. So
85's in.
85 is in, absolutely. So Junkanavicius, oh my god, I need you to say, Alex.
He's absolutely, Junkovicius. The first name he's attempted, and he's just literally just thrown it onto the fire and added extra gasoline just in case.
Oh no, I did notice that my favourite driver is in here as well, that I completely butchered at COTA when I just went volololololololo. So yes, I'm looking forward to them getting back in the car. But yes, we will miss Alex when he's gone because his pronunciations are on point.
Exactly.
Paul made the same point just before you finished earlier. So between the two of us,
it's going to be entertaining.
I'm going to watch this back later and just go, not cringe, but just laugh.
Just you know, for the point, I think, of making me look better over the next 2 hours, and we'll just keep Adam around,
Yeah, well, we've had a change to the max lap speed. Well, the max speed, Triton Racing, look at them. They've now deposed the number 4 Unicorns of Love number 2 out of 5th spot. Yaz Heat are now in there, as are Adam D's favourite team. It's Beaver Grease Racing.
Yes. Now, Paul, I don't know whether you watched back COTA, but that is the team that I accidentally called Badger Juice Racing at COTA. As P2 takes to the pits, so this will be interesting. I wonder how long it will be before Harcourt then takes to the pits. McCormack into the pits as well. Obviously, thinking that they've got a better chance of undercutting.
I think you generally have it with ACC, don't you? I think generally, not in. I think there is the odd circuit where it's not so great, but that's the advantage of being behind the leaders, right? Is that you can dictate when you want to pit.
Yes, with the exception of GT4. If you get into GT4s where you've got no tyre blankets, then all of a sudden the overcut is more powerful. But for these guys, definitely that undercut is going to work super well.
Yeah, well, I think now that we've gone into hour number 5 out of 6, let's have a look at some of the highlights here at the SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by Simracing.GP. Well, as we saw earlier on, that Triton Racing has been in the trenches, as were main competitors BMW G2 Esports. Coming into the chase off of Conrod Straight, Max Voigtner did manage to get the car settled under braking, but it allowed Charlie Crossland to get through to take the race lead, and it was the second time that BMW G2 Esports would lead the race. Before this particular incident has changed proceedings quite significantly. The number 53 of Geeks Energy Sim Racing Blue started to reverse at the top part of the hill, missing various cars, but clattered into G2 Esports, and then for double measures it also collected Triton Racing, with the 53 car picking up a 10-second time penalty as a direct result. A very, very lucky escape later on for Williams Esports, who had a slight confrontation, a slight touch to the back end of the Audi, the 222 of Dor Esports Blue, that got the 149, just 124, handed a warning by race control. More dramas, as we saw Absolute racing in the 88 car. Filippo Crotti nearly rolling it, going through off of Skyline and into the dipper, then having to return to garage with significant repairs required. Also, Arnage Competition had their own scare going through Skyline, as they also clattered into the wall and did a nice 180 over the sausage curbs before being assisted by SimWare Pro by VDS Racing, and then getting a nice little love tap from behind by another Mercedes. That was Ballast Esports. The number 1 of Simulation Esport has not had a great run, with Mateusz Kajela having multiple scares, including this one going through into the dipper off of Skyline and having to wait, bide time, and then go back up the hill and do a 3-point turn. Well, it's at this point, Paul and Adam, I'm going to have to bid you guys farewell. It's been an absolute
hoot. As you do that, Alex, Unicorns of Love are in the pits, so interesting stuff going on. So
indeed,
it's that time, isn't it? But it's been an absolute pleasure having you with us, Alex.
Indeed, always a pleasure, never a chore. And guys, I shall all leave you in the very capable hands of Mr. Adam D and Mr. Paul Glover. Have a good one, fellas.
Thank you very much, Alex. So Mr. Pronunciation heads off, and you are left with double car crash. To the end of the race, we've got an hour and 56 minutes of this one left to go. Several battles brewing, Paul. You see James Baldwin now within 8/10 of Neath, up in the battle for 3rd and 4th. But there's not a lot of gaps out there between any of the cars. Some great racing to take us through to the flag.
Yeah, I was keeping an eye on while I was taking my break, and some of the highlights that were just shown there a second ago, especially the loss for the lead there. That I caught that while I was, as I say, on my little bit of a break. And there's some great battles, as you say. Like we're looking at one right now. So for P3, Neath and Baldwin doing a sterling job in the Honda, and I'm sure you are aware that James Baldwin had a contact on the first couple of laps at the start of this race, and the team have done well to get back where they find themselves currently.
Indeed, yeah, and I think that Honda is going to make a move, or at least attempt to make a move at the top of Mountain Straight into Griffins. He's forced to go to the outside line, so we'll watch it from the old helicam now. So thinks better of it this time around, and we'll maybe look to make a move down Conrad instead. Also of note, Fiala is within 0.3 of Wojtner for 5th as well. So, like I say, battles up and down through the field, and we'll also keep an eye on when other drivers take their pit stops as well. There's a few cars that are out of sequence in the pit stops, and that does mean that we've really got no clue who's going to come out on top in this one.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at the top 3 at the moment. They've had 3 pit stops. Then you've got 4th and 5th that have had 4 pit stops. And then 6 has had 3. But there's a couple of cars that have had 5. So the one that's currently P15 with Crossland in, car 62, that's had 5 pit stops. Oleg Zorov, who's currently P17, they've had 5 stops. So yeah, you're right, it's all over the place. And I can see that P27, so that's car 11, the McLaren that we were talking about earlier on, has had 6 stops. So yeah, and also we've just been given a bit of information. So car 10,
here comes Baldwin. He's looking for a move up the inside into the chase. Nothing doing this time around. Sorry, carry on.
Right, it's okay. I don't know if you heard me earlier on, but often when you're the shark, you suddenly become the prey. And I know that's probably a back marker behind, but it just shows you when you make an attack how far you can drop and then drop into the clutches of their car behind. So pit stop times, we've been given a few stats. So car 10, 66 seconds on lap 29 on 29 laps. Car 38, 65 seconds on 29 laps. And car 124, 64 seconds on 29 laps. And car 72, 63 seconds on 30 laps. So, and also back in car 14 is Dennis Schoniger because he had a brake pedal earlier on.
James Baldwin to the outside into Griffins. Can't quite get it done that time around, and we'll tuck back in again. I thought that one was going to end in tears, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Schoniger back in the car.
Yes.
So he had a problem with the brake pedal earlier.
Yeah, he did, and he sent us an update to say that he was going to go to somewhere else to go in another rig. So I don't know if it's a rig he's raced in before, whether it's a friend's rig or a teammate's rig or whatever, because you obviously have to sign into your Steam account and all that palaver and everything else. So
of course, yeah. I suppose he might have been able to take his PC with him,
maybe
just plug it into somebody else's rig. But yeah, great commitment from Dennis Schoniger.
It's easier to be honest with you, Adam, because when you take your PC, you've got to then set up all the bindings and everything else. It might just be easier to use someone else's settings but use your Steam. I honestly, yeah. I mean, it's stressful either way, to be honest.
Yeah, but then you got setups and
here we go, Baldwin.
Yeah, Baldwin now moves to the right-hand side, which becomes the inside that then becomes the outside for the chase. So he's going to need to get it done before they reach the braking zone for the chase, but pretty equal on straight line speed. So I think Neath is going to hold that down the inside. No, Baldwin goes all the way around the outside. Great move from James Baldwin. Neath drops down to 3rd, Baldwin up to 2nd as they are a little bit out of sequence on pits. But that Honda of the Veloce team is up into 2nd in the race now. Great move there, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely great move. I've been told in chat that it's a rig of a friend. So there you go. Got some good friends around there. So that's
we now need the answer to the important question, which was using the friend's PC or took their own PC with them. That's the important thing. Now let's settle that one. And we also still need to find out whether that guy was driving in. It was McCormack. Whether he was driving in a horse box or a trailer or something.
Yes, yeah. We'll Agent DT's on that. Yes, yeah. And then we got so 27 and 28 are now into the pits. So is car 4 as well. So a couple of gains have gone there. So car 72 and 124 have now gained a couple of positions because car 4 is in the pit. So we are at that period of time at the moment where we're starting to see, different strategies at play. We've got 1 hour and 50 minutes to go, Adam. And
here comes Rodriguez trying to make a move on Chassis in front. So another battle between a BMW and a Honda. That seems to be what we've seen up and down this event. Big battles between BMWs and Hondas, but here comes the Williams Honda, the 124 car of De Oliveira Rodriguez, and pushing Chassis on in the 72 car. Those guys, best part of 29 seconds behind Fiala in 5th. So this one's an important move because it will make that position up to 6th. And would then allow a big lock up of the left front as it gets unloaded across the curb. But they managed to hold on to it quite nicely in the end. And this will be another battle down the Conrad Straight.
So you get a flag out for car 27. I don't know if they've had a moment, but I just saw there was a white flag being flown by the marshals as I hooked onto them. So yeah. So
I've got really good news for you.
I think I've just seen it.
We are about to settle the question of horsebox trailer or what, because we are going to talk to Dan McCormack in just a moment. In fact, let's bring him in and have a chat. We're not quite ready for that yet, so we'll come back to that in just a second, because Rodriguez still pushing hard on the back of Chassis, not managing to get it done down the Conrad. So what are we thinking? Up mountain and into Griffins?
Potentially, or as he runs wide out of the of turn 1 there, so that's not going to do him any favours getting into the slipstream with that BMW. What I would like to say is that Alex and I were kind of talking up the BMW straight line speed earlier on and saying how, the Honda is susceptible to the BMW straight line. But we, a moment ago we saw James Baldwin giving it to a BMW, and maybe it is just all about having that slipstream at the end of the day. So we do know how much of a power horse the BMW is, but it's good to see these Hondas holding their own this time, and with one of them currently in P2 as we look at Rodriguez at P7.
I think as well the BMW being such a big square box will create a beautiful slipstream for the little slither of a Honda as he locks up that left front again coming down the hill. Now, we are ready to talk to Dyer McCormack now, so let's settle the debate. I'm going for horsebox. What do you reckon?
No, I reckon it's in the house somewhere and he's just put something round it.
Okay, well, we'll find out. We'll find out. So let's bring in Dyer McCormack now and have a chat with him and find out obviously how the race is going as well. So hello, Mr. McCormack. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining us. Before we chat about the race, the most important thing we need to find out is, where are you racing? What are you in?
It's under my bed.
It's
under my bed.
Yeah, makes sense now. I thought you were in a horse box, but
I can see it. I understand.
That makes sense. Look, how's the race going for you and your team? Sum it up for us.
Well, it's been up and down, very up and down. We were leading at one point. We made a last-minute setup change, which just did not work at all, at least for me. And it's dropped us a couple of tenths at pace, but I mean, we're still fighting for P3 potentially, so it's looking good right now. It could be P1, but look, coulda, shoulda, woulda. But yeah, I mean, the car does feel it does feel consistent and good. Only issue is Skyline, that's about it. Igor and Tinko did an amazing job so far, so yeah, hopefully they can bring it home with 2 very strong stints.
So what was the reasoning for you guys behind going for the Honda? Because obviously we've got a lot of BMWs out there, quite a few AMGs as well, and only a couple of Hondas. Was it just a case of you all felt most comfortable with the Honda, or did you feel like it had the best raw speed around here?
Well, it's definitely the fastest car, like 100%. But on race pace, it's very hard to hook up. In quali, for example, I could have taken pole by 3/10, but I bottled, I don't know, maybe like 10 laps. So I drove like a muppet. But yeah, look, it is what it is.
We were watching one of your laps where you were up, I think a couple of attempts, as you say, and I think you threw it round away the last sector. I mean, but we saw a lot of drivers losing time in that final corner. It seems to be quite tricky when you're up. I mean, we're only talking minute amount of numbers, and when the pressure's on, I guess it sometimes happens, right?
Yeah, I mean, in the hill I was up, like in the mountain I was up 3/10 several times, and I'd just get to the chase and I'd ruin it all. So yeah, it was just me being an idiot, really. I got blocked a few times, but that's out of my control, nothing I could do there. Yeah, I mean, other people nailed it, I didn't, so it's on me at the end of the day. Yeah, it's just the race pace is just a bit of an issue right now, and the consistency of the car over Skyline is just, I don't know, it's insane.
Is that because it's the setup, or is that because it's mid-engine?
It's the setup.
Okay.
We had a setup that didn't do what it's doing now. Basically, it's doing a wheelie when we tried to go over Skyline. So if you see us go straight, it's because the front end of the car is lifted about 50 inches off the ground. So yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's not exactly pleasant there, but everywhere else it's really nice. So yeah, we're just kind of.
You must have had a reason to make that change, though. Were you just trying to squeeze too much out of it? Do you think, or?
No, it was more like we were just trying to make it safer, and it kind of went too safe in a way, and then it backfired. That it just does a wheelie over Skyline now. So look, it is what it is. Yeah, we're just kind of in survival mode, and yeah, I mean we're doing decent right now, so I'm quite happy. I mean, I think we may be leading the championship, right? I'm not sure.
I'm not a mathematician, so don't go asking me.
Yeah, I'm looking at Abeladze's team and Baldwin's team, and I think we should be ahead of them. So yeah.
So what's the aim for you guys for the rest of this race? Where do you aim to bring it home?
B3 for sure. B3 is right in front of us technically, like 2/10 chassis in the BMW. So yeah, we got jumped because the BMW is insane in the pits. So that's just kind of unfortunate. There's nothing we can do there. So yeah, I think we can get him back. Igor's looking really strong right now. So
P1 and 2 have just got into just going into the pits, I think. So that's all going to settle itself out now. All of your car and all the cars around you now are all on 4 pit stops, so it's racing on the black stuff rather than in the pits now. So let's see what you guys can do.
Yeah, cheers.
We'll let you crack on, and we will go back to this battle involving your teammate. But big thanks for settling the horsebox trailer argument that turned out to be under your bed. It's great stuff. So thank you for that, and good luck for the rest of the race. As we see Igor making a move into Hell Corner, side by side then with Chassé, little bump together, and there's a car exiting the pits as well. I think that one's for position as well, if I remember correctly. Looking at the liveries, they're now side by side coming up the hill with another BMW sat behind looking to make position as well. So yes, Igor Oliveira Rodriguez goes around the outside. Griffin's great move there.
Yeah, that was a great bit of driving, and I think you're right. I think that's Mikhail Bykov in the 41 car, who's in P5 behind them. So you're right. That is a car fighting for this position that's come out right behind them after exiting the pit. So yeah, a 3-way. Oh, I love a 3-way, me.
And Bykov then on the fresh boots will now be putting the pressure on Chassé right from the beginning of this stint. This will help the Williams car get away a little bit Chassé is probably having to look in his mirrors more than looking forward at this moment in time. It's BMW versus BMW coming through Forest's Elbow and heading down the Conrad Straight then. Here we go then. Let's see whether Bykov gets a decent tow from his fellow BMW. Just a couple of tenths between them as they come down towards the right-hand kink that leads into the chase. It's a long old straight, the Conrad, but he's not making up enough time, I don't think, to make a move into the chase. So he's going to have to look elsewhere on the lap pool.
Yeah, and let's be honest, it's hard to attack as soon as you come out of the pits because you've got to get those tyres up to temperature. So it's good that he is able to stick onto the back already, just literally now completing his first full lap. That's his out lap, so give him a couple more and he might be on the back of the 72 BMW. Just a bit of information to bring you up to speed. So all top 6 cars have 1 stop left, and we reckon cars 66 and 41 will stop around about 38 minutes of the race to go. So that will be a sprint race to the finish. And we predict the rest will stop with approximately 50 minutes of the race to go. So not so much of a sprint race, but yeah. So we've still got that to come, really. Where I think, and as Bastian Richer has still got the fastest lap of a 2:09.35 after all this time. And that was set really early on, after their little incident that they had at the start of the race.
Yeah, crazy pace from them. They're still sat 18th, but 2.8 behind Sviderek in the 90. So they lost a bit of time to the 90 car through the pit stop phase, but will look to push back up on to the back of that car. Of course, Schoeniger may be running a rig that he's never driven before. So that is some good work there. We'll keep with this battle, though. This is a battle for 4th. So Chassé versus Bykov. You'll notice that Jardier's got back into the 66 car. So great to know that we've now got the top 6 all with 1 stop left to go. It gives us a bit more of an idea of where things are at. So it's Wojtna in the 10 that leads after 126 laps. 2.3 the gap back to Fiala now, so that one is just nudging down again. Then it's the Williams car of oh no, as we see Bykov off. That's not the first time we've seen a BMW lose it there into the gravel, and that is the end of that battle for now. So that will have also put a lot of strain straight onto those brand new tyres, Paul.
Yeah, I don't quite know what happened there. I wonder if he locked up and the back came round to say hello to the front, but I'm sure we'll get a replay at some point just to kind of show us again. But he was getting ready to make an attack of some description. As you can see, there's a couple of cars potentially coming. Oh, I think there might. Here we go. So here's the replay. So he's in the slipstream. You've got the Honda up ahead, and he's coming down.
I reckon he's going to touch some grass on the right-hand side just as he comes to brake. Oh no!
He didn't. It was under braking and he got a bit of a wiggle on. So yeah, you replay there, powered by Paskenveld.
Wiggle it just a little bit.
Wiggle it just a little bit. What a tune! But yeah, lives to see another day. What's really good about that is just there's no damage on the car. There's no contact with a barrier, and look, it's 8.2 seconds. It looked like he had the pace on him, so I'm hoping that he'll be able to close that down. Again, I can see that the battle for P7's hotting up a little bit. It's worth keeping an eye on the battle for P10 as well. Yeah,
here is the battle for P7. It's Pertal versus Florian Durkop in the Unicorns of Love second team. So that's the car 4, which is the second of these two coming across the top of the hill. So it's all German car battle here of BMW versus AMG. As they come through towards the mountain section now, up through McPhillamy, down towards Skyline now. That's an atmospheric shot of Florian there with just enough lighting to be able to see him and not a lot else.
Eye strain hell, isn't it? I don't know.
Well, I don't know. It might actually allow you to run the screen a little bit less bright and might make it a bit better. I don't know, but still, it's better. I don't know whether you saw it, but
we're doing it for climate control. Maybe that's what it is.
We had an epic camera shot earlier, which was just up somebody's wall.
He's right in the slipstream of the 85, and the 85 nicely sort of keeps to the left-hand side, but he's run a little bit wide there, and he's got a nice toe. He's right behind him here, isn't he? He took a really good line, tries to go in for the outside, forcing the BMW to take, you know, not the ideal line. So the Mercedes has got the racing line there, and he's going to pull out again into the inside line. And is he going to make the move under the brakes? He is. Look at that. Well worked move. He lined that up, you know, within a few corners. He knew exactly what he was doing there.
He did, but I would suggest that Pertil knew what was coming and got himself into a position to tuck into the slipstream coming up the mountain straight. I don't think it's going to pay off though, and Durkop manages to hold that position then, so it is a good overtake in the end, and that is now 7th place for the AMG. So your top 10 very quickly is the 10 of Voitschner, the 38 of Fiala, the 124 of De Oliveira Rodriguez, the 72 of Chassé, the 41 of Baikov, who we saw taking a bit of an off-road moment just a moment ago, the 66 of Jardier, the 4 of Durkop, the 85 of Pertil, the 62 of Crossland in the G2 car that we saw battling for the lead earlier on, and the 977 of Conrad. So that is your top 10 at this moment in time, but we will keep an eye on the battle for 10th as well, because
we are looking at it now. We're looking
right
at
on the
it now.
Indeed we are, yes.
Yes, Conrad is on your screens, because that gap has come down considerably. It's easy for me to say. So that gap is now around about half a second, as where a couple of laps ago when I kind of highlighted it, it was over a second. So and also I can see that the battle for P7 isn't letting off either. They're 0.3 apart at the moment, so that's close. And I think Viala, is it Viala or Viala in P2 currently, is going to catch the leader, because he's a few tenths up every lap, and that gap I think is going to continue to come down. Back markers may play a part, of course, around here at the mountain, as we can see our onboard shot of Conrad in the bottom right hand corner. The concentration of a sim racer, that is, for you, ladies and gentlemen. I pull all kinds of faces when I'm racing. How about you, Adam?
Yes, I make a lot of noises as well. Anyone who's ever in voice chat with me will know that I tend to go a lot.
Yes, yeah, Dan will tell you that I do exactly the same. So
yeah. But I'll tell you what we should do at some point. We should have a commentators race. Now, forget these lot on track. We should get all of the racers in the comms box, every single one of them, and just send me, you, and Alex around the track.
Three commentators for a race. You know.
Yep.
It's not going to be the most exciting race in the world, is it?
Oh, I don't know. I think there'll be action galore, I'm expecting Dan to hook that one up, and maybe we can get like the producing team on it as well, and and all that kind of stuff. So let's do that, and switch positions, and also shove a prize pool of €10,000 in it. Why not?
That sounds like a great. I'm on board. Baikov, car 41 in P5, fastest lap around last time, 2019. Everyone else is in 202s and above.
So Baikov then trying to recover that time from the big drop into the chase a few laps ago. Would suggest that he's probably taken a couple of laps just to get those tyres back in a operating window, because there's one thing with ACC: you drop a car like that at high speed, your tyres are going to complain for some time afterwards. But obviously managing to get the pace back on. Pavlaitis now within half a second of Conrad, so that one is close as coconuts now.
Yeah, and the P7 battle and obviously this P10 one that we've been looking at are the closest battles out on track. As I was saying before, towards the end of the first stint, we saw this, with the pit stops bring everybody together, and then the pit stops unwork that magic. There's a bit of damage on the Mercedes ahead there. The back marker that's being blue flagged, as you can see on the on the bonnet.
Yeah,
of
it's
that
got the
car.
old flappy bonnet syndrome.
Yes.
It's,
No, I'm
always
surprised
a little
didn't let
distracting.
them pass on the straight there, because now they've got to go through the mounting section with the Unicorns of Love car number 4 stuck behind them, and you do not want a frustrated driver following you through this section.
No, and here comes Pertil. As the 27 gets into the wall ever so slightly, Florian Durkop will be anxious about Pertil directly behind, really wanting a move past this 27 AMG, and it has just stayed in the way all the way through that section. I'm with you. It would have been much more sensible to get out of it on the mountain straight and let these two go, because they are battling for position 7th and 8th, Durkop and Pertil. If
the driver hasn't realised, you would hope their teammates will be there to support and go, look, let these guys pass. They're way up ahead of you. And here's an opportunity now. Why are they not doing it?
Do it now. Oh, wow. Okay, so maybe they're going to do it now. It looks that way. So Durkop gets through. I wonder if Pertil did as well. Yes, but that gap has come down to 0.3 of a second now. So the 85 car looking pretty marauding in the mirrors. Povolaitis also under the half a second mark behind Conrad now as well, but not making a huge inroad there. So just following each other at the moment. But we'll stay with this one for just a minute, see how this one unravels, because there are more back markers up the road. And as I mentioned earlier, the NLR Cup at Bathurst here just a few months ago was decided by a back marker collecting the race leader.
Oh, I remember that, yes.
So, these sorts of things can easily happen around Bathurst. That one at the time made me scream whilst commentating and sound like an idiot. So, let's hope we don't get any more screamy moments from Adam.
No, I've turned you down already, so my ears don't get damaged, just in case you do, so thanks for the warning.
Good man. Crossland, by the way, is now within 1.2 of these two. So Crossland recovering from the earlier issue for that G2 car is closing in on these two and will be looking to make up a couple of places. So from 9th at the moment.
Yeah, these guys aren't exactly setting the pace either. They're in the 203s. I get that obviously they had the back marker, and then Crossland did a low 203, but also I think he validated that lap as well. So he might have got a track car. And that's another thing we don't know about, is we don't know these things as commentators. We don't know how many teams, what track cuts have they got. We know from the ones that stream live, of course, because you can go and have a little peek. But anybody else, and at the start of the race, there was I forget which team it was now, the first couple laps in the Honda went straight across the dip, and I suspect they would have got a couple of track warnings very early on in the race. And I don't know if you've seen many drive-throughs appear in the last couple of hours that you've been commentating, have you?
No, not seen any actually. And it's I mean, I think Bathurst is, unless you make a big mistake and go straight across, down through the dipper or something like that.
Yeah,
it's not quite as much of a risky track for track limits. It's not a COTA, it's not a Paul Ricard, it's not a Mazzano. So hopefully you would think that these guys would be a little bit better on that. Anyway, let's take a short commercial break, and I'm going to swig some water, and we'll be back soon.
Für das Boot hier 31,7.
Welcome back then. An hour and 25 minutes of racing to go here at the Simracing.GP Professional Trophy, all leading up to the final round at the ADAC 2022 Sim Racing Expo at the beginning of December. A great event for all of you to head off to. We have seen a change of position between Crossland and Patil. We're going to try and have a look at that shortly. But with an hour and 24 minutes left to go, Paul, there is still a lot of stories yet to unravel.
Oh, yes, for sure. Especially
here's the replay.
Here we go. Here's the replay you were just referring to a moment ago, Adam. So alongside it, the 85 is on the right-hand side. So the M Sport BMW there, liveried. It's not the M Sport M3 liveried one at all, but he's on the inside, nicely tucks away. It's the G2 Esports car. Apologies, and a good move was made there. So fantastically, and we've seen a lot of moves into that corner. And something that I say a lot, Adam, it takes two to tango. It takes two to make a move happen, and it's good to see the respect given and the space. But also, we've seen we saw it overtake a few laps ago where one driver kind of didn't give the other driver a bit of room, and the other driver went, well, if you're going to do that to me, I'll do the same to you. And you know, and that's racing.
Yeah, it's one of those places where you've got to work together to, you know, at the end of the day, if you're going to lose a position, then obviously that's disappointing, but you then need to minimise the losses by not losing a bunch of time by fighting it too hard when it's definitely happened. So, you know, these guys that are doing it nice and sensibly, and I think the 85 car was quite sensible in recognising that Charlie Crossland was faster, is recovering from an earlier incident, and not fighting that one too hard, letting them go and just getting on with their race. You know, it's one of those things where time after time you might actually say, and I was in an enduro race last night where to our teammate I said right, I'm going to let this one go. This is not our fight.
I do that a lot because, you know, what happens generally is when I know a driver and they're faster than me, I'll let them go past because I can see they're like a lap quicker than me. Then I'd rather just concentrate on what I'm doing. But there we go, Crossland on your bottom right hand of your corner there as we watch him in the G2 Esports BMW. Bykov is still. Oh, there's a yellow flag for Conrad. He's off the track, and he's back on. So he's lost a couple of places there, as I can see. So I'm sure we'll get a replay of that. But he's down into P11 now, and I can see Crossland had a yellow flag, but it can't be because he's on our screens. I don't quite know why the game is showing us that. Bykov is still setting the pace at the moment. So that gap is coming down. It's 3.6 seconds to P4.
Yeah, I think Bykov is going to make that time back up probably before the next stops as well. It's only a couple of laps ago that it was 6.5 seconds. But Crossland now within 0.6 of Durkop in the number 4, the second of the Unicorns of Love cars. On that subject, Unicorns of Love that is, Schoeniger is now 2.5 seconds behind Sviderek in the 90. So that gap coming down. So Schoeniger doing a good job there. We're going to a replay here, powered by Husingveld. So we are going to see
Conrad. This is Conrad 977. Why he caused the yellow flag. So here we go. And then look, Same. Yeah, unsettles the car, the bump there, and unfortunately has a little tap of the wall there, Adam, but doesn't collect anybody, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, definitely, and I got a little confused when our fantastic producer said in our ear that it was a replay of Conrad. I was thinking, yeah, I know that's on the Conrad straight, and no, he was saying Conrad, not Conrod. So
yeah, sorry, I noticed you got confused, so I thought I'd just take over that one.
But you heard my brain just seize up.
Yes, I did. It's okay because I'm used to those brain farts myself, so I was just helping to carry you a little bit there. People don't realise how hard it is to talk while you got someone else talking to you in your ear, and I am getting better at it, but it's taking a bit of practice. It's not something I do every day, unfortunately, but it's a talent in itself.
At least this producer's a little bit more professional than the one I had last week whilst doing the Onid 24, because that one just kept shouting abuse in my ear and trying to put me off. So Dan's saying in my ear that he can arrange that. I'll say no thank you. It's very kind of you, but I'll pass.
I've got to notice that Twitch chat and YouTube chat's been a little bit quiet lately, so reaching out to chat. If anybody's got any questions, any insights they can offer to us with what's going on. We've got an hour and 19 minutes of the race to go. So hello everybody, and hope you're enjoying the event. And I can see that Zorilov is
there's the
crashed.
one.
Someone's crashed. Someone has crashed. Yeah. So Conrad again has had another moment, we believe, so has lost his position and is now in P12. Whether he has damage or not remains to be seen, but we'll find out about that. See, he's not had an eventful couple of laps, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm so glad that you tripped over the same name that I did at COTA, Zolovov. Yeah, that's the one at COTA. I just went Zolalala and just got completely stuck in a rhythm. But yeah, so now within 4/10 of Conrad. So yeah, exciting times for Conrad over the last couple of laps. But look at Crossland marauding up to the back of Durkop now, and again making the move easily on the run into the chase. So that BMW is an absolute monster on the brakes and just showed it there.
Yeah, he is. I mean, last time round he did a 202.4, and Durkop did a 203.6. So here we go. Here's a replay of Conrad that we mentioned, 977, having a bit of a moment up the hill. And there we go. Oh, a bit of a whack into the wall there. So he'll have a little bit of damage, not horrendous, but obviously as a team they'll need to decide what approach they take. He has stayed out of the pits, and that's the thing, is that if they were to pit and repair anything now, you kind of ruin the last stint. So he just best to kind of suck it up and see. And the P13 is around about 19 seconds behind, so he doesn't really have anything to worry about unless he keeps having moments like this. Bike-off is round. Bike-off is round after the dip. Oh,
and that is damage as well. Big damage on the BMW. So Bykov in 5th has just had a huge moment into the wall. I'm sure Steve is frantic in the background trying to find a replay of that one. But that will be good news for Jardier, good news for Crossland. Oh, as we see Durkop run wide there, got away with it. But yeah, all sorts of things kicking off at the moment.
Yeah, but I was just saying, Jardier's now gained a position off Bykov. The interesting thing is Crossland is 20 seconds behind Bykov now in P7. Here we go. This is what we're going to see. And, just hits the wall. And then, look, it's pinging across. Oh, yeah, the bonnet comes up. That is a considerable amount of damage. The thing is that the plus there is he was facing relatively the right way. He was able to go, but the steering is not straight. They're going to have to pit. They are going to have to pit. And that's going to... I mean, Crossland's now up into P6 because of that. They're in the pits. They're making their way in. Oh, man, I think they're going to come out, maybe top 15?
And do you know what's really unfortunate for them? If it had have been 10 minutes and 50 seconds later,
yes,
they could have taken that as their final stop. but they can't now, because with a maximum stint time of 65 minutes, they are going to have to at least just drive through the pits later on to reset the stint timer. So that is a double whammy for Bykov and the 41 car there. It does put Jardier up into 5th and Crossland up into 6th. Durkop will go up to 7th. And I think you're right, Bykov is probably going to come out somewhere between 12th and 15th.
Yeah, I think so. Just looking at the gaps that's showing on the leaderboard at the moment. But oh man, you know, there goes the battle for P4 that I was hoping to see, because as much as I love Jardier Honzik, he's doing 203s. And the man in your P4 there is doing 202s. So again, it might be back market traffic that's causing that, but it might even out. The gap's around about 11.5 seconds at the moment between them. So it might come down.
So I think Bykov has come out in 13th. Let's see whether that drops down any further, just as timing catches itself back up. Meanwhile, Wojtna out front is leading now by almost 4 seconds. So the 10 car doing a great job of just keeping a nice consistent pace, and very similar pace to Fiala. So those two are pretty much staying stable at 4 seconds the gap, as we now watch the 888 car of Zolovov flashing its lights at Povolaitis. Nobody likes to see that for position, but giving it a go anyway, and now looking for a move against the Beaver Grease Racing car of Povolaitis, the number 68. He will now look for a move down into the final corner. Povolaitis holding that inside line. The 888 will look for a cutback and to then get up the inside into Hell Corner, but no such gap emerges, but actually manages to pull out and will send it into Hell Corner. So Povolaitis then tries to tuck back inside, but was out deep, and that is position taken.
I want to point out, I think something's wrong with Bykov. He came out of the pits, lost the position to a car that was behind, and he's been really slow through the mountain. I don't know if the car's not repaired correctly, and then he kind of just had that moment there with the other BMW that had to go wide. I think they're going straight back in. Are they going to go straight back into the pitch? Yes.
Yeah, it is possible that maybe if even if it did do all of the damage, maybe it didn't change tyres, and they were completely cooked as a result.
I think it might be more than tyres, but this is what we just saw a moment ago. Car number 7, trying to go past. Bykov kind of comes over and he's off the track. And I think there's a little bit of contact there, and then So as you can see, Bykov is going really slow. I knew something wasn't quite right, so I had a little look to see what was going on. So that's a real shame, because what can you say about that? That's really unfortunate.
And they've still got another pit stop to take after this, because it's still not within the final stint time. So it's an absolute disaster for the 41. And, these things happen, especially on a track like Bathurst. So easy to do, but no less painful when these things do happen.
Move's just been made for P19. Gates in car 42 has just got past Glatter, car 27. A nice simple move down Common Straight chase.
Well, that'll quickly become 18th with Bykov in the pit.
Yeah. We're just leaving now, I think. So they might get up to speed and get that P18. But no, Bykov is already out, so a little bit up the road, so safe from losing that position.
Yeah, now Schoeniger is up to 17th now as a result of Bykov's issue. 3.4 the gap to Sviderek as well. So continuing the attempt at closing the gap to the 90 car. We're an hour and 10 minutes left. So in about 5 minutes time, we will start to be into final stint territory. And at that point, it will be down to strategy as to whether people want to run right to the end of their current stint or whether they want to come in early and do a longer final stint to take us through. But it does mean that any time after 5 minutes from now, any pit stop you see will be the last stops of the day for that particular car.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Like I said earlier on, I mean, we got some predictions of a couple of teams will be pitting with around about 30 minutes to go, and it will turn the last stint into a sprint race for them. And that's kind of good, because it kind of means they've done something different, because a lot of teams would have just done on the hour, every hour, just do their pit stops, and as the rest of the team, the rest of the teams would have done that too. So yeah, and we are nearly heading towards the last hour of this, with just under 10 minutes of that out. This fifth hour nearly gone. So yeah, and Max out in front. I mean, at the end of the day, I think he's in a solid position. The gap's around 4.5 seconds to Fiala in P2. So I don't think he's got any worries. All he's got to do is just try and be mindful, keep it out of the wall, try and keep the pace up without pushing too hard, and hope that the back markers are kind.
Yeah, Voichner's pace really strong. 4.8 the gap through the last split. 4.6 now, so a small change there, but obviously got that one covered off quite nicely at the moment. The Williams car in third place, having a nice strong race now. That's where Mr. McCormack said that he wanted the car to finish, and at the moment it's looking pretty good for it. But an hour and 8 minutes is a long time in sim racing.
Yeah, it's a long time in any format, really, isn't it? It's down to you as the driver that's at the helm to keep your focus, not be distracted. And as you can see, Bastian Reicher has still got the fastest lap with a 2:09.35, and that was set within the first hour of today's event. This is a 6-hour endurance race. This is round 2 at Bathurst in Australia, New South Wales, and here is our current leaders with regards to the max lap speed charts. So 287 kilometers per hour for the virtual drivers by TX3 and BMW G2 Esports, and then 286 for Beaver Grease Racing. There we go, Beaver Grease for you, Adam. Car 68 and Yas Heat, and then we've got Triton Racing rounding out that with a 285 kilometers per hour. And what surprises me is those speeds were higher than what we saw in qualifying, but I guess in qualifying you're not going to be running as close as you're trying to run to get into the slipstream of another car to try and make a move, as where normally in qualifying you're looking for a bit of space.
Yeah, of course, and when you're in packs early doors as well, you might even be getting a double or triple slip down the Conrad as well. So that's certainly going to add into it. I was just noticing over in the YouTube chat, Tiger Ager said Charlie Crossland GOAT.
Yes.
So a Crossland fan there, and Crossland.
You know, I
doing
thought that
well
read Charlie Crossland GOAT.
Yeah, well, I mean, strictly speaking, it does, but yeah, I think what we do is add the cross to the land, and it makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Now that I heard you say that, I was like, oh god. I was like, what does that mean?
That he was going to ride goatback across the land. Yes, indeed. So Voichner leads then across the line once again, a 2:02.9 that time around, compared to their best of a 2:01.1. Fiala now 4.7 behind, and that gap is not for changing at the moment. I think I'm going to be on my own in a minute, because everyone seems to be leaving as a result of your last chat.
Faux pas, shall we say?
Yeah, something like that. But I'm sure I can manage by myself.
Oh,
We'll
great.
just watch
Okay, I'll see you later then. Yeah,
we'll just watch Voichner to the end of the race.
I might just go have a beer in the local. Yeah, it's kind of like this race has kind of filtered out a little bit now. It's there's not a lot going on because of the crashes that we've seen, unfortunately, for some of the teams, especially Bykov. It's kind of nullified some of the attacks that were going on. So, but you never know. We've still got an hour of fight, and we've got a round of pit stops to shake things up.
Yeah,
So,
I tell you what, Alex Goldschmidt's still working overtime, and he's in chat. Look, he just can't leave it alone, can he? Bless him. But he's quite right in pointing out that 85 is now qualifier leaders. Yes, they are, because of the 41 car of Bykov having the issues that they did. Although right on the back of, that's not right on the back of Schoeniger, so this must be a lapped car, or a car they're unlapping, I think.
Yeah, they're a car that I think they're trying to unlap themselves from. So because the car ahead is quite considerable, 40 seconds up the road. So yeah, and as you can see now, they're getting blue flag because they've made that move to unlap themselves. So yeah,
we've got a battle on between Twitch and YouTube right now for the best viewer name. So in YouTube, we've got Johnny Woo has said land is best land. Oh no, Goat Land is best land. I missed the emoji. So Goat Land is best land. But over in Twitch, Eternal Alf 5434 says big up Car 42 with a snake emoji. So Car 42, let's see if we can give them some love. That is Gates in the AMG, currently sat 19th. So nice to give them a call out. That's in the Brabham Esports car. Alex Gates doing a solid job there, up in the top 20 and therefore in the points.
Yeah, they were the car that we thought might have got past Bykov.
Hang on. Johnny Woo's in Twitch as well. We've got double Johnny Woo. That's important.
Okay.
Yeah. I've got Johnny Woo on on two of my 4 screens here, and he's put a goat emoji in Twitch now as well. It's too much for me. Yeah, carry on.
I'm trying to work out which car it was that's had a moment, but there was 17 had a moment down the hill, but before that another car was, as they approached, the car was slow. I saw a yellow flag for car 17 coming in P32. It's on lap 138. I went and investigated. So yeah, they came across a slow car just before the dipper, and I think it must have distracted them. And then the rear went round and whoop, round they went. So yeah, might want a bit of something to show. Conrad 977's in the pits, so that moves the 911 up into P11.
Interesting stuff. We are now in that zone, like we said, where anyone who pits now, this could be their last stop of the race. It doesn't mean that it has to be. They can stop again if they want to, but anyone who stops now on strategy will be their last stop of the race. We're going to take a replay now. I think this is Conrad.
This is 17. This is car 17. Yeah.
It is. Yeah. So yeah, car 17 coming down the hill. What's going to happen here? Oh.
That car that went past was also slow as they approached, which I think is what, I was talking earlier on before you were here, saying to Alex about one of the things that I struggle with when I'm racing is a back marker can really put me off, and I think that's what happened there, is that they caught a back marker at a really uncomfortable time. They've had to take a different line, and they're probably applying the brakes and the throttle how you normally would, but because the line's different, the car's going to handle differently. So
yeah, I don't really have that problem.
Oh, okay.
I am the back marker.
Okay, right. Okay.
I very rarely come across back markers.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, no. We're watching again Charlie Crossland, or what was it? Charlie Cross Land Goat, coming through Hell Corner, and there's a BMW just exiting the pits. I don't think that's for position though. So we're now, no, it's the 30th placed car. But Charlie Crossland almost looks like he's half asleep doing this race. He's so chilled out. Yeah, I don't know about you, but that is a super chilled out face.
Yeah, well, we were saying the same about drivers earlier on as well, that were under immense pressure. I would be, you know, like that GIF that you see of one of the comedian writers from America. I forget his name. He's the guy that writes a lot of films now and directs a lot of films. Where that GIF where he's just got sweat pouring off his face from a sketch. That is me. I will grip the steering wheel at full force and wonder why my wrist hurt half an hour in, because I'm that stressed. Because I have to concentrate that much, and as soon as someone talks to me, all hell breaks loose. So I tend to mute chat when I'm doing a team race, because I'd rather somebody didn't go, "Oh, Paul, can you check your pressures whilst I'm going into a chicane," for instance. You know, they always talk to me at the wrong moment. So
I'm just more comfortable with chatting whilst I'm racing. It keeps me focused, I think.
I've got better, but I'm not great. And so that's why I kind of like doff my cap to a lot of these guys, because I struggle to give over a small percentage of my brain to other tasks where they can do it. I mean, we still make mistakes like real life world drivers do, and a lot of these guys would have done real motorsport. As we're looking at Mr. Jaroslav Hodzik, Jardier, as most people know him for. He's now up in 4 because Rodriguez is into the pits in their Honda. So the Hondas are representing.
Interesting. Look, I think he's got the stream on the right hand side, or he's streaming it himself.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Interesting stuff to see the way that he's all set up. I'm also a big fan of the fact that he has gone to the trouble of putting that kind of foam sound insulation all around his setup as well to improve the sound quality and deaden any noise. So that's really impressive stuff from Jardier. But I suppose when you do this all the time, you need to have all the right gear set up to do that. Anyway, I have missed the top of the hour, so let's quickly catch up on a slightly longer version of the highlights so that you know the full story as we go into this last hour. So, it's been fun and games all the way through this race. We've seen numerous battles down the Conrad Straight and into the chase. This was one of the many times that we've seen a BMW drop it coming into the chase. This time it was the 41 car, but that wasn't the end of the 41 car's troubles. In fact, that was just the beginning. Meanwhile, another BMW on BMW battle coming down the same part of the track. And how does this one end? Let's wait and see. Well, the G2 car on the brakes gets the move done and up a position and heading forwards with Crossland in the race. Now we've got this was a back marker causing some issues for the BMW coming alongside now, and another BMW dropping it in the same place and having a moment across the gravel. It's been a tricky part of the track for those BMWs, catching the bump at the wrong point, and the 977 car in all kinds of bother there. As you can tell, plenty of BMWs on track tonight, and the 977 sliding sideways into the wall. So all kinds of issues for that car in just a short space of time. And we promised more problems for the 41. Well, here comes the next one, clipping the barrier down through Skyline and into the S's and spinning round. Plenty of damage for the 41. It was into the pits at the end of that lap, but that didn't solve it, and they had to go in again at the end of the very next lap. You can see a lot of damage there. But on their way in, one of the fellow BMWs didn't spot just how slow they were down the straight. A little bit of side-by-side contact, and the next level racing car gets out onto the grass. It was more dramatic live because we had shards of polystyrene board fly everywhere. Now the 17 car down through the hill, through the mountain, through the S's, just has a little bit of a whoopsie and spins around and has that moment all of their own. Now,
leaders in the pits, Adam.
leader is in the pits, and also we've had a change in the G2 car because Robbie Stapleford is back in. But it'll be interesting to see what Voichner's kind of stop time is here, and then see how Chassé gets on when they go through as well. But also we'll watch the gap from Voichner to Fiala as Fiala stopped earlier than Voichner. So I wonder if there will be a little bit of an undercut there. The gap, I think, was around 4.5 seconds before the pits, so we'll be looking to see if that gap is closer or further apart once Voichner is back out and the timings correct themselves. But that really is the battle for the lead between those two, Paul.
I think the car 38 had a slow pit stop in comparison to our race leader. Yeah.
16 seconds slower, yeah.
16 seconds slower, yeah. So, yeah,
I wonder if there was some damage or whether they needed to do a bit more in their pit stop than the 10 car of Harcourt, who takes over to the end for the Triton team. I wonder if that then threatens Fiala's second place.
Potentially. I don't know if couldn't really remember what the pace of the cars behind were, but I mean it's quite a long time, isn't it? I mean, I don't think the gaps were that large to P3, so we'll have to wait for all this to unfold and wait to see what happens really. So
of course, it's Chassé who could benefit from this.
Yeah, well, the car 72, I'd imagine it won't be Chassé that comes back out, but I might be wrong. I don't know. I can't remember if he's done how many other stints he's done, if any. So.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see where they sort themselves out. Johnny Ash back in chat, and Johnny, don't worry, I've already told everyone about your pit lane crash last night. But he's asking whether anyone's managed it. No, because these are professionals, not idiots like you last night.
Alex is asking you, do you remember when he waved at you via this camera on the interview at COTA?
He's talking about Jardier, yes.
Right.
Yes, exactly, yeah. Jardier had the rear-facing camera then as well, and had to do a little, there it is, had to do a little turnaround, smile and a wave as well. So, yeah, it was nice to have Jardier come and join us at COTA. Consummate professional when streaming himself, but also when being interviewed as well. So yeah, it was great to have.
Yeah, nice guy, really nice guy. So
very much so. Yeah. Very much so. So VSR Daniel is asking, is this net position or people still yet to box? Very much people still yet to box. So Jardier is probably 4th net. As we see VD coming back out for the 72 car.
Oh, look, the 124 is only a second behind the 38 now.
Yeah, so it's the Williams team that are actually going to benefit from the long stop for the 38 then. So Williams with Van der Velde will be pushing on and trying to close that gap, and they've taken another 2/10 out of it in that last sector.
Right, Dan's a message in there about the gap they've already spotted, but thank you very much, Dan. Anyway, but yeah, so that's gonna be interesting, isn't it? I mean, we've got 52 minutes of this, and is it going to be a race to the end? I suspect very much so, but it all depends on how much pace the BMW's got. But as we know, the Honda can get a little bit unsettled at times, and we know about the setup on this car as well, don't we? So, because we had that conversation earlier on. So
yeah, now Tinko van der Velde has taken back over, and with hair that I could only dream of, being as follically challenged as I am, but pushing on. Yeah, well, I'm very much full slaphead here, but that gap stays at a second then. Yeah, so Harcourt is the second place car at the moment, which is net first, and probably by some distance now, thanks to the 38's issue through the pits.
6 cars in, so Jardier's car is in the pits.
Indeed. So we had Zadra SCM asking where the number 1 car was. and Dan pointing out that it's currently 27th. And thank you, Alex Goldschmidt, for the slaphead GIF in Discord. Thank you.
And, but it's all right because he's 57 and apparently he's fitter than he's ever been. Right. Okay. So let's see how all these pits are all working out. So car 10 is still in the lead. Then after that, the gap has opened up to P2, surely, hasn't it?
Yeah, because Fiala had the extra 18-second stop. So, I mean, Durkop is out of position at the moment, yet to take their final stop. So really what we're looking at is Harkop, Fiala, Van der Velde, and then Vidi and Jardier then will be 5th, I think. So I think Durkop will probably come out behind them. So it's now Eamon Murphy in the 66. So Eamon in the Veloce has taken over from Jardier to the end. We've got 49 minutes to go. Yeah, once we get that 4 car in and out of the pits, we will know where things stand.
Yeah, that's the thing, is just waiting for it to kind of settle down. Here we've got a battle for P8. So Lucas Matea maybe? Yeah, in car 85. BMW versus BMW. And the 888 is ahead. It's 0.3 the seconds, the gap. And this is close as well, but the battle for P3 is definitely hotted up as well as we are watching this one. So
it is, yeah. And actually, what they're doing is they're catching Durkop, who now takes to the pits. But Van der Velde within half a second of Fiala then as they cross the line. So big battle for second. Big battle here for 8th as well. It is one of those races where battles just develop out of nowhere all of a sudden. But here we are now with the battle for second. Fiala goes defensive up the mountain straight towards Griffin's Bend as the 124, the Williams Honda of Tinko van der Velde, looks to the outside. Can't get it done there. We'll now try and follow all the way up the hill, up the mountain here at Mount Panorama. And we'll try to find a way through later in the lap. That, I think, is the Brabham car, which is a lap down, but making a bit of a nuisance of itself at the moment in the battle for second.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward place to catch a back marker. It's quite difficult as a back marker sometimes knowing where to ease off, because you don't want to slow down and then cause a collision at this particular juncture. So I think what they might have to wait is until we get out of the elbow and then ease off down the straight. So I think that's probably the smart move here. As frustrated as it might be if you're the following car and you're being challenged from behind.
Yeah, I think that's the problem. Is the Brabham has got 2 cars behind it in close proximity, so didn't want to back off too much, but at the same time was just been a little bit too close to the battle for second there. But anyway, no harm, no foul. We've all got through there. And Harcock continues to lead. The gap is now huge to Fiala, but this is the battle for second between that 38 car and 124. Go on, Paul, take us away.
Car 17 getting a fortunate tap in the rear there. Oh, and then didn't quite catch the number of the car that clipped them in the rear, unfortunately. 71. Your eyes are clearly better than mine. Just also a bit of fact there, car 888 and 85 are P1 and P2 in qualifier class. And we've also been informed that we think the Brabham car has got more pace than these two, which might be one of the reasons why it hasn't let them pass. But as you can see, the Honda of Van der Velde is right tucked up in its rear bumper. So, take that as you will.
So Van der Velde right behind Fiala then. This is your battle for second. BMW, Honda, and as they come now up through the cutting into Quarry, they'll head up through Reed and then they will take the left-hander through Solman before they then drop down to McPhillamy and then it gets very tight as Tinko van der Velde gives the wall a clout as well. Didn't even flinch, just carries on, no problem. Down through Skyline, into the S's. Then it's the dipper before we head down towards Forest's Elbow, which will be in just a second's time. It's this big left-hander, the Bentley corner as I like to remember it. It's got all the Bentley signs all over it. And they've dropped out of the slipstream through that section then. So again, the BMW actually of Fiala looking pretty good through the section where you'd expect the Honda to be a bit better.
Yeah, it's actually quite surprising, but that's the thing. We have spoken to other Honda drivers, and they are saying it's not as strong in this sector, which on paper doesn't really make sense to me. What people tell me about the Honda, I'm just sort of keeping an eye on a couple of the battles behind, and I reckon Murphy's got the pace to catch the car ahead. He's brought the gap down about a second already since he got in the car. So
also worth noting, the battle for 7th, Etich in the 4 car has got Makovkin within 8 tenths, who has got Matea within 9 tenths as well. So that is heading towards a 3-way.
Yeah, and who doesn't love a 3-way? I can see that Bykov is probably going to catch Rats in P14, but Conrad's in P13 is under a little bit of pressure from Rats in the 977 car, and Conrad's had a bit of a busy time, shall we say, in the last few minutes. So yeah, I think we've got some potential now for the last 44 minutes to really give us a look at the pressure that Tinko van der Velde is under right now, or putting him under even. Sorry, he's still way around.
Indeed, yeah, Tinko is pushing the limits of that Williams car right now, up against the barriers, pushing every single corner of this section. But again, that BMW just getting away through the S's and the dipper. And what that does is it means that the Honda is not quite tucked up behind for the Conrad straight, but they are approaching a back marker, and we know what that means around here. Tricky times.
Tricky times indeed. Some more than tricky than others, because some have, you know, a little bit more awareness about them and just will ease off and get out of their way, as where others who believe they've got a bit more pace will make it that little bit more challenging. But there definitely some battles kind of started to materialise, and I think as we get towards the end of this stint, Adam, I think we'll have a few more to talk about. But we've got Sestensko's just got into the pits, so in the 149. So guessing that is their last driver swap.
Yeah, good bit of driving from the BMW back marker there, getting right out of the way. I mean, it doesn't help Van der Velde's cause there. He's probably hoping for a little bit of tripping over the back marker to make it a bit easier for Tinko, but it's all still to play for as they climb the mountain straight then up towards Griffin's. And it'll be interesting to see whether Van der Velde can keep with Fiala a bit more up through the mountain section this time around. I'm just checking back on the Hetich, Makovkin, Matea battle. Matea has actually dropped right back off of those guys. So it's now Hetich versus Makovkin for 7th. We will stick with this battle because it rumbles on.
Hetich is on the move, making a move for P8 or P7, whichever way around it is, but they're battling down the start-finish straight.
Matea's passed Makovkin. Matea's passed Makovkin. I think Makovkin must have had an issue because they were 2 seconds apart, and now Matea has got past Makovkin. So I think there must have been an issue for the BMW, and I'm sure Steve is frantically working to try and find that in the background.
I'm sure he is, and Matea is trying to make the move back again as things stand, but it's a hard task because he wasn't really close enough at that opportunity. So yeah, as you mentioned the driver, I was like, what's he on about? There's something happening here. But yeah, like you said a moment ago, they were like 2.5 seconds separated. So yeah, maybe something has happened, and yeah, it's a strange one that, and we'll obviously find a bit more details. Here we go.
I wonder if it's another BMW catching that bump into the chase. So, no, it's... Well, that wasn't as exciting as it could have been, but it caused the change of position.
It did indeed, yeah. You know, it's all about momentum, right? And that's when you make a mistake like that, you lose that momentum. It's a bit like coming out of the pits at certain circuits. You're not right up to...
Oh, they're side by side again, though. So this is trying to swap the position back around and not letting it go up the inside. So, yes, very nice bit of battling there from Matteo and Makovkin.
Van der Velde is also trying to make the move again up into the mountain, but wasn't able to get alongside to slot that move, unfortunately. And once again, we'll probably see the gap between the BMW and the Honda grow again as they go through the mountain section, as they go down the dipper, because he can't cope it through that section very well.
It feels like the biggest opportunity is either going to be into Hell Corner, into Griffins for the Honda. It doesn't quite have the pace of the BMW across the top of the mountain, as we've been saying. You know, that means that he's probably going to need to get it done through that bit of the track, the sort of the square at the end, if you will, through Murray's, the pit straight, Hell Corner, mountain straight up into Griffins. That's got to be the best opportunity. But I've got a feeling that with 39 minutes left, this is a battle that is going to rage on till the end.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, because it is going to be tough for that Honda to get past from what we've seen. But now he's not close enough to do anything under the brakes, unfortunately. Do we know why car 27's got 15 seconds?
I don't off the top of my head.
No, I don't see anything on the sheet, but somebody will hopefully tell me why car 27's got 15 seconds, because that wasn't there a moment ago. Apparently I'm being told they punted someone, so there you go.
There it is, 15 seconds for contact with car number 5.
There we go, right, okay. All right, I'm not seeing that on the... Oh, that'll be why I'm on the wrong tab. Right, there we go. Right, there we go.
We've also got plus 15 seconds for contact with car 17. That's for car 71. We caught that one on stream earlier. Here comes Tinko van der Velde looking to make the move. And again, close into Griffins, but can't quite get it done. Well, now, is he going to try and move into the cutting? Well, he thought about it, but then decided that was a silly idea, and I can back up that thought process. It was a silly idea, but they will now just try and follow a bit closer across the mountain, but it's so hard for that Honda to do so, and gets into the wall as a result of pushing so hard. As we see the battle between Makovkin and Matea still rumbling on in the inset on your right hand side, as well as they come out of Hell Corner. But yeah, Tinko van der Velde has got to be careful, Paul, not to hit that wall too hard.
Yeah, indeed. And as you say, pushing very hard, clipping the wall, and you can just see how when you go through the downhill section, the Honda just doesn't look as comfortable as the BMW. He just has to... It's like he's on ice. I can see Conrad in 977 is under pressure from Rats in the car number 7, and we got Matteo also under pressure, as you rightly pointed out, in the right-hand side little screen there we've got there. And these guys have been battling for... Well, both on your left and on your right have been battling for a number of laps now. And as there's contact with the wall there from the BMW in the rear, the row BMW has made contact with the wall. It looked like a relatively hard hit there.
Yeah, here comes van der Velde though. This is the big opportunity for them into Hell, up the mountain straight and into Griffins. They're going to have to try and force a gap to open on the inside into Griffins. I don't think they've got enough pace to get it done before the braking zone, and they can't get it done around the outside, so they need to try and engineer a gap there. But understandably so, Fiala furiously hanging on to the inside there and manages to hold that position once again through Griffins. So again, van der Velde close through that the end and start of the lap, but we'll lose it again across the mountain. and we will wait another lap. What's going on with our BMW friends on the right there, Paul?
Well, the battle is definitely still close. The 888 car is only 3 tenths back. A moment ago we saw they clipped the wall through the mountain, so would have picked up a little bit of damage there, but doesn't seem to be affecting their pace. Has got back on the bumper of the 85 car. So Matteo, he's just got his rear view full of BMW as things stand, and he has done for a number of laps now.
Yeah, meanwhile, Van der Velde looking closer than he has done for a long, long time as they come out of Forest's Elbow and down the Conrad straight now, pushing hard, tucked into the slipstream. This is the closest I think that Van der Velde has been at any point to stealing second place off of Fiala. Fiala's going to stay to the left-hand side here, you'd expect. Outside chance that the move could be done before the braking zone, though. No, Fiala holds that inside line. It's close. Van der Velde around the outside, which then becomes the inside. They go side by side. Fiala holding the position at the moment. Fantastic battling from the pair of them, holding it into the final corner, into Murray's, and Van der Velde will now have to look into T1. What a great cutback that is. Can he do it under the brakes into T1, into Hell Corner? We're about to find out. I think the answer might be a yes. Another little rub there. Fiala tries to hang on around the outside, but gets run off onto the grass, and that is a change of position for second place. Tinko Van der Velde for Williams. Honda moves up into second. Fiala may feel a little aggrieved there, but what a great bit of racing from the pair of them.
A fantastic bit of racing, and you know what, Van der Velde probably could have given a bit more room, but you know what, he doesn't have to. And that was a great bit of driving, and I'll be honest, after watching that for a few laps, I didn't think that was ever going to come. But what did happen whilst we were watching that is Conrad lost out of position. He's down into P14, Rat's up into P13.
Indeed, and this battle continues to rumble on between Matteo and Makovkin. The two LMs in the 85 and the 888 BMW heading down into Hell Corner now. So I wonder whether Makovkin will be able to find a way back past Matteo. These two have swapped positions a couple of times already. Great to see such close battling, even with 5.5 hours gone. Just 33 minutes of this race left to go then, and all kinds of stuff still to play out, as we've been saying all the way through. So Schoeniger up to 17th now in that 14 car. So I don't think they're quite going to make it back up into the top 15 that you and Alex predicted earlier on.
No, I don't think so. But it was always going to be a tough ask to achieve that, especially round here, and that's because it's such a tight circuit, as we know. And when you spin in the mountain, you become a bit of a blocker. So unfortunately we've not had much of that today. So I know there was one incident while I was on my break. I think it was the G2 Esports car reversed whilst there wasn't a gap, and I think another car hit them. But yeah, relatively good on in that regard. But still, nevertheless, considering they had a technical issue, which happens in real life racing and in sim racing, they've done a sterling job and should be proud of themselves to get back into the top 20 at least.
Here we go, BMW ding ding ding, round 5, as Makovkin now moves to the right hand side of Matteo and will try to go round the outside through the chase. Can't get it done, gets sideways as a result, so we'll lose out this time around, but much closer that time, and we'll go ding 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 round 6 next time around, I should imagine.
I gave a little bit of an oof where as he hit the curb with quite some force, and it seemed to unsettle the car, and then into the chicane, into the chase there. He, I think because he took a different line, and as he tried to apply the power, because the angle of the car was more acute, it just brought the rear end round and he lost traction. So, but there's potential there, isn't there? You can see it's close. A few more laps and he'll probably get the move done.
Yeah, that kind of moment's quite easy to have in the BMW. But you start to lean on it too much at an acute angle, and it will do that.
You have spotted the car behind though as well, right? It's joining the battle.
Oh
here.
yes, Oh yes, this is about to turn into a three-way, and we know how much you like those, Paul. So
I do love a three-way. I've said that a few times tonight, this evening, this afternoon. Yes, love a three-way.
So this is the three-way to end all three-ways. Mattia, Makovkin, and car 68. Where's Alex when you need him? Come on, Paul, you have a go at that one.
Yeah. We're going to call him Tadaz because that's his first name. So Tadaz Jokovic. Yeah, no.
Juknovicius,
no,
maybe.
It can't be. It's more. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, right. Look at this. Look. Car off the track, trying to get every single inch, and that's car 68 trying to make the move here on car 888, and he's done it. Brilliant.
Super late on the brakes.
Oh. Wow. Look at that. See what happens when you don't pay attention to what's coming up behind you. There we go.
Yeah, good old beaver grease making the position up. At least I haven't called them badger juice tonight. We're making some progress. I can't pronounce their names, but at least I'm calling them beaver grease this time. But Mattia will now be looking in the mirrors and thinking, I thought I'd just managed to hold Makovkin off, and here comes a different BMW to give me some trouble.
Yeah, Makovkin must be feeling a little bit, I don't know, he must be a little bit frustrated by that, because you're trying to get past the car behind, and then without really realising, you've just lost the position.
Yeah, you really have. As Taras for Beaver Grease Racing starts to lump the pressure on Mattia, or Mattia will be saying to Makovkin, look, I'm about to show you how it's done.
I mean, I know the guys were battling prior, but he was 68, sorry, a second quicker than Mattia last time round. So he's in the 202s. And also, bring your attention, I pointed out earlier on, there's still 28 minutes to go. Murphy in car 66 is now only 6 seconds behind P4.
It is getting close out there. Fiala hasn't dropped too far off the back of Van der Velde, but I think at 1.8 that is probably done now, unless some kind of issue befalls the Williams squad. But Harcourt out front with just a gigantic lead, but we stay with this battle then. 68 versus 85. 68 moves to the right hand side. Going to have to be really late on the brakes to catch them out there. They clatter the curb, and this is going to give the Ukrainian coloured car a chance down into Murray's. Up the inside then, late on the brakes, side by side, a little bit of contact. And I tell you what, that is a problem for Mattia as the 68 gets up the inside, and the 888 as well. So Makovkin makes one of those positions back up, and we'll now be thinking, can I even get back past the 68 as well?
Yeah, and they've got an Audi back marker in between them as well for good measure there, haven't they? So going to be playing their part in this as they try to navigate them right now. But good racing from the Beaver Grease Racing UKR car there, as and they're going to be hoping that they can now stretch their legs and open a gap to break away from these two who have previously been battling before they arrived on the scene.
Yeah, exactly. The three ways back together. It's in pretty much the reverse order from where it started, but they have now concertinaed back together, and they will continue this battle on for round, I don't know, 278 by now. But this is our biggest battle.
Well, how many laps they've done? Is that what you're wondering?
No, I was, because a minute ago I said it was being round 6, but they've
I
gone
see.
at it.
Yeah, well, there is boxing tonight. I'm sure you're aware. So, but okay. Murphy, that gap down to under 5 seconds.
Yeah, and sorry, I was just getting distracted by the bot that's popped up in YouTube chat, so I'm sure somebody will get rid of that. But whatever you do, please don't click the link of that bot in chat. This battle then is now very much 68 versus 888. Mattea has dropped back off the pair in front. But it is Harcourt who continues to lead by 28.7 seconds from Fiala. Then it's Vidi. Then Murphy has got that down to 3.9. So the Veloce team haven't given up on 4th place.
No, they haven't. And that's because Vedi in car 72 is only in the 203s at the moment. All the other cars around are in the 202s. Now, they just don't appear to have the pace, but as I've said time and time again when I do racing commentary, it's one thing to catch a car and it's another to pass, and especially around here. But a talented driver, I know that Murphy is. It's just coming, it's just ticking down, and there was me thinking, I think it's going to be close for them to make it. There was a possibility they were going to catch them, but to actually do it with time to spare, to give them time to plan their attack. As we saw with Van der Velde gaining P2, we could probably see a similar thing here where they're going to size them up for a few laps and then eventually, bam, make the move.
Just taking half a second out of them in that sector. But as Murray Walker used to say, dear old Murray Walker, catching is one thing, passing is another. And we saw how hard it was for Van der Velde to get past Fiala. So as you say, it could be that take 2. 3.4 the gap now, so another 10th out in that sector. We'll keep an eye on that one. We are also watching this battle still of Makovkin trying to get back on terms with the 68 car of a name that I can't pronounce, and I'm very sorry for that. But I really must do better next time.
We must both do better. What we need is phonetic pronunciations. I thought we had those somewhere, but anyway. Okay, so yeah.
Murphy into the 17, that's the back marker. And yeah, Eamon Murphy turns around the back marker up into, I think that's Griffin's by the looks of it. So I don't know if there's any damage there, but 17 has really been in the wars tonight.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they really have.
I wonder whether the stewards will take a dim look at that.
Well, this is going to be interesting. And it'll be interesting to see what the man himself, Jardier, is saying as well. So it'll be interesting to see what their view is. But
yeah, Gap is actually.
Well, I can tell you now. I've just tuned into his stream, and he's saying it's not their fault. It's the same car. It's the same car. But I mean, like sometimes as the passing car, you have to.
You have to make sure it happens safely.
Exactly, you are in control of that as well. You are the car that's got to make the move. You've got to make the pass safely.
That for me was from way too far back. But we'll see what the stewards think. I'm not the steward, so we'll see what they think.
But at the same time, the car that is being lapped has got to be predictable. And yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that's on them from what little I've seen of it. So
the ideal situation would have been that the 17 could have lifted on the mountain straight, let them through, and they would have both carried on happily ever after, and there not be an issue.
But unfortunately, that's the risk you take, right? By not having that level of awareness, right? And that's what frustrates me when I race. It's like, come on, man. Like I'm battling for P6 or P8 or P9 or whatever it may be. It's never P1. Just have a bit. Just have a bit of awareness around you, and that is the thing, because but even more so around here, because once you've gone into Griffin's Bend, it's so hard to let another car pass. But for me personally, I understand the frustration of the car following, but at the same time, you also have a part to play in this, and he, like you said, he came back from too far. So, unfortunately for them, and it ends another great thread in this race, because we've seen it time and time again, which fortunately happens. I think it's going to be a penalty. But I mean, I'm not a steward, and I'm sure they might protest it if they do. But yeah. So.
Well, it's and you know, in the you know, I'm a community manager over at ONID, and one of the things that we talk about there in terms of drivers' briefings for blue flags is that it is the responsibility of the car behind to make it happen safely. But if you are the car in front, just have a little think. And I don't know why the 17 car would have wanted to go into that mountain section with a much faster car right up their backside. Wow.
No.
Wow, a final warning. So they've got away with it, look. A final warning.
Yeah, I think that's a smart. I get what the stewards have done there. I think that's. Yeah, I mean, personally, I probably would have slapped the penalty on it, but I'm not the one making the decision. So, but yeah, I mean, look. At the end of the day, probably both cars could have done a lot better. So they both played their part in that. So, yeah, you know what? That makes sense.
Meanwhile, the gap is down to 4 seconds, and Murphy will now be looking to close that back up. Meanwhile, as well, Makovkin still within 6/10 of the 68 car, and they are probably our 2 biggest battles to the end now. We've only got 19.5 minutes to go. We're now into final sprint territory.
We are, yes, and wow. And the thing is, this is not the only battle that's going on here. I mean, I know Murphy's catching up into P4, and that'll get interesting. But the battle for P8 is still raging, those guys have been battling for a good number of laps now. Mateo's way back now. He's 3.1 seconds off those guys. Which is a shame, because he kind of lost out in that whole. I just saw very quickly something flash up on my screen of a yellow flag, and I think that probably explains why Murphy is now 1 second behind him. So something's happened to Vedi. Yeah.
Now that's interesting. I'm sure we'll switch to that in just a moment. Yes, we have. So yeah, the gap has closed right down. So Vidi may have had.
Vidi, sorry. Yeah.
And, I don't know. I'm assuming because it's only a single D, I'm going with Vidi.
Yeah. Okay.
But,
yeah. All right. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know, because like we said earlier, this is double car.
Anyway, let's get back to the race.
Yeah, just a second between them, and Murphy will let's just completely ignore that we can't pronounce a single name. Apparently there's been an issue on the way down the hill for Vedi, and this now gives Murphy a sniff at stealing that 4th place.
Yeah, I thought I saw a yellow flag. There we go. Right, so behind a couple of back markers here then, and let's see what happens. Comes out.
On the power too early.
Yeah, and that's quite a considerable whack there as well. So would have picked up a little bit of damage. I probably would now say they're a bit of a sitting duck, but we'll see. I mean, as you can see, the back markers are up the road there. So if Vedi could get onto those, bring them into play, that'll make Murphy's life and his a little bit more challenging, but might also give him a bit of a barrier to the chasing 66 car.
Indeed. Well, Eamon Murphy looking a bit more tense now, and you can just see it in the shoulders and the arms, that tension as he fights the Honda across the top of the mountain. Now coming down through Skyline into the S's, and then down through the Dipper before they hook the left of Forest's Elbow and the big run down Conrod Straight. Eamon Murphy a lot closer this time in the tow then behind the BMW. So will the BMW stick to the left or go to the right? I don't know. I think it's going to stick to the left. So Murphy now moves to the right, which is the inside for the right-hand kink, but will then be on the outside for the chase. So we've seen this time and time again, especially Honda versus BMW. He might have got it done before the braking zone, though. No, he hasn't. They are side by side through the chase, and what a move that is from Eamon Murphy. Great move from the man in inset there. and up into 4th place behind Vinny Vici.
So, yeah, the thread that I predicted around about 40 minutes ago has come to fruition. And what was interesting, as we had Murphy on the inside there, was how much he worked the wheel as he came out of that corner. He had to really fight the car at one point as well. So back markers ahead now, so he'll be hoping to try and open a gap. But I've got a funny feeling that BMW is going to be suffering. I mean, we know that they had a lot of pace anyway, and we hope that Car 66 avoids any other contact with back markers in the last 15.5 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely, especially running on that final warning from the incident that we saw. You know, so they've been given the benefit of the doubt there, but all it takes is one more issue and they are in some trouble as the BMW in front of them gets a little twitchy coming up the hill there. And I tell you what, Vidi will be thinking this might be a good opportunity for him to find a way back past. I thought for a moment that the Veloce car was into the back of that BMW in front of it, but it doesn't look like it. And the blue flag's waving for, I'm trying to see what number that BMW is in front of them. It is car 90, so that is the Carbon Sim Sport car with Sviderek at the wheel right now. And again, I don't know why they're not just letting the Veloce car go down the straight. Maybe they are now. They are indeed. So nice bit of driving, and they will also let Vidi go as well. Yes, so really nice bit of back marker work there.
You quickly backtrack there, didn't you, Adam?
I did, yes, because they did the right thing.
Car 42 is causing a yellow flag. That's Gerardis in the AMG.
Who's now only 2/10 ahead of Litterscheid, or at least they were. So we'll see whether that has been a change of position there. That is in the bottom end of the points gaining positions.
That's
but
the BT19 team, isn't it? Yeah, we took a little bit of a look at them earlier on, so they've obviously had some kind of moment. They did lose a position according to what I saw whilst they were under yellow flag. So here we go. Oh, it looks like there might be contact with
there is.
Yes, that's unfortunate. With the 28 car, I believe that is. So the stewards will be looking at that.
Yeah, every time the team starts to think, oh, just winding down towards the end of the race, there's overtakes, there's contact, and they have to dig back into their spreadsheets and their replays and crack on. But a great job the stewarding team have done in the background once again here today. It's a thankless task, that one, but they've done a great job.
Yeah, so is this sometimes, isn't it? A little bit. We just, you know, like, we get to live in the limelight, though, don't we? People have to put on hearing our voices, as where we hear the stewards, but nobody else does. So they get the respite. But yeah, no. In all seriousness, I've done stewarding, and it's a real challenge because, especially when there's only a couple of you and there's multitude of incidents, and because your decisions have an effect on how someone feels, and also affect somebody's race as well. And I do get it, because you know you're going to feel aggrieved if somebody takes you out and you get a minute and a half's worth of damage, you give them a 15-second penalty, where it doesn't work like that. So it's never going to neutralise the whole situation. But haven't these guys done a really good job, Triton Racing, since they've been in the lead of the race? They've done a sterling job.
Really have. Jacob leading that car home at the moment. Don't want to say things too soon, because we've still got 11 minutes and 45 seconds to go, and this is Bathurst, so anything could happen. But still, Bastian Richter holds on to the Rig Fastest Lap award. So that's a headset and 50 euros at the moment heading to them. But that is a lap that has not been beaten right from early on in this race. We've got plus 15 seconds for car number 5 for contact with the 90.
There's a drive-through coming in for a car shortly as well. But some last-minute penalties being applied. But here's our max lap speed for today's race at Bathurst. So 287 for the virtual drivers by TX3 and BMW G2 Esports. And then we've got the 286 kilometers per hour for Beaver Grease Racing and Yasheet and Tristan Racing, who currently lead the race with a top speed of 285 kilometers per hour. So, I've been told that apparently, if you get a drive-through, you have 7 minutes to protest it. So,
well, they have 7 minutes left of that protest.
They have 7 minutes. Yeah, or 7 minutes left.
Is what El Steward is saying to us.
If they're going to protest it, I'm being corrected as I say these things and sound like an absolute idiot. So I don't know what I'm talking about. But to be honest, that is most of the time. You know, people know me, so I'm very good.
Welcome to my world. Welcome to my world.
I feel like we might be like two peas in a pod. Anyway, 10 minutes remaining, Adam.
Yeah, it's absolutely flown by this one, and thank you for putting this car back on screen. Just to give us a moment, it's car 68 for Beaver Grease Racing with their nice Ukrainian colours. I know exactly why the producers put that back on the screen to see if I was going to have a go.
So, can I just ask? Do you mind if I just ask you a question?
Feel free.
Murphy is flying. Has he got enough time to get onto the back of P3?
Do you have a lap time comparison between 3
So, Viala, last time I did a 2:03.3. Murphy did a 2:02.7. I don't think he's got enough, has he?
No, he hasn't. No.
Unless something catastrophic happens, like we saw before.
And he has a huge amount of back markers to get through. And let's face it, he's going to have to tread carefully around back markers because he doesn't want to throw away a fourth with an issue here. So, yeah, I think Veloce will probably just say...
At all now, being able to catch 30 seconds in 8
Here comes Schoeniger. Here comes Schoeniger making a move on Sviderek at 4:16. So you guys said could get back up into the top 15. Not quite there, but 16th is not far off, is it?
No.
So Schoeniger up to 16th now. Great recovery from them.
That genuinely is absolutely blistering pace. Because, like I said earlier on, it's a challenging track at the best of times to overtake, as we know, right? And at the beginning of this event, I said on stream that I used to hate this track. I just didn't get people's fascination with it at all.
Contact as Rotas tries to get past the Antunes, but that is then Murphy trying to negotiate their way past them as well in the Veloce car. So that kind of ends that battle momentarily. But, of course, they will have to back off and let the Veloce car through in just a moment. So maybe they can reconvene that battle shortly. Yeah,
you would hope so, wouldn't you? They can try and stick onto the tail of Murphy. Not too close to go into the back of him, of course, but to try and be there for when they're let through by the car ahead. So, these sometimes just have a little bit of luck along those lines, but yeah, it's that could have been a lot worse, couldn't it? Especially with Murphy in the mix. So you don't want to behind them.
No, the AMG behind him is not for position with Rotas, but Rotas will be looking to get back onto the Arnage pink and white car that has just let Murphy through. So Murphy negotiates that back marker quite nicely.
Nicely done as well.
It was, because they didn't lose a huge amount of time to Rotas.
Yeah, that's how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have to lose loads of time if you know what you're doing, and that is how you do it. So, look, you know, we're right to critique those who don't do it to the best of their ability, but we also should applaud those that do it very well. We recognise that that was car 100, so well done them. That's fantastic. Back marking. Earlier on, a few minutes ago, we were talking around, stewarding and doing the commentary and whatnot, and Wiz Motorsports put into YouTube saying, all doing a sterling job, lads. So thank you very much for that comment. It is much appreciated. And, you know, sometimes when you're feeling a little bit of a lull in a race, you know, sometimes you want like a little pick-me-up. But 5 minutes to go, Adam.
Yes.
5 minutes
to go. We are looking then at Angel Inostroza for Yaz Heat, another car that's had a tricky day up and over Mount Panorama. And apparently Veloce took best part of a second out of P3 on that last lap, so yeah, maybe not so stupid to suggest that they could.
Maybe. I mean, they might get within a couple of seconds, but again, I don't know if Murphy's got any other back markers to contend with out on track. But
there's a few more coming.
I mean, I asked the question. I mean, I just don't think it's because you don't know if the 38 car was also navigating back markers when that time differential occurred, right? I mean, it now is under 5 seconds. I mean, but we said no. We don't want to be made to look like idiots.
Oh no, we can do that all by ourselves. Yeah,
yeah, okay.
So in the background, Antunes and Rotors still going hammer and tong over 22nd. That is the two cars directly behind Eamon Murphy here, separated by pretty much nothing. So that one's a good battle to keep an eye on. Let's see the gap then between Fiala and Murphy. Murphy crosses the line 4.9 with a 2:02.7 last time around for Eamon Murphy. I just don't think there's enough time.
Yeah, just about 0.8 faster. So not quite the 0.9 he did the lap before. Damn it. But still decent up. Erlovitz, which is just said in chat, a lot can happen in 5 minutes at the mountain. Yes.
A lot can happen in 3 minutes and 21 seconds as well, which is all we've got left until the timer runs out. Of course, you know, it'll depend on when the leader crosses the line as to exactly when this race finishes.
Another good back marker there as well for Murphy, I must say. Great job. That so yeah, it's going to be close. It's nice to see that Alex is agreeing with me as well. And the instance between cars 28 and 42 to be investigated post-race. So I think that's to give with the time constraints left to make a decision. I think that's probably best just to leave it till after the event. But yeah, I'm sure Murphy will be doing his utmost to get that podium position.
4.5 the gap now, and we'll keep watching that one. Antunes and Rotors still going at it. Yeah, Johnny Wu in chat saying, imagine if UOL didn't have that brake failure. Don't know whether they would have walked away with it. I mean, maybe they did at COTA, maybe, but we will never know now. It might have certainly given the 10 car a much closer battle, the Triton Racing car that we're looking at here, because they have a monstrous lead of almost 30 seconds now as we come into the last 2 minutes of this one. That battle between third and fourth, we're about to see a updated time, 4.2 the gap now, so it's just not coming down fast enough, I don't think.
No, it's not, unfortunately, but giving it the best shot. Look, I mean, all you got to do is you never know. They might have an incident for the guys in third, especially when they know that they've got someone pushing so fast behind you as well. It means you can't ease off. And also, sometimes as a driver, if you ease off too much, you lose that focus, and that's where mistakes can also crop in. So it's such a fine line, you know. So. But yeah, also apparently your favourite crew is currently leading the qualified teams as well. So they're your favourite team, are they?
That must be Badger Juice Racing then, I guess, or Beaver Grease, one of the two. But yes, great race from them, up in 8th place for the car 68. I went to have a go at the name again, and Tadas Junken No. Oh, at least I'm entertainment at this time on a Saturday.
I don't know.
Night.
Like it honestly. Yeah, I don't think we want to. I think. I hope we're not offending people because that's not our intention. It's just that you and I are terrible at pronunciation. So
and look, the problem is not with their name. The problem is with the fact that we're British, and generally British people are useless at languages.
We're not trained. We're not, I know we might come across it, ladies and gentlemen, but we're not trained professionals in pronunciation. So, look, the gap for Murphy is around about 3 seconds now. He's done a sterling job. I did say 2 to 3 seconds by the end of this race, but we are on the final lap.
Where is Harcourt on track? So yeah, Harcourt on the final lap. After this race, we will grab a chat with the winners. I'm not going to preempt that by saying who, but we will chat with the winners. Somebody in my ear whispering, "Oh, I haven't finished yet." I said, I didn't mention them. I just said we will chat with the winners.
Exactly. I don't know why you're getting grief because you didn't say anything, and I feel they're harshly picking on you.
I was being professional there.
Yes, I mean, some would say makes a change, but I'm only joking.
I've literally known him for a matter of hours, and I'm already getting abuse. It's great. It's great. I love it. Jonathan Earl saying Adam and hard to pronounce names. Name a more.
I abuse anybody after meeting them for 30 seconds. So it's just the way I am.
Anyway, so our leader is coming into the final corner.
Indeed.
So this is Jacob Harcourt. For Triton Racing, comes out of the final corner. Car number 10 takes a dominating win here at round 2 of the Simracing.GP professional trophy, all leading up to the ADAC 2022 SimRacing Expo final round in December. Tinko van der Velde, after that move on Fiala late on, is going to cross the line in second by the looks of it. Side note that car number 149 will receive a disqualification for max driving time. Wow. Yeah, that's a disaster for them. Fiala fought hard against Van der Velde, but just couldn't quite hold the Williams car off and will come home in third. Murphy home in fourth and was just 1.5 behind Fiala in the end.
Oh, wow. I mean, what a great job that they did there for the recovery, and I mean, Murphy showing real pace in that final stint. Maybe would have made it if there wasn't that contact with car 17, the back marker. Don't know, not really sure how much time they really lost in that. But yeah, some great racing, some great back markering from people, some improvement needed from some others, some unfortunate technical issues like Amir Husseini with these disconnects and so forth. So and here we go, top qualifier crossing the line in P8.
Yeah, so that was Taras. No, I'm not going to try again. But what a great end to the race. And they tried as hard as they could, the Veloce, to close that gap, but just couldn't quite get there in the end. But I tell you what, we've got to say something about those winners. 30 seconds the gap in the end. That is domination, Paul.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. A 30-second gap is not to be sniffed at all, considering when I left to go and take my break, there was only like a few seconds between first and second, and I know that there were. And what was also good to see in this race, there was multiple leaders. It wasn't just one car and then just on their way. And that might have been the unicorns, because unfortunately they had their incident on lap 1 with the technical issues that I've just referred to. So that might have happened for the unicorns of love and the car 14, but we'll never know. But today we've had quite a few cars in that P1 spot, and they've just driven an absolutely brilliant race and kept their nose clean.
They did, and we will never know where the 14 would end up, but they still did take the Rig Fastest Lap award. I'm saying that, assuming that nobody stole it on the final lap. I'm fairly confident of that one, and Dan says no. So, yes, Rig Fastest Lap award for those guys. So, yeah, at least some consolation for them in that.
Yeah, indeed, and hopefully they'll enjoy that little extra gift, and hopefully that'll mean that they'll come back for round 3 and do it all over again.
Indeed, it's certainly going to make the championship interesting as we head towards round 3. It's going to be a hard fight all the way through to that final round, because as we've seen today, no matter how fast you are, anything can happen in sim racing that can take a potential win away from you. Not to take anything away from the Triton guys who did a phenomenal job.
Yeah, I mean, but as I said during the race, as you see in real life racing, there are technical issues. There are challenges with wheel guns. There are, drivers missing their pit stops. There are MGU issues in Formula 1. There are engine blowouts. I mean, whilst the game, ACC, doesn't have those type of failures, what it does have is PC failures, internet failures, game crashes issues, and they're our technical issues, and teams, unfortunately, will have to overcome those challenges. And unfortunately, when, like what happened to Amir, there isn't much you can do when a driver disconnects and there are stint timers. There's nothing you can do to get around that, and that's really unfortunate, because that brings you to a retirement. But like I just alluded to a moment ago, that's our technical failures, and they might argue with the games you've had to cope with that, but then you can't design every eventuality into systems in a game. Like sometimes it just sucks, and unfortunately for them, that's one of those situations. But it also means you get curveballs thrown at you, and it means for us as spectators and commentators, sometimes that brings the story to life.
Yeah, I was just looking on another screen at the YouTube chat. Some lovely comments coming in. Thank you very much. Wiz Motorsports, commentating and keeping people interested for 6 hours is harder than racing it for 6 hours. It depends on your standard of driving. I find
and
it
standard
hard.
of commentators as well, because I feel like after Alex left, it kind of did a bit of a nosedive.
You see the shock on my face. Anyway, yeah. Simone Lezzi says, good race, and grats to the commentary too. Really enjoyable. Good work, guys. Thank you very much. That is great to hear.
Earl of Whips, Ipswich says, great race, everyone. Great racing and superb broadcast. Well done, everyone. So,
very good.
Thank you, everybody, for your lovely comments. They are appreciated. So thank you.
Right. So, let's talk to Triton as a team. I think we're only going to get to talk to 2 of them, Dominic Blyer and Max Voitschner, who have done a sterling job through this race. So I don't think we can get Jacob for the end. Max, let's talk to you first, because we spoke to Dominic a little bit earlier on. Did you expect to win this race by 30 seconds?
Definitely not by 30 seconds. I mean, I would say we got kind of lucky with all other cars that either crashed with back markers or had technical difficulties. And yeah, I mean, I'm thinking that, but it's still, I think we wouldn't have won by that margin if others had better luck in the race.
What do you think was the secret for you guys? Because, yes, you're right in saying that other people had some issues and that helped you out, but you were super consistent through the race and just dominated from there on. So what was your secret? Was it staying out of trouble? Was it pace? Was it a bit of both?
I mean, in my first stint I did, I wasn't happy with my pace, but I still was making some little mistakes here and there, but my main focus was just staying out of trouble, keeping it out of the walls, and by that saving time in pit stops without fixing damage.
Yeah, and I mean, you guys took the BMW. That proved to be a sensible choice. Did you think that was the only car you could go for, or was there a debate within the team about which car you should choose for this round?
I mean, at the start we were considering the Honda, but in the end we figured that BMW is going to be way safer in the race and way easier to stay consistent towards the stint.
Paul, I'll let you pick up with Dominic maybe.
Yeah, Dominic, and how did you feel that, from your perspective, the race went today? Are you pleased as punch?
Yeah, that's was the max side. We were a bit lucky with our rivals crashing. We just try our best in terms of pace and stay out of trouble. Yeah, I think we only have 7 seconds damage and that's it. So yeah,
that's
we
really
stay
really
clean.
Do you get any track cuts around here? I mean, I know it can be quite hard to get track cuts here, but nothing today.
Nothing.
And how were the back markers for you today? Any challenges there?
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
90% was fine, but some of people with crash in G2, we were involved too. So yeah, that was kinda unfortunate.
It's tough if you come up behind them through the mountain section, isn't it? Because you're better off kind of waiting until you come out of the elbow, aren't you? Really, at that point.
Yeah.
I love how these guys, Paul, were just trying not to say anything about the back markers.
But I'm gonna try. I want headlines. God damn it, that's what I want.
Anyway, guys, huge congratulations to you. Big points from Bathurst, and also pass our congratulations on to Jacob as well. Great job.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Thank
you.
you.
Great racing.
See you next round.
See you then.
There we go. So that was our race-winning team of Triton, and they really did take advantage of other people's misfortunes today.
Yeah, and next round they might have their own misfortune, and that might be what happens, right? And sometimes that's the way things can go for you and for others. So they got next round to maybe have a few troubles of their own.
Indeed. Exciting times. I think we might have the point standings. So we are looking at the qualifier class first of all, and Beaver Grease took 25 points this time out. So that puts them out front on 45, just ahead of WPS on 43. It's FTW on 40, get closer on 37. Then we've got in fifth is Team Racing Point and Racefield with 36. Racefield 2 have 31 points. Then it's Simware Pro by VDES with 30. West Competition with 25. And Simulation Esport with 24. I think we can now take a look at the standings overall. We can. And as predicted earlier, Williams Esport go to the top, but tied on points with Triton Racing, today's winners. So both of those two on 49. Unicorns of Love, you would say that is damage limitation. Just 9 points off of the front two. So pretty good going there. GTWR next up, and then Veloce. Virtual Drivers by TX3, then Yaz Heat. Unicorns of Love 2 are in 8th. BMW G2 in 9th. Then it's Beaver Grease in 10th. Team Racing Point 11th. Then it's WPS, Carbon Sim Sport, GTWR Go Setups, FTW Racing Team, Racefield, SDL Esports Logitech G, Simware Pro by VDES is 18th, then it's Kramer in 19th, and Kavana in 20th.
Can I just point out there, I mean, the top 5 are kind of broken away a little bit. They're kind of in their own little bracket there, aren't they? But I mean, it's only 2 rounds in, but anything, as we know in racing, anything can happen. Anything can just change on a knife edge. But I think it's, those top 5 are the ones that are going to be consistently towards the top end of our race.
I tell you what, a racing driver, ever competitive, even after they've got out the car. Dominic Blyer, straight into chat. we should be first, yeah? And Dan's had to reply straight away and say, yeah, you are classed first, but the spreadsheets haven't quite done that magic. Yes, on countbacks and things like that, the Triton team are top, and a bit of a giga from Dominic in reply. So, I mean, what a great race we have had, you know, I don't think we could have wished for any more action from this one. It's been action-packed, but without there being too much crashy stuff. It's been really hard, fast racing all the way through.
Yeah, and that's what Alex and I kind of said that we wanted from the start of the race, and to avoid any kind of major collisions, because when the pack's all close together as it is on the first few laps, if you get a crash up in the mountain, you tend to then get a bit of a bottleneck and everybody just sort of crashes into each other, and that's it. No one's really going anywhere. But, you know, that's round 2 now done. I mean, that's Bathurst. That's out of the way. The drivers now got to turn their attention to round 3 at Spa-Francorchamps on Saturday, 17th of September.
Yes, are you back for round 3?
I'm here for every other round now. It was just the previous round that I had to miss, unfortunately, to a prior engagement. So the calendar is all booked out. And if anybody asks me, am I? You know, today I had an offer to go and do some football commentary for some blind fans, but I was like, look, I can't. I'm committed to doing some sim racing commentary instead. So yeah, other things are coming at me at the moment as well. But you know, it's in the calendar. I'll be here.
Very good. Very good. Well, unfortunately, I won't be back for the next round, so I'm sure the team will lead you through. Yeah, Paul's deciding whether that's a good thing or not. It's probably a good thing. No more butchered names from me. We'll leave that entirely to Paul next time around.
Yes, and Terry. I think Terry might be back for round 3 as well. So, yeah.
And he likes a good butchering as well, does he?
He does. He does indeed. Yeah.
Very good. Anyway, huge thank you to everyone who's watched us live. Of course,
Yes.
This is available to watch again in the future as well, so I'm sure many of you will do that. But been some great input from the chat on both YouTube and Twitch. Thank you very much for that. It certainly helps keep us entertained all the way through. Anyway, that just about brings us to the end of our broadcast. Thank you very much. I've been Adam D. This has been Paul Glover.
Cheerio.
Thank you very much, and we'll be back for round 3 on the 17th of September, starting at 2 p.m. UTC.
Aktuelles genau hier 31 Wiesen.